Yeah, he's
speaking. Hi, Ava. How's it
Hi.
going?
Good. Now listen, came in during a discussion about something, spacecraft going to the moon, and I was wondering if anybody had discussed the very recent crash of a spacecraft from Russia into the moon.
I haven't heard about that, no.
See, I didn't think anybody did because I've been tuning in once in a while, just waiting for someone to talk about it, and it seems to have gone under the radar here. It was announced.
I just read that article.
They had intended to land on the moon, no less, but they crashed into it. That's the story.
I'm good.
Don't you just hate it when that happens? When you intend to land on the moon and you crash land? That sucks.
I figure they're spending too much on Ukraine, and they can't afford to fake a moon landing. So that's what happened there.
All their tax dollars are going not to guide the guidance system on that, on that thing.
Right.
Oops, we just crash landed the third one. What? That's the third one.
Go through that whole charade. Bizarre to me, you know?
Do you guys here think that Russia's actually... No one thinks that Russia's actually, like, the head of their country is against ours or not?
Instead of talking about that, we should address Trilogy. Just got VC verified. Welcome, Trilogy.
Hey, Trilogy. Don't be shy now.
Yo, what up?
What's up, man? What brings you by the server, Trilogy? Obviously, curiosity, right? But
oh yeah, just learning. Yeah.
Okay, so what do you like? Knowing that this server is a flat Earth, 24/7 flat Earth Discord. What is your position on the topic of the server? Do you think that the Earth is a globe? Are you on the fence? Do you know the Earth is flat? What is your position?
Well, I know the Earth is flat. I mean, I've been researching for 5 years now.
Okay. And what forums have you visited? Do you know like any popular names of people that are in the arena of this conversation, or?
Well, not really. I know a few small YouTubers, but I'm not really. I mean, I do my own research, so I don't really. I'm not into the more popular, area.
All right, so if somebody was to ask you, can you provide any evidence for the Earth to be a flat stationary plane, what would you direct them to?
Well,
or how would you address it? Go ahead.
Well, I'd say the number one proof I go for is angular resolution. Okay. Usually, like weather balloon footages, that's kind of the easiest to show them. Because in reality, if we did live on a globe, you would actually see the curvature from 100k miles up, which in some weather balloon videos they have footage of that.
Okay.
So
isn't that 120,000 feet at miles? You said 100K.
Well, it was definitely freaking high up, that's for sure. Because according to Google, I think it's like they say it's like I don't know what like how many miles up you see the curvature or something like that.
Miles or feet?
Feet, yeah, feet.
Okay.
But yeah.
So you're saying that
I started directing to that kind of footage. But as for like anything for like eclipses, stuff like that, I'm not really experienced in.
All right, so have you ever had a discussion with somebody about this topic? Like anyone who opposed this topic?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I've been in countless servers where I've debated. I debated against. I mean, it was a long time ago though, but I just got into the scene again. So.
Okay, I just want to inform you that in this server, we understand fully that this is not a debate. Let me explain. the idea that people have this head knowledge of the Earth being a globe has been kind of like permeated throughout our society everywhere in this world, right? So there's this idea that the Earth is a globe by way of academia. You know, we're being taught that it's a globe. So
Yeah.
the evidence behind that is lacking. There isn't any, right? I would say
Yeah,
that
I agree.
in every instance that people are trying to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, they don't ever bring any. So therefore, and I'm gonna submit this to you, that it is not a debate. It is actually a rejection of truth. So the people that believe blindly that the Earth is a globe are just zealots for the case of the Earth being a globe by way of just believing it. They don't have any evidence. So what we do in here is expose the truth to them. We don't debate them. This isn't about a debate. We don't say, let's debate. We say, come in here and present your evidence. So presenting the evidence is most essential for this council. That's what I call it. Because a body of people who sit and examine the evidence for people, and the way I consider it is a council. So when people come in here and submit their evidence to the council, it gets scrutinized, right? So they're allowed to have the floor and then present their case. As in, bring us your evidence and put it forward, and whoever wants to take point in the discussion can do so. So it is not. I guess I'm gonna circle back to what my premise is that this is not a debate in any way. This is a rejection of truth. So the people that are opposed to that are rejecting truth. They're not debating, they're rejecting. Hopefully I made myself very clear, because this forum stands by that. We don't ever think like, hey, let's get into a debate. It's not about that. And if you say, well, I'm going to try my very best to convince it, no, you're not going to. The object of what we do is expose them, whoever's talking about the Earth being a globe for sure, is expose their mind to the truth. We're exposing their mind to the truth. And so if anybody's listening, then their minds also get exposed to the fact that that person didn't have any evidence for the case of the Earth being a globe. So it stands to be said that we're not here to convince people that the Earth is flat. We're here to expose them that the truth of the Earth is not a globe. And it is indeed a flat stationary plane. But that's the object of what we're doing here, is exposing the truth that the Earth is not a globe. And we present evidence all day long for that, but the other guys think it's a debate. They come in here, they waltz in here, they want to, well, I can disprove this and I can disprove that, and it's that if they have you on your, see, here's what I'm always saying. If you're in here a while, excuse my rant, but if you're in here a while, then you're going to understand that the people that come in here, they want to put you on your heels by way of sophistry, by way of like trying to say, no, you present the evidence that the Earth is flat. No, the burden of proof rests with those who make the claim or advocate for it. If they advocate for the claim and say, well, I didn't make the claim, I know that, but you're standing by and saying that the Earth is a globe, therefore you advocate for the position that the Earth is a globe. So if that is you, then you're going to stand by the claim. Every bit of it, all of it. The radius, diameter, circumference, drop over distance, all that. You stand for all of it. So that means that if you stand for that, that would mean that the Earth, that's a grand claim. The grand claim is that the Earth is a globe. So now you have to present the evidence. And until you do, it is not a globe until you do. So that's why I always say, I'm going back to, it's not a debate. It's a rejection of truth. Thank you. I should say something like rant. Is the gentleman still here, or did I run him off?
Oh, no, you didn't.
Okay. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with, though. By the way, so.
Oh yeah, I understand. I debated a lot, and I got kind of tired of it, and I was like, yeah, freaking, I'm not debating these people anymore. There's no point. So I just just research myself, you know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But like I always, since I was on that point for like about 5 minutes, the point of everything of what I just told you was that everything is it's not all for naught, right? It's not all in vain.
Yeah.
You're not speaking words that are just going out into the air and then they're never returning. When you speak to somebody, especially in here, it's always with an audience. We have YouTube like that's running 24/7. We got the panel that's here, so there's always ears that are listening to what you say. So in here, everything should be that it's always for the cause, and the cause is to expose their minds to the truth and the minds of those who are listening. So the cause is not lost. It's not just like who no one cares anyways. Well, that's because you only see it for the short-sighted self that you see it. It should be more of like this is for that. If I'm gonna talk to this person here and they say that the Earth is a globe, this is for everyone, so that they'll know that there is no evidence that the Earth is a globe. So every time you come into it, you should always be for exposing the mind of the person. If there's no one around, it's for to expose their mind that they don't know, because obviously they think that the Earth is a globe, so they're gonna come in it like they're sure. So you're gonna have to show them how they don't know, and that's what we do with it. We expose their mind to that they don't have any idea that they know.
Yeah.
They usually say I don't know. That's what they say. They say the opposite of I know. They say I don't know. Well, I'm not a scientist. I don't know. See?
Yeah. Yeah. As for like YouTube and stuff like that, they've literally blocked all the videos I've been watching. On my favorite YouTubers. Couldn't even find it. Like I think like the freaking search results, all they show is Professor Dave and like them other shills. So it's
Yeah, you
like
should.
people
We
people
have.
who are searching for the truth, aren't gonna find it so easily because of that.
Yeah, I would say that I don't. I mean, there's some big name people in Flat Earth and all of that. But I would always point people when they come in here. I would always point them to all the content that we've done over the years to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you haven't seen any of the content that we have thousands of hours of tons of content of debates and conversations. Just you name it, everything. And like I said, debate, but it's not really always continuously about specific topics. It could range from anything from derivative topics to fundamental ones.
Yeah.
So we definitely have a handle on like the content arena. Like I said, thousands and thousands of hours of content.
Yeah, I mean, as for me though, I watched like various videos. I have I don't but like for me though, I don't watch the same person, so like I don't have all their opinions, but I watch various other people, so I get different points of view. And that's what I do, because like I don't think it's healthy to just digest all information from just one person. But
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. You have a different opinion than most, but I would say that people in here are very diverse. So you have a group of people in the server that are always putting out content every day. So
cool, yeah. And as for like the more popular flat earthers like Mark Sargent or them, I don't trust them either. I'm gonna be honest. But
yeah, I would say, and when whoever it is, it doesn't matter if it's him or Eric DeBay or whoever. It's the content of the message. It's the actual argument itself. Does the argument hold up or does it not hold up?
yeah,
So when you assess a character, I think that's different than assessing the argument, because you want to make sure that you're always assessing the argument. Are the people talking about the argument in a way that makes sense to logically consistent points, or are we looking at the person and saying that he's just a hole? Like, are we doing that? Because that's not it. Oh, he's just a shill. That has nothing to do with the argument. What is his content of the message? That should ring true to the biggest point of your like why you should listen to someone. The content of the message.
yeah, makes sense.
and just use your discernment to figure out if it's true or false.
Yeah, for sure. So just hey, it's just like we like who we like, right? We like certain individuals and such, but I don't know. To me, it's always like just look at the content and the message and the argument and so forth, and you can never go wrong.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, it's like I've met some flat earthers who have like different models and such. Don't all believe in the same thing, which is kind of cool, I guess. I know some people that believe in the circle model. Some people believe in the infinite plane theory and such.
Yeah, I would say, you're going. Whoever was going to speak, go ahead.
Oh, I just will say we can only speculate because we don't have any data on that. So yeah, it's a practicable theory. We need a container. Infinite, it's not something that is experimentable. So for me, it's not infinite, but it may be huge, maybe larger than we imagine. Yeah, it's a personal opinion.
Yeah, true. I think we really shouldn't be worried about the model too much, to be honest, because it kind of gets to the point where we can't prove certain things, you know. So we just have to go with what we can prove, like
I agree.
how we can prove that there's no curvature, for example, and and other stuff like the movement of the sun and stuff like that, like stuff we can see, you know. Like I kind of hate when Globers try to ask me like, "Oh, well, you should take the picture of the edge of the Earth." You know, it's like, dude, that's kind of. I mean, like, you want me to travel that far? Like,
Exactly.
So do we
Agree.
do we want to be like the Globers and present
I know, you know,
a
yeah,
model because that's all that they do. They present a model and say, "This explains why we see this and that happening. What about you? Where's yours?"
yeah,
Now,
it's ridiculous. I know.
right? And is that what we're trying to establish here? The explanation of things we observe, or are we just testing the things we observe directly?
Thing is, though, like the funny thing about most Globers is that they don't like. I'd say like maybe half of their experiments they can't even do themselves. They have to rely on other people to do it for them.
That's the main thing I bring up to people is
Yeah.
everything that is proof of your model is unfalsifiable by 99.999% of people ever.
You can't say space exists because you've never been there before. Like, how do you know? It's stupid. You can't depend on some freaking astronaut. You know, like it's retarded.
Right, and then what you also have to believe on top of that is like, yeah, every Apollo astronaut it just happened to be a Freemason.
Oh, no.
Admittedly. Like it's not
It's
even a
hilarious.
conspiracy. It just so happens to be that way. You know, it's like, oh, and
Shoot,
those are
yeah,
the
I
people
don't.
that do
Shoot, yeah,
things through
dude, I don't
secrecy.
know.
That's who you believe.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the video where all 10 of the Apollo astronauts were doing like the devil hand signs in a circle, bro.
Yeah, it's always a bunch of weird stuff with yeah.
Symbolism, simple as
Yeah.
that.
And like that's not proof of anything, right? But it's like
It's not
So,
proven. Yeah,
right.
it's like it's one of those things where where if I'm talking to a Glober, for example, I lead them that as well, so they can have an idea that they probably are being deceived,
Yeah. Yeah, I usually like to stick to fact-based stuff, and then I like to bring up, okay, the only proof you can bring up to me is something that is unfalsifiable. Meaning, I can't do it, you can't do it, no one can do it except the 0.1% of the population. And out of
I
that
know.
0.1% of the population, they just so happen to be part of secret society. So,
Yeah, I
you
know.
can then go off of that and say, yes, I believe them. Okay, that's on you, right? And then after that, it's like, okay, so what proof, right? And it's not even like what proof do you? It's like if there was even one proof, right? Because that's the definition of proof is how you know something is real. Something like so if there was a
Yeah,
proof, then that's it. That's all you need. You just need one proof, but there isn't. They'll bring up what they call evidence, and the evidence is lacking every single time. So,
yeah,
what they'll do is just it's circular arguments. So they'll just say, well, it's this because we see this, right? Uh, the Earth is a ball because the sun does this, and then they just go off on a tangent about how it makes sense in a model, right?
Well,
And
that's
that's all
just
they can do.
baseless assertion and a reification fallacy wrapped into one.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And that's why I really like how lately just like flat earthers are always just really pounding home like logic, like use logic, the logical steps, logical fallacies. Like don't let them get away with it. Like earlier, the 3 point method or whatever you guys are. That's great because now you can't just let them gish gallop around and go from point to point. You're gonna call
yeah,
them out and be like, "No, I see what you're doing," and most people that don't understand logic aren't gonna get it, but we get it now, right? And yeah, it's great.
Could you guys hear me, or am I roboting?
We can hear you now.
All right. I just want to bring up something that Teos UK said in chat. Um, the secret society and Freemason and all that stuff, and whether they lied about, and their motivations about lying. That's all interesting and stuff. But what's even better is they need to prove to you that they could violate natural law, being the
Right.
second law of thermodynamics. So I think that's a much more important point to bring up. And frankly, Globers use all the Freemasonry stuff and conspiracy, even whether it's true or not, as a straw man against flat earthers. So I think sticking with arguments like, how can you have gas pressure without a container? Show me it happening on Earth. They really can't, because
I
it's
agree.
natural law. Unless they're gonna violate natural law, they can't get to space. So all conversations about space and moon landing and rockets hitting the moon, it's all irrelevant, because they can't get there. And until they
That's
prove
right.
to us that you can, uh, it's just a fairy tale. So I just wanted to bring
Absolutely.
that up. I saw him in text chat. That was a good point, Tios.
Yeah, you're totally right, especially when it comes to Globers and stuff. But I feel like when people are on the fence and they need a little bit more connecting the dots kind of thing, that's when you would kind of go down to the chill chat, kind of lay some stuff out.
hmm
Oh yeah, if their minds are somewhat open, you could bring that up. But a Glober's going to take that and strawman us to death with it.
Right, and
And
run with
really,
it.
there's no
Yeah.
proof. Right. So it's cool to have a conversation about. and and look into and try to prove it, but you can't really ever prove that. You can get close to it, but I'm just saying, as far as a closed-minded Glober goes, they love straw manning with arguments like that. So I was just talking about it, in the context of a conversation with one of them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But I agree with you.
Oh, sorry, you can talk. Oh, no, man.
I'm
Okay. Yeah, like, it also kind of annoys me how most Globers try to associate us with a flat Earth society. That annoys me a lot.
another straw man. Yeah.
It really, yeah, it's a shame, I know. It's like, I just kind of wish they didn't do that kind of stuff, but I guess, since the truth is under attack right now, it's like all that crap is on the front page. It's like, it's crazy to me. But I guess the deeper you do dig down, the more you'll find the truth, which is why I'm here right now. So
One of the driving forces for me personally when I first looked into this stuff, 3 years ago, was the fact that I saw all this curated information about it, and it's just, it's classic disinformation.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, it drove me to look into it more, and it's just crazy. Like any topic that's censored like that, there's something there, And I get it, preserving the live stream and something, but like, man, we should all have like a discussion, like one day, like below, like in the chill chat or whatever, about
yeah,
like
yeah.
what to do with certain topics, man, because some things are getting ramped up again, and I don't know. I feel like there's one thing like waking up people, and there's another thing about like what do we do now that we're awake, type stuff.
That's right.
It really is kind of scary to me because, like, it really is scary because, like, since you know all this stuff, you're literally walking around with zombies at this point. Like, I go outside and it's like, dude, it literally feels like I'm walking in a room full of zombies.
I feel that, man. That's why I was so happy when I found this place. Just the server
Yeah,
to
I
be able
know,
to
dude.
talk about it.
It's like, I don't think people who haven't been through it realize how lonely it is.
It's
Like,
the
Right.
Matrix agent, man.
It is, man. It
Mr.
really
Smith
is.
everywhere.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like, as powerful as the movement is, it's just like, just think about it, right? We have to watch what we talk about on a platform, when it's like, how is that
I
free
know.
speech? It's crazy. It's just crazy to me. Not
Yeah.
trying to get into specifics, but I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
the idea of that in general is like, yeah, shit's happening.
Yeah. And what they'll do too is like, not to go too far into anything, but they'll keep working the gray areas. Right? They're not just gonna do anything overnight. They're gonna have to keep slowly taking things away, little by little.
Yep.
Shoot, yeah, I know, dude. I mean, like, they've been doing that for centuries. I mean, you can see it. They've
Some
been slowly getting there, and it's working.
Well, think about it this way. Why would anybody talk about the concept of free speech on a platform that's not a governmental platform or a public platform?
Yeah.
Think about it.
That's just
The
crazy.
expectation of free speech on a curated platform that's owned by somebody else. Why would anybody expect to be able to say whatever they want in somebody else's house? Think about it.
Right.
But where do you go?
I know.
You don't. It's that simple.
That's
You
what we're
make your
saying.
own platform, and then you could say whatever you want. So the thing is that a lot of people forget that fact. So, for example, learning how to code is free. Learning how to create a internet web page is free, but it costs money to publish your page. So any of us could go and make a platform like this. Now, yes, it wouldn't be quite as impactful but nobody's restricting anybody from doing that. You're free to make your own platforms and say whatever you want. Now
Yeah.
that then it changes to, well, what if the person who owns the server, and I mean the literal physical servers, say, well, we're not going to let you use our servers to promote your message. That's also fair. That's within their rights.
Yeah, I don't know
Right.
about fair, but yeah, I know what you mean.
No, it's
AWS.
fair to them because they own the servers. They paid for them. They possess them. You don't have the right to go to their house and put your feet on their furniture,
Right.
right?
Right. And I'm sure everybody here is at one point or another has tried to make their own, page, but it gets conflated with other topics that like are actual disinformation, and it just sucks because you get put in that category. So it's pretty weird, man. It's a weird time right now.
Think about it this way. We're all here, right, in an interconnected social platform with certain degrees of separation and segues of connections, but we also have those same degrees of separation in our life,
Right.
right? So sometimes the way to spread something is to actually decide, you know what, I'm finally going to talk about it to the people that I meet in real life.
Yeah.
Think about it. There's ratios which are well studied in psychology of people that believe things but they're not willing to talk about it publicly because it hasn't yet been past a certain taboo ratio. So there are people out there that you're encountering every single day that think like you, but you have no idea because you never broached the topic, and they never
Yep.
broached the topic with you because you guys just pass, as you're going about your business.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
you can wait. You can wait for them to show up to a social platform, or you can instigate the scenarios in your life. So if everybody instigated that scenarios in their life, we'd probably have a tenfold increase in people like-minded within a few months. But the problem is, not many people are willing to put themselves out there to do it. That's why they need platforms like this to talk about it.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I think the problem is in itself is that most people don't even socialize in real life, especially nowadays with younger generation. This is this is their socialization. Like this is what they do. They go online, they go in Discord, they go in games. It's really tough to get the message out just in person. I mean, it's tough. I mean, even your own friends and family, you can't even reach. It's just not really effective. But like when people who have been trained to look at authoritative sources and into trusted sources, like they've been trained to only listen to them. It's like I can't remember who was telling me, but someone was saying like I told my dad about flat Earth over and over, and then until I can't remember who, but someone with an authoritative source basically showed him, and then he's like, "Have you looked into this?" And he's like, "Man, I've been trying to tell you this for years." It's like that's the barrier.
Yep. It's like they're waiting for NASA to come forward and be like, "Yep, we lied, folks. You got us." Like,
Exactly.
Sure. Yeah. I
They
mean, that ain't
might
never
too.
happened.
No, I always thought about
I mean,
that.
if
Like they might.
they do, they're gonna cover it up with something else. I bet you.
But
yeah,
yeah, they're probably gonna use like okay. You guys heard of compartmentalization, right?
Yeah.
of course.
That's essentially the only game plan left at a certain point, especially when a movement gets really popular. It's like it's like Lenin. It's like if you can't beat the opposition, lead them. That's exactly that's the threat that, any
That's
big movement faces.
basically the flat Earth society in a nutshell.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
exactly. Um yeah, and it's going to happen over and over again throughout history. It always
Yep.
has happened that way.
Source gets extremely popular. People look at it and they get fed disinformation and they repeat that disinformation and they don't even know the real truth. That's basically how it is.
Right.
Look at what happens all the time when people come in and claim that there's outer lands. It's the same shit.
All right.
People come in, they say there's an ice wall, and beyond that ice wall, there's outer lands. You know, and these people actually
I mean,
believe
at
it.
this
Like
point,
they've replaced
yeah,
the globe with like another fantastical idea that no one's got any proof of. You know, so it happens with flat earthers like all the time.
Well, it's basically diving deeper into why the lie.
yeah. And at that point, like you're just gonna end up losing your mind. It's like I have to stop sometimes, you know.
Right. But we all eventually get to that point though where we're just like, why? Why the lie? I mean, you can't. We're human. We have to ask that.
I
So
know.
that
It's like,
speculation is important, but at the same time, it can be used as a weapon against
You
us.
know what? Like I got to a point in in my whole journey of not really caring about why anymore. It's like divining someone's thoughts. I got to a point where I gave up even thinking about it, and it's so much easier, man. Like people go, "Why the lie?" They go, "It doesn't really matter. Who cares? Is there a lie?" You know,
Check
like
this
you
out.
can come up with your own ideas. Yeah, like I,
yeah,
Yeah, it's
I
Check
think,
this
it's
out,
like
brother.
yeah, like I think flat Earth is important, but like there is a point where you kind of have to be worrying about other things, you know, like
Exactly.
the New World Order, for example, all this other stuff.
yeah, I don't know. It all comes hand in hand. So
Yeah,
like
like
why? I'll just ask you a question. Why would you worry about the New World Order?
yeah,
No,
it's like
go answer it.
well, it would most likely affect my personal life, you know,
And
the
how are you going
economy.
to stop it?
Well,
And I think that's a
Yeah.
question we all have, though, for real.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I
Yeah,
can't stop it. You're right. Yeah,
So can
it's not
no,
you go on with your life and live a happy life without worrying about the New World Order?
Yeah. For
and
the time being, yeah.
I
So would
well, I
that
mean, yeah,
be
I mean, like until
why worry about things that you have no control over?
like yeah, like it's gonna happen either way. You know, it's like it's scary to think about, but yeah, you're right. I can't control it, but you know, it's
Yeah. So
just
you go through your daily life stressing about something that you've got no control over. Like
well,
what it doesn't really. Go
well,
ahead,
think
yeah,
sorry.
about
you know.
this. Think about
I mean,
this.
it's kind of with me
Think
with flat Earth.
about this, right? So, the only existence and experience you've ever known is there people whom I guess a New World Order kind of thing wouldn't affect, and then people that do. The everyday working class people probably would affect them. The wealthy probably wouldn't affect them. They'd figure out something, right?
Right.
So
Yeah, I mean the freaking
you've lived in a
Rothschilds. I
world.
mean,
You lived
they've
Let
in a
him
been
world.
finish.
saying,
You've
yeah,
lived in a world where both kinds of people exist. Now, these are just mentalities, just like a globe earther mentality is a globe earth, like is a mentality. Poverty is a mentality. The working class kind of, I'm gonna just, I'm good where I'm at. That's a mentality.
Right.
So when you say you got big things to worry about, like, that's the kind of thing people should be worried about. What kind of mentality they have, and what kind of like with the ideas that they thought about the globe that they've taken for granted. How many other things in your personal life can you see that just like the globe you've taken for granted? Because I guarantee you can live a pretty good life separate from someone literally trying to gun you down or something like that. Can't control that, but 99% of our lives are just mundane. There are the bad days that come here and there. There are the good days that come here and there. And then every other day is just pretty much normal. So it really depends on what you do with all of that idle time.
Right. I agree 100%. It's like this is why I love Jordan Peterson when he says, "How can you try to save the world when you can't even clean your room?"
Yeah, it's
That's deep.
Like, I
no,
just love that mentality because it's so true. It's like, what can you do about it? You know, it's the same kind of thing that, Globers do when they appeal to authority. Oh no, they have our best interest. They got our back. But it's the same thing when you look for a savior. It's a savior kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they count on. These people that are trying to run the show, they count on it. That
yep.
fear-based trauma, that fear about like the New World Order and stuff. It's just a fear. It's another type of control. So I
Yeah, it's
totally
true.
agree.
It's like the news, bro. I know.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like
It's basically it's like tricking you into believing they have that much power in the first place. But at the
That's
same time, there will be a point where we have to address it. But in the meantime, like Elijah was saying, the other 99% is something that you can start working on. I totally
yeah,
think that's the right way to go about it because, you can't rely on anyone but yourself and what you can do. That's why I
yeah.
think it is important to have this conversation, not because it's happening, but just because what kind of world do we want to leave our kids?
I know.
That's what I'm, thinking. It's just like I want kids to be able to talk about this stuff, man. I don't want them to be censored or completely controlled. I really don't want that. I want there to be an option for them, but that's why I think this discussion is so important to have. And there's a lot of people having it, but not at this level because they're still believing in the globe. Like you see
yeah,
people talking about politics and what this country's doing or this guy is doing and or this elite person is doing, and then at the very same time they hold the contradicting idea of space. So it's just like they don't care about you talking about like any other type of conspiracy because you still believe an asteroid might hit the Earth and blow it up. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
it's the same fear that, but once you get past that, like once you know that Earth is flat and that we are on a stationary, non-moving Earth, once you hit that point, it's like then you start to see like who else is still controlled by the Matrix per se, and it's most of the people that are talking about the other topics that even lead you here. You know what I mean? It's
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
so it's at the end of the day, it still comes back down to you. What can you do? What are you gonna do for you and your family? So I don't know.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
true. It's like to me, I think life is just all about love, and care for your community. That's what I believe.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
and
that's what I always believed.
that's a great belief to have. I mean, it's so
And
true.
that is one thing that we can do, Like, like we can't convince everyone the earth is flat, but we can love people,
Right.
I think there is a lot of people that will trust the flat Earth only if there is a tipping point of a number of people agreeing with the flat Earth. What I mean is they need authority argument. So they need an authority to say the Earth is flat to be changed.
They need an opportunity to say the Earth is flat for what?
And no, I said authority argument. Like
Authority. Okay.
you said earlier, NASA coming and saying yes, we lied, the Earth is flat.
Right.
They need an authority figure to say that because uh, because they work like cheap, if you want. So they don't have a spirit, critic spirit. They are people that just say, "I believe in science," and I just don't want to think about physics and so on. So
Yeah. It's just I don't know. We all can look at history and what's already been done, and we kind of know the game plan and how people who want control operate. I mean, compartmentalization is key, and I think that's why it's so important what you guys do here in terms of keeping to what you can prove, because it's a nice wall against any type of compartmentalization to a certain point, but we haven't reached that point where majority of the people know that the earth is flat, so there's still a lot of work to do.
Yeah. And it's and I think about it, sometimes it's flat earth's important and all that kind of stuff, but in the end though, what is, it's not gonna save the person's life, or anything like that. And it's not gonna give you any type of memories with them, any positive ones like that. So it's
Well,
I try to think about
it
life
is because you got to
what?
understand that it doesn't really matter what it is you bring to them, because flat Earth is just a topic with rhetoric. It could be
Yeah.
literally any argument. So if you don't address the underlying problem, then you can't do any good with that person. Like if you don't realize that that's the case, because you got to understand what would make someone believe in a world that they don't experience.
Right.
Right. That
That's
kind of thing is so powerful.
problem.
Right.
It's not telling them about flat earth. It's the fact that there's something in their logic that's broken that they can't understand when someone says, hey, you're affirming the consequent and you're begging the question like that.
Yep.
That's what's wrong. If you don't fix that, they could be tricked in politics. They could be tricked from a lying neighbor. They could be tricked with cosmology. That's just all this is. Cosmology. Because the earth
So
just
what's a
happens to
plausible?
be a globe inside of the heliocentric cosmology. That's all. Because they don't know
Yeah.
shit about the globe, but they know everything about.
What's a? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so they don't know about the globe, but they're tricked, right? So now we've got, okay, they accept the Earth's flat. Okay, let's say that's true. So then the government publishes, we have aliens, live aliens. Here they are.
Yep.
So the globe earthers will say, oh, great, they came from space. The flat earthers will be like, well, of course they didn't come from space. They must have come from somewhere else, the outer lands. So then the aliens start talking, and maybe even there's a leak that says the aliens actually came from the outer lands, right? Then everyone believes what they say about these outer lands and the new nature of reality because they haven't learned anything from last time.
Right. But just another form of trauma-based mind control. It's
We've seen the movies. The movie. What's that movie where
Independent.
they were like a village and they didn't know the world outside of the.
Village.
It's called The Village. Yeah.
Yep. I
The
just
blind
looked it up
girl
earlier.
out for help.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Promised Neverland is another one. The anime. You ever seen it? But no, yeah. It's the thing is we're all hitting pretty hard, points here. And what AI was saying about, this UFO disclosure thing, and yeah,
Right.
they could say, they come from another land, or because we know that space is, as they tell us, is totally fake. So yeah, they could definitely use that, but I think it's just very strange timing with this UFO disclosure stuff, along with India going to the moon, along with Russia, all this weird stuff. It's just
They're most
Just
likely.
to have a little, I'm sorry, just to have a little more context, because I have heard about this UFO disclosure, but here in France we don't heard anything like that. we don't have anything like disclosure. So
Okay.
can you just tell me a little more about it?
I mean, I don't think that would be a good topic here, brother. Like to
Okay,
go
sorry. So
into.
it's just to understand, you are saying that there is actually an UFO disclosure just to be clear.
I'll send you something. I'll send you something.
Yeah, send them something. Essentially, Congress, U.S. Congress.
Okay.
Is,
I was not aware. Okay.
yeah. Just it's from U.S. Congress. That's what makes it relevant to the conversation. Kind of. You know, it's just like, why are they doing it now? Basically, that's the question.
Uh-huh.
In fact, the question I am asking myself is, it's just an U.S. things, or it's in the world, this disclosure, because maybe it change the reason why there is on this disclosure. If it's only local, you know what I mean? No, maybe I was bad understand.
No, yeah,
So
definitely. I was doing something.
Sorry?
Sorry. No, yeah, you're right. It's just U.S. I was just doing something. I
Okay.
couldn't unmute. My bad.
Okay.
I sent you a link to. It's like 2 hours of.
Baloney.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
But yeah,
So
as far as
the timing. Yeah. So go ahead.
oh, sorry. Anyways, yeah, as far as like conspiracy theories go and all kind of stuff like that, I never really worry about it that much. You know, I mean, I talk about it sometimes, but I don't let it. I don't let it become my life.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like, I'd say the farther you dig down, the more depressing it gets.
It becomes your own psychosis. That's the problem.
Yeah, I know. And then like all of
Because
a
you don't
sudden now
trust
you're
anything at a certain
yeah, I know.
point.
Like, and now you're paranoid. Yeah, it's what comes down.
Here's the thing: is this problem in the world, this major problem we're facing, this truth that's being hidden, that is your purpose, right? Like that is our purpose as people, is like to, oh, well, there's something going on, like that's where you get motivation to be, right? Like there's something happening and I need to be like a hero or I need to do my part,
Yeah.
and and that's not to say like don't live your life and love life and your family and and your friends and your neighbor, but you have it's that call to action that like we actually need that, I feel like. So
Yeah, we do. I agree.
But here's the
Yeah.
thing, though. You feel like it's a moral obligation, right? Right?
me?
No, I'm just saying in general.
Oh,
When you learn about the truth, right? It feels like a moral obligation to tell people.
yeah, I think so.
The
Yeah,
problem is being sure of that truth. You know what I mean?
that's right.
How many
Yep.
times have you swore you knew what was going on? You had to tell someone it was the truth about some other type of conspiracy theory, and then you
Yep.
find out it's BS.
Yeah.
But the difference here is that this is the truth. Earth is flat.
That's right.
We are on a non-rotating. We're not on a stationary Earth. Like we're not moving.
Yeah.
That's
right.
that's something you can prove. That's something that is true. The only thing that you really can feel like morally obligated to tell people about because you know it's true. But I've had experiences where I swear I thought I knew what was going to happen and who was who
Yeah.
with politics and blah blah blah, and I've been dead wrong.
Oh,
And that's like you pay, hell is paved, or the road to hell is paved with the good intentions. So you got to be careful.
That's right.
Yeah, but it's the whole point. like I don't remember who have said that, but just showing some fact and not being trying to convert people. It's just in fact, the moral obligation, I feel it like that. I don't know if it's general, but it's just we have some knowledge. Uh, I want to people to look into it seriously. It's just the fact to look into some data seriously, because it's the major problem when you talk about flat Earth is nobody take you seriously at first time, and I can tell because I was someone defending the globe. So I did not even take the time to look into it, because I have the science behind me, you know.
Right. I mean, think about Globers that come in here. You know, they truly
Yeah,
believe that they have a moral obligation to try and change our mind, right? Just think about it, right? That kind of that mentality, which we all have.
yeah,
We all
yeah.
have that capability of going down in terms of like where we think we know what's true, we're morally obligated to tell people, and
This is
then
this is
yeah,
yeah.
go ahead.
Sorry, go
No, go.
go.
You're good.
Ah,
I'm done.
okay.
Yeah.
Just to say, it's exactly what was happening at the time when I speak. I didn't go on Flat Earth Discord on purpose or whatever, but when friends speak me about Flat Earth, I feel like I have a moral obligation to take him and say, no, you don't understand science, so I will help you understand science. But hopefully I finish to try to do it scientifically, and finally I am here on the Flat Earth Discord, Flat Earth side. So so it's the goal of the in my opinion, we should try just to help people take the thing seriously, but not trying to convert or somewhat people.
Yeah, it's just not trying to convert because it's nothing. You're not converting someone to another lie. It's quite the opposite. It's almost like deconversion in a sense when
Yeah,
you're switching their mind to think for
like you
themselves.
said, earlier, it's literally a moment you trust no one. So
Yeah,
it's like you take somebody, you tell him trust no one. In fact, don't trust myself. Trust your experiment, and being how to tell, with the ego on side, without the ego
right.
coming in.
I think that's the real mission in terms of waking people up is like think for yourself. You are you're a slave. You're a sheep. Like that's where the passion comes from. For me anyway. Like when I
Yeah.
see someone that's just so I don't know how to describe, like so lost, if you will,
Envelopment. Yeah.
and it's like, dude, wake up, like you're being lied to. Don't take my word for it. Look into it yourself, man.
hmm
So
And
I
this
don't
is
know.
what I mean. That's why in the Bible it's like,
And scary too about it is that like they don't even know they're lost. That's the scary part.
That is, yeah.
Yeah, that was a great conversation. I need to go. So
Take
see
care,
you
Marco.
later.
All right, see you, man.
yeah. See you, man. Good
Bye.
talking to you.
What's up, Polly Paul?
Yeah. What I miss?
A lot.
The Rapture.
Everything?
I'm
Oh,
just
fuck.
kidding. Oh fuck.
Feel like I missed it. What channel was it on?
No, we were just kind of generally talking about just I don't even know. I don't even know how to put a topic on it, to be
Yeah,
honest.
just life. Yeah,
Just
about it.
how to deal with the next thing we do, like after first waking up, like, all right, Earth is flat. Now what?
I think the hardest thing about going through life is knowing what to do next. That's probably the hardest part for me.
I think that's for everybody, because
Yeah.
flat Earth is not supposed to fill up that void that you feel once you break
No.
through that lie, because it is a void that most people feel. I mean, one of my friends, lunatic, not the one you guys know, but my other friend, lunatic, she when she finally, like, she like accepted it, like she woke up to the truth, she just felt immediate sadness and like, what's the point, like, what do we do?
I know. I mean,
And
like,
it
yeah, like that was the same for me. I admit that, you know.
Right, or it's like, yeah, because two things happen. One, you realize that this is the universe that we know. There's nothing else, that we know
Yeah,
for sure. Like,
yeah,
this is
yeah.
it. This could be all of it. And two, that everything else is a lie, if this is the case. So how do you fill that void? You can't just look at a TV show or a movie anymore in the same lens.
I know, dude.
It
Like that's
just
what I kind of wanted to get over. Like nowadays, I can't even watch a TV show and not feel something wrong
because
about it,
it's
you know.
gross. Yeah, I'm just like, ugh.
Dang,
You
dude.
just see the lies. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. I
It's
like,
basically going to a magic show and knowing how the magician does his tricks. That's what it is.
yeah, I know. And it's like, I think when they say fiction is reality, I'm like, dude, that's freaking true. Like,
You mean Stranger Than Fiction?
yeah, but yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
Yeah,
you're good. It is, though. Sometimes the
yeah.
truth is
True.
stranger than fiction. Um, but if you guys pay attention to, like, what I love, what I fill my time with now, well, before I got into the server, but
I
is
know, but I
media.
can't say it because it might be a strike.
But mine is media deconstruction, to put it simply, where you're
That's a code word for two guys. Never mind.
I don't know what you were going with that, bro. I don't know where you were going,
You know
Paul.
where I was going with that, you know. No, I'm just
No, not
fucking around.
that. No, not that. No, media deconstruction, where you're
Yeah.
looking at the news not just to take it in,
Yeah, yeah.
absorb it, and believe them, but you're looking at the news in such a way where you're kind of dissecting the ulterior motives behind it, in a sense. Like, for example, the UFO disclosure. Why now? We're not just being like, "Oh my God, aliens are real." Blah, blah, blah. We're not just taking it at surface value. We're looking for the the
Some kind of other explanation, yeah.
yeah, I don't
That's
know
what
how to
it is.
describe it, but yeah, media deconstruction is what I spend most of my time with, because what it does is it trains my mind to connect dots that I didn't connect before. I think it's very important, especially to
It's funny
keep
you
that
bring
critical
that up,
thinking.
Beasticles, because I was just talking about this earlier today. Because I saw a documentary with that these two comedians made. Because what they were doing is they were calling up local news stations in the area that they lived, and they would tell them like, "Hey, we're professional bodybuilders," and they'd give them some story to try to be able to get on their morning live shows, and it was working at every
Dang.
station they would call. They would not even this stations wouldn't even do a simple Google search to find out if these guys really are who they said they were. And of course, they're not bodybuilders; they're fat, out of shape, and it's hilarious. However, they started really exposing how absurd these news stations are. So one of them, and it was one that's owned by a excuse me, very major corporation. who
Mhm.
cannot be made to look like a fool because that's dangerous.
Mhm.
They're pulling back the curtain, so they
Right.
sued him. And
Wow.
it's when I tell you the depositions they had to give and how absurd it was. It's you guys have to see it. It's not only is it hilarious, but it has very significant meaning. The establishment had to make an example out of these two guys
Oh yeah.
because what
That's
they
like
were doing was extremely dangerous.
it's like oh god, the Australian guy, something Yordies. I can't remember his name exactly. I'm sure some Aussie people would know, but yeah, who was calling out the Queensland. Oh god, what the hell was his name? Something Yordies, but basically he was calling out like the hell's his name? Not prime minister, but the um Jesus. Anyway, the point is, yeah, he's just a comedian on YouTube and was just straight up exposing, their political, shenanigans that was happening in his part of the country, and yeah, he got his house firebombed, just because
Yeah,
of that.
he got smashed in the media and in his private life as well.
Right. What's his
With
name? Friendly
nothing.
Yordies, right? Something like that.
Yeah, friendly Geordies. Yeah, but he nothing he said was wrong.
Right. Like
I don't
literally
think
nothing.
I don't think I know about this one. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I don't know
I'll
how
get you a
well,
link.
I think
but
comedians
Guinness, that
have
was
a
a huge
special
story.
power
Wait,
of like,
wait. What's
yeah,
Timbo
like
say?
I think, yeah, like I
I was just
think
saying,
comedians. Sorry, you can speak.
oh, that's all right. I was just going to finish my sentence. So that,
Okay,
um,
all right.
yeah, no, it's all right, man. It was he. Oh, I forgot what I was going to say now. Oh well, it was just
Jesus.
yeah. I don't know how worldwide it got, but it was pretty big in the media here.
Yeah.
So I only know it. I don't watch the news or anything like that, but I only knew it from social media kind of stuff. But now I'm off social media as well. So
Oh, that's good.
yeah, well, I have to keep a little bit of it because of my business, but
Mm. Yeah, it's another thing. Mixing up what you really want to talk about with, business oriented things. It's like you got to keep them separated. Otherwise, you get the hook.
yeah, I've never made a post on social media at all,
Yeah,
ever, about anything.
That's good. Oh God, it's just a screwed up
The
world.
name of that documentary I was talking about is called Chop and Steal, and
Okay,
it is
Stealing
hilarious.
bro, I'm
Yeah,
gonna watch
sounds
it.
interesting.
Yeah,
On where do we find it? Is it
I'll
on
find it.
YouTube? Or-
I'll find it.
I
I
think
got you.
I found it on Amazon, but Amazon Prime.
Okay,
But
cool.
I'm
I've
not
got that.
sure.
Chop and steal. Oh, there it
Yeah,
is.
dude,
I
the
got it.
implications of what they were doing were so dangerous to the
Oh my God,
establishment.
these guys look hilarious already.
Dude, I'm not kidding. They're ridiculous. One of the stunts that they were doing on the show as strongmen was one guy was passing another guy sliding wicker baskets to him on the floor, and the other guy was just stomping on him and going on a wicker fucking baskets. Dude, it is so funny.
That's hilarious.
And
What?
the the news anchors, what are they gonna do? They're just standing there like, what the fuck is going on?
Can you send a link to that? Oh, you did. I see. I see.
Well, that's the trailer, but
Oh,
here, I got you. I just sent Timbo it too. I love using that site.
And the
Don't say it though.
depositions. Oh my god, dude! When you listen, yeah.
No, I meant like the site that I here get you. Okay, on the live stream, I'm saying. But yeah, man, yeah. You know what that reminds me of? I don't know if you guys remember it. It was a little older, but it was called the Yes Men. Anyone remember that?
That sounds familiar.
The Yes Men. So what they did was they would go to all these like really high level corporate functions and pretend to be like someone in the ethics board or some whatever it was for like Coca-Cola or like any of these big companies. And the craziest thing is there was the Bhopal disaster back in like the 80s in India with the chemical plant blowing up and stuff. And it was like it was bought up by Dow Chemicals. And what they did was in the 20-year anniversary, they basically tricked BBC into thinking they represented Dow Chemicals, and over 200 million people watched it, believing that they were representing Dow. And they were like, "Yeah, we're sorry about that. We're gonna give the victims a bunch of money and stuff." Just basically, just completely lied. But it was for a good reason. And what happened was Dow Chemicals lost $2.2 billion in stock like that day. It was crazy. Called the Yes Men. If you ever seen
Wait
it.
a minute. Is Jim Carrey in that?
No. It's two like unknown Canadian dudes.
Okay.
If you look up the Yes Men trailer, you'll see. It's hilarious.
I swear I saw a movie with Jim Carrey in it called Yes Man or something. Must be something else.
But I love stuff like that, where that's what you need. It's the same kind of idea as a jester, for the king, because it's just like you need to be able to poke fun at the establishment without any fear. Otherwise, you're in a pretty bad place.
Yeah. Speaking of poking fun at the establishment,
You got a couple more peeps
hey,
popping in.
Gemsy, what's up, man?
What up, my flatness?
Looks like we got Gemsy in here now, and we got a new boy, George. How's it going, George? You want to come say hi?
Georgia boy. Didn't we talk to Georgia boy like 2 days ago?
I don't know.
I swear we talked to George 2 days ago or a day ago.
I don't know, George. Did we talk to you?
I don't know, man. These days starting to run together.
George at the jungle. Nope. Doesn't want to come off mute.
Where the
All right.
hell is Kimbo?
Oh, sorry, Chris. I didn't know he was. Oh, he wasn't VC verified. That's right.
Does somebody need to go there or something?
I mean, he's got no roles.
Hop up there in the
Who
VC
that?
check-in
Who that?
one, and I got you.
Who that? Who that? Who
Hey,
don't have no roles?
George. Chris just said he can unmute now, though.
Yep. One of the mods gave him access. But if he wants to get VC verified, I can do that too. It's whatever.
Well,
Question.
Isn't George a monkey?
Yeah, George of the Jungle.
Who?
George, you've been server unmuted. You have the opportunity to open your mic and say hi. That will be the polite thing to do, but you don't have to if you don't want to. So I'll server mute you again. If you like to be server unmuted, just go to the VC check-in or say something to the mods on the text, and we'll go from there.
I was waiting for the soundboard. Dun, 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 dun.
Another question. How do we get image firms?
What?
After, well,
How you get what?
Image firms to be able to post.
Oh.
That kind of costs like $25 in Bitcoin or XRP, and then
Damn it!
I'll send you my address, and then after payment, I'll give you the perms.
Burn.
Yeah.
What's up, sugar?
You're wild, bro.
if you have something relevant that you want to see, though, you can send it to somebody else like
Goodbye, sugar.
me. We can check it out, and if it
Yeah.
has something to do with anything, and if it's
No,
not
who asked for
porn,
my bad,
I'll-
Paul? My bad, forgive
That
me.
was
Who asked for the perms? Who was
that
it?
was Beasticles.
maybe trilogy. Yeah.
No, that was
Beasticles?
no, it
Oh,
wasn't me.
trilogy.
No.
Trilogy.
Oh, Trilogy. Okay. Don't mind me. I'm half asleep and on medicine. I saw his name light up and I assumed.
All you need is a roll,
Beasticles.
a globe or a flat roll, and then you get permissions to post in like lobby and such. But you'd need the embed roll, which is bestowed upon you, to post in live stream.
There you go.
Cool.
So, trilogy. What are you trying to post, trilogy? Something about.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, we got you. Just send it to one of us. You can
Yeah, I
literally
did.
pick anybody here.
Well, when I did join the server, I tagged one of the mods about a freaking video that Dave McKeegan did. I don't know if y'all saw it or not.
Who's
But,
that?
Okay.
Yeah.
So now you got the perms. Now you can post what you're talking about, so I can be familiar to what you're saying. Go ahead, post it.
Hey, there you go. For the win.
Hey, you
do
don't
have a clip of it, but I guess I'll just send the whole YouTube video because, you know. So,
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. You don't have to do what I say. Do it.
Dude, you're a trip.
Gemsy's hilarious.
yeah.
He's funny as shit.
It almost sounds like he's Gen Z, but hey, don't let me fool you.
Don't you ever compare Gen Z to Gen Z.
Excuse you? Gem is, some friends used to call me and my twin brother, because we're like identical twins. So Gem for gemelo, which is twin in Spanish. So just took it from there.
There you go.
Because they will see us, and instead of saying my name or my brother's name, they'll be like, "Hey, Gemsy," because they didn't know who was who. So instead of mixing up the names, they will see, "Hey, Gemsy."
Yeah.
Well, how do we know which Gen Z we're talking to then?
That is the question right there. That's for you to find out.
So basically, like, who's like the youngest flat earther in here?
Flat
Obviously,
Earther?
Gen
What's
Z.
that?
Probably my son, actually.
That's
Cool.
a weird question.
I mean, he's not in the room at the moment, but he is on the server.
And yeah, cool. Because I'm 19, so it's like just won't have to ask around.
Hey, the youngest Flat Earther in Discord can only be 13 years old. That's the
Exactly.
youngest. Okay? So there you go. You got the answer.
I haven't seen many 13-year-olds who actually looked into flat Earth. That's cool, I guess.
Yeah, most of them don't care.
Yeah,
We had
they'll
an
get
8-year-old in here a couple weeks ago.
That's true.
No,
And then he got
we
booted
did
quick.
not. No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
Well,
No,
he
we
did. Yeah, he claimed, and that doesn't mean
Yeah.
he might have just been
And he
talking.
couldn't
But
prove
we
that.
still got booted
He still got booted.
for it.
I mean, if you open your mic and you say you're 8 years old, even though if you sound like a 50-year-old, you're gonna get booted because you're saying you're 8 and you're supposed to be here.
Yeah. And I mean, the voice means nothing because we heard a dude who was like, he was young, but he had this really deep, like, grating voice, but it was because he had a certain medical condition that made him sound like that. And at first you were like, what? But he actually legit was.
Damn.
Well, and you knew they were trying to cause trouble because remember it was two of them that came in here, and then his friend, the little smarter one, he was he was trying to correct him and be like, no, don't say it, because he knew, but he didn't know that we booed him immediately, and then he was a little jerk too the whole time.
Yeah.
They came in here to try to cause trouble.
That is kind of funny that the younger one was more intelligent than the older, though.
I mean, you have that voice problem, right? Probably matured him pretty quick.
Well, I was thinking this was something different, but yeah, I do remember that one guy. He had some bass in his voice, and he was really young.
Oh, look who decided to show up.
Geez, that was quick.
Welcome back.
Yeah, we were actually waiting for you, Ruhif.
How you been though? Like for real, before we get to the
No, I
rest
wasn't waiting for Ruhif. What do you mean? What do you mean we?
Oh fuck!
I am legitimately asking if Ruhif had a good day today.
Without
It's 10:37. I've been shopping, and yeah,
I've been shopping.
Shopping,
Cool.
groceries.
It do what it do.
Yeah.
I figured that we could actually have some pleasantries or formalities before you actually get into the whole globe versus flat thing, which I know is inevitable.
True.
Hey,
You don't have
Ruhif.
to. Yes.
Ruhif, who's your favorite astronaut?
My favorite astronaut.
I'm sure you got a favorite one.
Hadfield? Chris Hadfield?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. Yep.
Awesome, man.
Kelly as well.
Got like a picture of him,
Kelly.
like picture of him above, like.
Hang on a sec.
Yeah, go on mute. We don't.
Did you say astronaut or actor? I couldn't hear you.
Astronaut.
Actor-not.
Actor
Yeah,
not.
astronaut.
There you go.
Same thing, different show.
Astronaut.
I don't.
My favorite astronaut's Gus.
I'm never gonna ask Ruhif an actual question that has any significance. Why? He's constantly asking bullshit.
Well, that is actually a good question, though.
Yeah, Hadfield and the Kelly, one of the Kellys, whichever one's the astronaut.
You mean the bald guy that talked about flecks of paint breaking off of the ISS?
Scott Kelly.
Robert Kelly.
And why are they your favorites?
I just think Hadfield's pretty cool. And the twins, one's a senator and the other one's an astronaut. I think it's pretty cool.
Don't you find it funny that Chris Hadfield has a master class on I don't even know what, but he has a master class. Like, how the hell do you have a master class on being an astronaut? It makes no sense.
I don't know.
I know.
Someone offered him money for it, so
He leveled. I guess he leveled up to that level.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of grinding. You know, take care of a bunch of low-level enemies before you get to that level.
Ridiculous.
Have
you seen that, Ruhif, though? Bubbles in space?
I've seen what you guys call bubbles in space, yes.
Oh, yeah? You don't think that's an underwater buoyancy facility? You really?
No,
You don't
do
think
not.
so? The green screen in the background, really?
No.
Didn't I ask him that yesterday?
Wait 1 second before moving on from the bubbles. What you guys call bubbles in space? What is the other alternative that is not bubbles in space?
I don't know.
Debris.
Dust. What are they?
Okay. The debris, dust, like pieces of the airship or something, like pieces of that, or
I don't know. I've heard some it's ice or something like that, like little ice
Oh,
crystals.
freaking knows. Paired in water.
ice.
Yeah. I don't know. It's not my topic, not my area. I don't study it.
Seen ice
But it's
bubbles
not bubbles in the water. That's what you're saying. It's not bubbles in the water.
Well,
It's
they're not faking
something
it. No.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you know
There you
we've
go, guys.
photographed spacewalks from the Earth? When I say we,
Yeah, I've
obviously
seen.
the royal we. Yeah.
Yeah, the videos that they're doing the the spacewalk and fixing,
So from the
moving
ground.
tools and
Wait,
from
doing
the
that stuff.
Earth.
From the ground, like with a telescope or something?
Oh, from the
Yeah.
ground. Okay.
Yo, you got that
Do you
video?
have a link for that? I want to look at that. I think I never seen it from that
Find it.
perspective.
And
I appreciate that.
I
Thank you.
sincerely would actually like to watch it too, because I've never
Yeah.
seen that before.
It'd be with like a 12-inch massive telescope.
It really is dumb. It's like they claim the ISS is like 1,000 miles per hour.
Put the link in there.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Max?
Find it first.
But hey, Paul.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
Welcome, Max.
Paul, remember when
buddy.
you were looking at the brand new astronaut suits or whatever, and they had those stupid little front pockets?
Yeah.
What?
Hey,
Ruhif, what are
Ruhif,
those
hold on,
front
Ruhif.
pockets for?
Yeah. Ruhif, you know the moon landing footage they showed us, that was actually fake. But they did it to cover up the real moon landing because they found an alien civilization on the far side of the moon. You know that, don't you?
Sure.
Sure, you heard that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, what's up, Max?
I got a question. If they knocked
I'm
a
waiting
piece
to
of
I'm waiting to
dust,
see the spacewalk from Earth. That's what's up. That's the only reason I chimed in. I want to see the spacewalk film from Earth. Didn't this guy say that? That's what I
Well,
want to
he's
see.
got
That's
to
the
find
only
it.
reason I chimed in.
He said he's getting the link though.
There you go. Link in the chat. You can also see
if
the
there was a
docking, like the docking of like a SpaceX capsule. You'll see in much better resolution.
Oh my god!
hey, can I get a mic check?
Yeah.
Can I be heard?
Mic check.
Check 1 2.
Yeah, if they had
Sorry, we were
knocked a
just
piece of
ignoring
dust or ice off of the ISS, wouldn't it have a constant vector and it wouldn't be changing directions as it was knocked away?
Probably.
Yes.
Like I don't. It's not my topic. Google it.
I
If you want an
just
answer.
wish there was a higher resolution image of this.
Do you got anything past fucking 11 pixels?
And so, well, I mean, I get it. It's supposed to be really far away, so, but still, like, I just wish
Yeah, I
there was
don't
a
buy
high
that.
resolution.
I don't buy it. I looked at it. I don't buy it.
Okay, that's fine. That's the ISS anyway.
Blue
Which you
beam
can
technology, people.
film
That's
yourself.
what it is.
Ruhif, why would you believe that this is real? Honestly, dude. What?
Because
Yeah.
I have friends that take footage of the ISS.
It's
First
kind
of
of
all,
funny.
we know for a fact you
Hilarious.
don't have any friends. That's why you're here. Come on, man. You're not fooling
Oh,
anyone.
Don't be a savage, Paul.
We are your only friends, Ruhif.
Yeah. Anyway, Astronomy Live takes footage of the ISS. I've taken shit-ass footage of the ISS, but Astronomy Live takes really good stuff. There is a Twitter feed. What's it called? The Space Station guys, and they basically retweet amateur pictures of the ISS.
How fast is the ISS moving again?
28,000 kilometers per hour.
Ooh.
Pretty
Which
hard
you can
to
measure.
track, huh? With a
No,
camera?
actually.
Wow.
No, because it's 412 k's up. So it takes about 6 or 7 minutes to cross your sky. I don't think that's difficult to track, and it is tracked by guys like Astronomy Live because he has the TLE data, which tells you what its orbit is. So if you have that data, plug it into your tracking software, it will track it for you.
I just, I always see these new commercials with these crazy ass TVs, like 8K resolution. You would think you would get like better resolution in modern times, but hey, that's just me.
It does look like a
You don't think
security
so?
camera from a really crappy gas station.
I'd say Bigfoot footage is a lot clearer than ISS footage.
Really?
I want to try
How about
and
I
take
show you the
myself of
photo?
things. Sorry.
The photo that I have in my memes. I'll show you my meme for the ISS. Hold on.
All right, let's go.
There we go. It's actually about the Rayleigh criterion diffraction limit thing. But this is a good photo of the
I think the
ISS.
Walmart security camera has a lot better resolution than the friggin' ISS. People taking footage of the ISS.
Okay. Anyway, that's a pretty easily resolved ISS, right?
Where's the motion blur?
Why would there be motion blur? He's got a really short exposure time.
That thing's booking at 17,500 miles an hour and it doesn't have motion blur?
Right. It's also 450 kilometers away.
Does that mean it's not moving 17,500 miles an hour?
It is moving that fast, right? If it was 5 kilometers away, then you would probably have motion blur, right? But it's 400 kilometers away. In this case, 450 kilometers away.
So where's the motion blur?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I mean, if I have someone in a Ferrari going on a track, like let's say the driving range, which you like to go down, and you're tracking them, and you're trying to take a picture, how is there no motion blur with
We want to do some maths. Let's do some maths.
17,500 miles per hour or kilometers per hour? What is it? Kilometers or miles per hour? I don't even know. It's ridiculous.
How
yeah, 17,500 miles per hour.
Right.
And it doesn't matter how far away it is, it's still moving that fast.
That's ridiculous.
It does matter how far away it is. let's divide. So this footage, this photo that I posted, 28,000 kilometers an hour, and it's 27 apparently. But anyway, we'll do 28. Fine. Distance 450 kilometers. Okay, let's divide things by 1,000, which is the same. Let's say it's going 28 kilometers per hour, and it's 450 meters away. Do you think you'll get motion blur?
When objects in motion, it seems like you would get motion blur. The faster it's going, the more motion blur you get.
Okay, if it's going 28 kilometers an hour, which is like 18, 19 miles per hour, and it's 450 meters away, would you expect some motion blur?
No, because that's a false
No.
equivalency, right?
It is
We're not talking
exactly
about
the same.
17,500 miles an hour.
It is exactly the same.
I don't see how it could be exactly the same. Are you saying that 17,500 miles an hour is the same as less than 100 miles an hour?
I've divided the distance by 1,000 and the speed by 1,000.
So you took this photo?
No.
Oh.
My photos of the ISS are shit. I've got like a 6-inch telescope.
So
and my
this
P900
photo?
ones are shit as well. I don't know, some dude. What's his name? Thierry, whatever it says down the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I've taken transits with a P900 where you get shit resolution, and I've got some pretty bad footage from my 6-inch telescope. So, yeah.
Oh, I see why you got this photo. Your favorite bad boy astronaut, Chris Hadfield, posted it.
Did he? All right. Fantastic.
I'm going to see if this is Photoshop.
Again, you can take footage of the ISS yourself. You can measure the height of it. You can measure the speed. You can do all of these things. But you won't. Of course you won't.
I got a question
Hey,
to fill the time.
Rick Sky, you don't have to wait in line to talk to Ruhif. You can ask him a question if you want.
Yeah.
Hey, cheers.
I love
just
when
don't know,
guys
like, last time I came in, it was someone's on point, so I can hear you going back and forth.
No, it's okay.
I got a
Ruhif is here
question
all the
for the
time, so
Glober.
it's not like he's new.
Yeah. Okay, is he familiar with the line of questioning about, what would you say, like, when was the ISS built? What was the decade?
Late 90s, I think, isn't it?
Late 90s, and they had pretty good cameras at that point in time, yeah?
Sure.
Sure. And would you say that the ISS is sort of like one of man's greatest engineering achievements? It's like on the order of the sort of 7th or 8th great wonder of the world, yeah?
Would you like me to say the ISS is cool? Yes, the ISS is cool. Please get to your point.
Cool. Okay. Why don't they have any like footage of it sort of being assembled and brought together? It just seems to have just almost appeared out of nowhere.
Okay, let's assume that it's magic and it did appear out of nowhere. Does it still exist?
No, I'm asking for footage as evidence.
Yeah. Okay, and then
you,
if you had that, you'd be asking for something else that we don't have, right?
No,
just deal
I
with
think it's
the
pretty
actual
reasonable.
evidence that we do have, right? It's there. You can see it.
Yeah. We've got evidence of photoshopping from NASA as well. So I don't know. I'm asking for a linear progression of evidence of this, like man's greatest achievement, being sort of marketed to the world as a, this is this is your space invention. This is I've already said it a couple of times, but I just don't understand why they wouldn't have footage of this.
Okay, let's say we don't. Is the ISS up there?
Only through your screen do you perceive
What do
the
you mean
ISS.
my screen? What do you mean my screen? My camera?
So when you're making assertions about the world through your computer screen or your TV screen or your phone screen, your camera, you took that photo.
Not this photo. I have shitty photos of the ISS.
Okay, so you've got something in the sky that you took a photo of that can you see a silhouette? Can you see its like morphology?
Yeah.
How do you identify its morphology?
By the solar panels.
So you can see these things sticking out the side. You see something that looks like the silhouette of a solar panel.
Yep.
Okay. And then from that, then you're extrapolating that must be the ISS because it's showing up on your what's it called? You have there's a website you can go to see when it's timing and supposedly above you.
Yes. That
and that's your
there's a transit
confirmation.
website.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is where it should be at all times. It is as high as they say. It is as fast as they say.
I've heard it jumps around the sky.
I would like to point out that this is the squatting dog fallacy. So the way that it works, the dog poo goes down. Therefore, everything I say about gravity must be true. So in the same way, there's something in the sky. Therefore, everything I say about the ISS, the distance, the velocity, all this stuff must be true. How do we know that that's actually true and you're not just, doing the squatting dog fallacy?
Right, because you can measure the height yourself. You can measure its speed. You can do this yourself if you wanted to.
How are you measuring the height of the ISS?
Yeah, you get two observers and triangulate it.
Ruhif,
or you can do what
would you agree that this Photoshop is, or this photo is photoshopped? Would you agree?
No.
With the evidence I have presented.
When you say fake, when you say Photoshop, do you mean
it's
deceptively
Photoshop?
edited?
Do you see the white outlines on the quote unquote ISS? Do you see that?
Yeah.
That represents
when you
the
say
modification
Photoshop,
photo.
Right, but when you say Photoshop, do you mean deceptively changed?
No, that means. Okay. Wow, we're gonna go into.
I'm asking whether you think there's deception involved.
Okay. Do you see how the text looks in? See how it's like white? That represents a modification to the photo.
Right? Is it a deceptive modification?
Photo.
Right.
I don't know. You tell me. Look at the ISS.
Well, I don't think putting text on a photo.
It's not part of the original photo. It's not part of the original photo. I don't think putting text on a photo is deceptive. Do you think it's deceptive? Do you understand the point? What I'm trying to make here? It's not.
No, I'm trying to clarify the point.
The text is not part of the original photo. The text is not part of the original photo. Guess what? It's not also part of the original photo. Look to the left a little bit. The ISS.
Okay, so you are claiming deception. Okay. You are claiming deception. Okay, so then the burden is on you to take a photo of the ISS. You've just accepted the burden of proof.
You sound ridiculous. You sound ridiculous with that comment there. There is no ISS to take a photo of.
You can see it yourself. I've photographed it.
Hey, Ruhif said that he has photographs of the ISS, right? So that should be good. And Ruhif, can you post your photograph of the ISS, please? I would like to look at that as evidence.
I think I uploaded my first transit to YouTube. One sec. It'll be shit. So it'll be shit.
It's okay. At least it's something.
Yeah, but then you're just going to go, "Oh, that's shit," and I'm like, "Yes, I agree."
No, I don't speak like that. I don't use that word in my vocabulary.
I'm only gonna take your photo.
Unless I'm gonna go take a shit, then I'll put it in the vocabulary, my words.
I'll be fair to you, Ruhif. I'll use the same tool I used with your photo. All right.
Yeah.
And I'll be fair. All I know is this photo that your favorite astro actornaut, I should say, is fake. The ISS is fake. Do you agree with that?
So you've just taken.
Why don't you agree with that?
I don't agree with your analysis that it's fake at all.
Okay, do you not agree that this photo has been modified, and modification meaning the text was added in and the ISS was added in?
The ISS was not added in.
It's right there. Look at it.
Once you claim it's fake, you accept the burden of proof. Right? That's your claim to now go and photograph the ISS. Yes,
that is correct. Wrong. That is wrong. No, that is wrong. There's no shifting the burden of proof. Stop that.
Yeah. It's not how it works at all.
Yeah, bad Ruhif. Bad Glober.
No, I can just sit here and go nah to any evidence you put forward, right?
Well, I mean,
that's what you've done.
I literally took what you posted, and you're like, oh, look at this beautiful ISS photo. And we were saying how the hell is that a photo with motion blur when it's going 17,500 miles per hour? And you're like, it doesn't have to be motion blur. Here's some stupid numbers to prove otherwise. And then I took your photo, at the quote-unquote photo, and then showed that it's modified. That's not the real ISS. So the burden of proof is on you.
No, you've made a claim. You've just turned up the levels or whatever in some photo and claimed that it's fake. I reject that.
If we
Once,
invalidate your evidence, then the burden of proof is still on you because you haven't provided any
no,
evidence.
it's not.
Validate it.
You haven't invalidated the evidence. You've just made a claim. If you think it's fake, but you have the ability to go and take your own photo, the burden is now yours.
Whatever you
It's the
want to
same
believe.
thing as all these pictures from space, right? Oh, it's fake, blah, blah, blah. And who
I
said
pray for
motion
you,
blur
bro.
again? Didn't we?
I pray
Didn't we?
for you, bro. For real.
Yeah,
I
didn't we
really
deal
do.
with? Okay, didn't we deal with motion blur a minute ago?
How come you never grew up, Ruhif? I don't get it.
I'm almost 45, champ. Turning 45 soon.
Yeah. But you still believe in fairy tales. Still believing in fairy tales, my friend.
Right. So if it's going 28,000 kilometers an hour, but it's 450 kilometers away, that's the same as going 28 kilometers per hour at a distance of 450 meters.
False equivalency.
Say again?
False equivalency.
No, that's an exact equivalence. It's an exact equivalence.
So the ISS
1,500
travels.
miles away. Hold on. You're saying wouldn't be able to tell the difference between 17,500 miles an hour at 250 miles away as compared to the other numbers that you give it. You're kind of making an argument for it.
It's exactly the same. Let's say it's going 28,000 kilometers an hour, but instead of 450 kilometers away, it's like 1,000,000 miles away. Are you going to have motion blur?
So I'm guessing you're going to say no,
Yes.
but I'm pointing out that this is showing how you can't tell whether it's which number that they're given because they would both look the same. That's why you can't tell how high up it is.
You can measure the height. We'll get to that in a second, right? If it's 1,000,000 miles away, going 28,000 kilometers an hour, will you see motion blur?
I'm not sure you could see anything 1,000,000 miles away, to be honest with you.
Well, just theoretically, if it's a very, very long way away, is there going to be motion blur?
How fast is the shutter speed of the
That's the
photograph
question.
being taken?
That's the question, right?
Yeah.
Let's say it's 1/100th of a second.
Well,
Whatever. It doesn't
let's not
matter.
say
It doesn't
anything.
matter. The answer's
Like,
no,
it
right?
does, because there's an exposure component to this.
Right,
and
but it's the
we've got a pretty
same.
high contrast image here, and it's traveling really fast, and we're asking what the shutter speed is in order to achieve such a result.
Okay, are you asking the shutter speed for when it's 28 kilometers per hour at 450 meters? Are you asking the shutter speed there?
If you get a nice crisp image, yeah, for sure.
Okay. Is it possible to get a crisp image of something going 28 kilometers an hour, 450 meters away? The answer
That
is
is
yes.
a good question. I'm not
Yeah, the
familiar
answer
with
is
the
yes.
tech, and I would be curious as to see how that would go contrasting against the moon's light. You've got a lot of darkness and a lot of brightness going on at the same time, and a quick shutter speed.
Yes. The answer is yes for that question.
It's always yes. Yes, there's an ISS. Yes.
Well, again, you can see it, you can measure the height, you can measure the speed.
Ruhif, do you have any photos of that spacewalk you're talking about that you think is real? I'd love for you to post them. Yeah.
My photos? How about
Whatever
you Google
want.
it?
No, I'm good.
I'm not going to spend time Googling shit.
I don't live in a delusion, my friend.
Okay.
I'm fine.
I'm sorry to say, Basicles, but you do.
Okay.
Anyway, if you want to see photos of Facebook, and then you can have your little circle jerk with yourself about, oh, it's fake.
Hey, man, you chose to come
if your
here,
evidence
bro.
is invalidated, right? If your evidence is invalidated, it is not up to us to provide new evidence for you. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds, right? So you're saying that if you invalidate something that we present, it is now up to you to provide the new evidence? That sounds insane.
You haven't invalidated it.
No, but even if we didn't, that you even made that statement shows where you stand.
No, you're claiming it's fake, right?
It shows you are unreasonable. It shows you're unreasonable, and that you're full of it, man. If you're telling me that I got to provide new evidence when your evidence is discredited, when anyone's evidence is discredited, you're telling me now I need to provide new evidence for that? That sounds stupid.
No,
Yeah.
because you've made a claim that it's
Wait.
false, but
Oh,
you're
no,
also
no,
in a
no, no, no.
position.
It's stupid what you're saying. What you're saying is stupid. Not going to let you try to talk circles around it, bro. Period. It's stupid.
Let's go
You've
back
made a
to
If
claim that
I
it's
invalidate
false.
something that you present, I don't need to present anything else to show what you're presenting. That's insane.
right.
You're
Right.
You've made
crazy,
a
bro.
claim that it's false, right? But you're also in a position to provide the same evidence. You have accepted the burden of
Hold
proof.
on.
No, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong,
If
man.
we were
That's
in
where you
court,
are wrong.
if we were in court, right? If we were in
Yeah.
court, and Ruhif, you decided to present evidence against the defendant, right? Right? And I just
Right.
proved that evidence that you presented is
No, you've
non-substantial,
asserted. You've
right? Not,
asserted.
it's fake.
You've asserted
It's
that.
fake.
Yes, you've
How
asserted it.
is the burden of presenting new evidence on me? It's on you to present new evidence to go against the defendant, right? How is it on us?
If you can't refute evidence, then the evidence stands, and you haven't.
We just refuted it right
No,
here.
you
This is a
haven't. You've
fake
just
photo.
asserted it. You've just asserted it.
We're refuting your evidence for the ISS being able to be photoed, quote unquote,
Yeah,
going
you are in a
17,500
position.
miles per hour.
Yeah,
Like, it
you're in
doesn't
a
make sense.
position. You're in a position yourself to get that evidence. You then
First of
it's
all, we're giving
meaningless
you
then just
grace
to
that
say
that
it's fake.
evidence that you provided is relative. That is true. We're giving you that grace to provide this evidence, and you have no backup, no validation for the evidence, except you're saying, well, no, it's true. I took this picture. This picture was taken. We have no validation of that, bro. Period.
Yeah, but you can validate it yourself, right? Which makes you a
Oh,
meaningless.
we've tried. No, we've tried. Others have tried.
Really?
Others have tried to get the space station in transition. Let me ask you, what was the predecessor to the ISS? Do you know?
Mia, wasn't it?
I'm not sure. I'm asking you. Do you know? Do you
I
remember the
think it
space
was
lab?
Mia.
Your
See?
space lab? Have you
Space
seen
Lad.
videos of space lab? Yeah.
It doesn't ring a bell. I thought Mia was the predecessor to ISS.
I don't think so. But you could double
Yeah.
check that.
Hey, Ruhiv, I tried. I watched your video. Thanks for posting. And I saw in the comments someone said 52 seconds. I tried going to the 52 seconds, but I can't see like anything passing through, or I don't know if it's me blinking or what is it.
Let me check. 53 seconds. Sorry, 53 seconds. It goes from left to right. It also says in the description, it was pretty close to sunset. All right, so the ISS was a very long way away. I think it was like 1,600 kilometers or something like that. Yeah, like I said, it's shit footage.
Yeah. But I mean, obviously, I'm not looking to see this. I just want to see what you saw, right? What you
Yeah,
recorded. That's what I want to see.
53
Whatever it is,
seconds.
if it's shitty or whatever, I don't care.
Yeah, 53 seconds from left to right across the middle, approximately.
All right, let me try again. Let me go.
And I said in the thing, also notice my complete lack of reaction. I didn't see it myself as it happened. I had to go back home and watch the video. Yeah, I mean, I could probably try and find some better footage of mine, but yeah, that's the only one I've uploaded to YouTube.
I'm trying to find what you're talking about, but I just see a big yellow circle.
At 53 seconds, there's a little gray dot that goes left to right.
Oh, you know what? It's probably because my damn screen needs to be cleaned. I'm probably seeing dots and shit. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, like I said, it was close to the horizon, so the ISS itself was like 1,600 kilometers away. So you're not even going to resolve it.
How do news crews get to the ISS?
What do you mean?
Old dude posted a picture for you to explain. I just wondered how they get up there to do interviews.
It's not on the ISS.
Hey, let's just take for a moment that was the ISS. That was going fast. And you're telling me that there's a possible way to get a tracking shot of that thing? That's insane. With no motion blur? No way.
Jesus. 28 kilometers an hour, 450 meters away. Can you track that?
I mean, you might as well say a pixie is going that fast. No, you can't track it because it doesn't exist. That's why.
Well,
Yeah, how are
again,
you gonna how are you
you can
gonna
see it
start
yourself.
tracking it? Where are you going to start tracking it from?
What do you mean? From the horizon, I guess? How is that difficult? Have you not seen a pass of the ISS? It takes like 6-7 minutes to get across the sky.
Yes, I've never seen it. So
I actually found it. Thank you, Ruhiv. I was able
Yay.
to slow down the video to 0.25.
Yep.
I was able to. I took some screenshots for people in here. So I took this. So the last one is showing the dark dot that wasn't there before that time. So that basically the transit that you're saying, that's the ISS, the International Space Station passing
If you look
basically in front of
closely,
the sun.
if you look closely, you can see him spacewalking.
Very good.
So when you say this is the ISS, this is based on some type of transit that you can follow. That they say, is there like a timing or like a schedule that they say, hey, at this time during the day, it's gonna pass in front of the sun, and you're gonna be able to record it? Because how do you know? You were waiting for it. It was waiting. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a Transit Finder website, right, which is not affiliated with NASA, but they use the NORAD data for the orbit, and then he does some cool maths to figure out, where it's going to have a transit.
And you're saying that there's no way it could be something else, some other type of phenomena. It is the ISS.
It looks like what the ISS they tell us it looks like. It is as fast as they say, and it is as high as they say. So I'm going to say if it fucking quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
NORAD also tracks Santa Claus, bro.
Do you track Santa Claus with your telescope?
If that's what you're showing me in that photo, it could be Santa Claus, bro.
Right. Have I claimed that this is good footage of the ISS? Or tell me what I have claimed about my footage of the ISS.
Yo, you can claim whatever you want it to be because nobody can't tell what it is,
Right.
bro.
But tell me what my claim was about my footage. Were you listening?
Look, the claim of your quality is now in dispute. You just raised it. You never said it was good. So
I said it was shit. I said several times it was shit footage.
So how does that validate the evidence?
People ask me, have you taken footage of the ISS? Yes. This is the only one I've uploaded to YouTube. I've got, I think, 2 others somewhere.
Yeah, he said it. I said, can you post it so I can look at it? I mean,
Yeah,
also my other thing is another kind of way of asking. The claim that the ISS is at this place, is the ISS in outer space? Is that the claim? Is in outer
It's
space?
400 kilometers up, whatever you want to call that. 400 kilometers up.
Okay. Because I've seen like photograph. I don't know if this is right because I haven't done it myself, but people photograph airplanes and balloons passing in front of the sun as well, right? They photograph other stuff passing, similar to the footage that you took of the ISS, quote unquote, passing in front of the sun. There's other things that pass in front of the sun as well and has been recorded. Have you seen that?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
All right,
like
guys.
Ruhiv said, it's the same as what was the other equivalent you said at 450 meters to 28 kilometers an hour?
Yeah.
Right. So you could extend that out, right? That could be, instead of being 1,600 kilometers away, it could be 300 kilometers away and much smaller, right? There's equivalent distances. It doesn't necessarily, it's 100 yards wide. It's like as big as a football field, right? That far away, that's the angle, that's how big you're going to see it. But as you move it forward, it can get much smaller and it can go much slower and look exactly the same. Can we at least agree on that?
Yeah, angular size relationship, sure. But we know its height.
Okay.
You can measure the height. Therefore, we know its height and its size in the photo. We can give you an actual size.
I don't know about that. That's where my knowledge leaves off. I don't know.
Or how do you measure the height? Like, you tell me there couldn't be an equivalent height with that same altitude angle. Like
Correct.
along
Cannot be.
your altitude angle.
No, you'd have two
No, couldn't be.
observers. You can't have one observer. You have two observers. So Res Rhetoric
and you have
and
that?
Astronomy Live, yeah, they did the best one, right? Because they only had a kilometer wide parallax base, right? So there's about
So wild, man.
Guys, I want to address some of the new people before they jump. If they have any questions about the topics in the server, let me try Jake. Jake, you've been server unmuted. Jake.
You got the floor, Jake.
6622. If you want to say hi.
There you go. All right, so there's Red's video doing the height by parallax. I've done it with Where's Wally. Where's Wally's in Brisbane. I'm in Sydney. So we have a huge baseline, right? When you do the parallax or the triangulation for observers that are a long way away, you have to make an assumption about the shape of the surface in between you. If you assume a curved surface between you, you get the height of 412 or whatever it was. If you assume a flat surface between us, you still get multiple hundred kilometers, like 350, 370 kilometers. So either way, the ISS is several hundred kilometers up.
Are you saying that the footage that you took, the footage that you took is like on sunset? You said sunset, so the sun is
Close to
low?
sunset, yes, yeah. So the
Close
sun
to
is low.
sunset. So if we have, let's say we have I don't know, some device that is flying in the sky, let's say, and if passes in front of the sun, you can get that footage. I mean, I can see, me personally, I'm not gonna deny what you're saying, right? Even though I don't believe it's in the vacuum of space, like some people claim, whatever, or you claiming. But I'm not gonna say that there is nothing passing in front of the sun, because I've seen other footage of other devices passing in front of the sun, like airplanes and balloons and that kind of stuff. So this device passing in front of the sun near the sunset, it kind of correlate to kind of like that, airplanes passing in front of the sun, balloons passing in front of the sun, or whatever this is passing in front of the sun. I don't see how it will prove the globe and the vacuum of space and that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't see how it would prove that.
If you've got an object in space going 28,000 kilometers per hour, shaped the way it is, and it doesn't seem to need refueling, how is it doing that?
You just said you didn't know if it was in space, right? You clearly said you didn't know where it was. You said whatever it is. You said the
Someone
height it's
said-
at, and then you said whatever it's at. You said I don't know if it's space, but call it whatever you like. So
Okay,
is it in
someone
space
said-
or not?
Someone said, "Is it in outer space?"
No, I'm asking you, is it in space or not?
I'm
Is it in
answering
space?
your fucking question.
Well, answer it. Is it in space?
Then shut the fuck up.
Answer the fucking question, homie.
Yeah, then shut the fuck up and I will. Understood?
Well, answer it. That's it. It's a simple question.
Shut your mic
Stop
off
being
and
a
I'll
dick.
answer it.
Stop being a dick and answer the fucking question, boy.
Yeah. Turn your mic off and I'll answer it. There we go. Thank you. All right. Someone asked, is it in outer space? I didn't want to get into an argument about what the definition of outer space is, so I just
You're still not answering it.
Fucking Christ, dude. I'm going to turn you down.
You're not fucking answering it. Is it in space or not?
Okay, I've turned him down and I'll answer anyway. Someone asked, is it in outer space? I didn't want to get into a conversation about what the definition of outer space is, so I just said it's 410 kilometers up. If that's outer space for you, fine. The end.
I'm asking you, is it in outer space?
you down,
Don't tell
Max.
me what it's behind it. Is it in space or not? You're a
That's a
clown,
good
bro.
question. And that's a good question. I will say you probably could answer because you're proposing that it is the
I've
ISS,
turned
and the
him
claim
down.
is what? Is
I've
the
turned him
claim
down,
what
so-
about the ISS? Is it in outer space or where is it?
Well, I've answered that again. He said, is it in outer
450
space?
kilometers, right?
Yeah, it's 410-ish kilometers, yeah.
So
If
how
you
do
wanna call that
you
outer space,
actually
fine.
come to this conclusion that it is at that 450 kilometers? Why couldn't
Because
it
we can
be
measure it.
100?
We can measure
We can
the height.
measure the 450 kilometers?
Yes.
Are you triangulating it?
Yes.
What are you using?
Hey,
So
Like a
Red's Rhetoric, I've posted Red's Rhetoric, his video on it with Astronomy Live. That's at 12 minutes past. I did it in a video with Where's Wally, but Where's Wally's in Brisbane and I'm in Sydney, so we had a much longer baseline, right?
we're talking
So
about
again,
how are you doing the math, not the application, and such was Melbourne. Like, okay, you've measured the distance between the two observers,
yep.
you've judged the angle, and then you're asserting a distance based on some sort of triangulation. What's going on here?
Yeah, just do the simple trig, yes.
Okay, can you run us through the math just quickly? I mean, sorry if this bores people, but I just want to know what the angle of the observer A, the angle of observer B, and the distance between the two.
Oh, I'd have to find his video. You can do triangulation, can't you?
You're full of shit, man.
Mate, if you don't know how to do this, you're coming to us with evidence to say that you pulled off some sort of trigonometry maneuver, acrobatics, and you've ended up with a result. I want to know what that formula is. If you can't provide it, I mean, that's on you, dude.
I've posted very simple trig in the chat. Triangles.
Okay, cool. Cheers. I'll check it out.
Okay. Very simple trig.
It can matter how high a tree is because you can actually touch the top of it. So it's kind
A
of
right
like
angle triangle.
Right.
Is that a right angle triangle? I don't know how to
Yes.
chat, sorry guys, and keep my mic off and sort of
No,
jump
you're good.
around.
The turn on the Discord. What's it called? Voice noise suppression.
How
Noise suppression.
But that's a good
Okay.
question. How do you know how tall the tree is without actually touching the top of it?
You're using a right angle
Just
triangle.
do it in reverse, right? Do it in reverse where you know the distance and the angle, you can get the height.
Okay.
Yeah, but this is only on a right angle triangle, isn't it?
Right, this is
Right.
the assumption of a flat Earth.
Right, but if we're looking
No,
at the
no,
ISS, that's not the right angle.
You're
What do you
looking
mean?
at the top of the tree, right? Okay, and where you've got you've got 3 points where the observer is, the top of the tree, and I'm just going to call it the base of the tree,
Base
but
of
it's
the
the
tree.
inline section with the height of the observer, right?
Yep.
And that's a right angle triangle.
Yeah,
So
on
I'd
a
like
flat
to
Earth,
know
yes.
how you assumed that you had a right angle to the observation. If person
Right.
A is you and person B, your friend, is the base of the tree, how do you know that they're at right angles beneath the ISS?
Right, because this is on the assumption of flat Earth. As I said before, when you have a big baseline like this, you have to make an assumption about the shape that's between you. You can assume a curve or you can assume a flat. This is doing it flat.
No,
And if you do
you're
it
actually
flat,
kind of not. You're not getting to the point of the trig, my man. Like you haven't actually proven the math. You've got a right angle triangle,
right?
and you haven't proven that your observation is actually being done with a right angle in it at all.
Right. This is
Where's
on
your
the
right
assumption
angle?
that this is on the assumption that the Earth's flat.
No.
Which
Where's
makes
where's the observer in reference to the ISS?
That's the dude on the left, and the observer's at the top of the tree. No, the ISS top of the tree. Sorry.
Cool. So you've got two observers, right? Where's the second
Yep.
observer then?
Yeah, you do this again. So we've got an observer, an elevation angle, and an azimuth. Right. So we know the point over the ground where the ISS is.
Okay.
Yeah. So we know how
So
far it is
you've
from
been
both of
given
us.
a latitude and longitudinal position that you went and put one of your observers underneath of, timed it
No.
perfectly with when the ISS was flying right over the top of that point,
No.
and then you had a measurement done of the angle from the observer A, the one off in the distance, and then you're
We have
claiming it
two
the
observers.
distance.
Two observers,
Yeah.
neither of them under the ISS. Right. But we have an altitude angle and an azimuth angle. Right. So from those two observers, we draw lines for azimuth lines to where they intersect. And that's the lat long of the ISS at that point in time.
And
Okay,
where's
so we
your
know
right
how
angle?
far. Right, again, for the third time, if we have a long baseline like Sydney to Brisbane, we need to make an assumption about what the shape is between those two observers. In this case, we're using a right angle triangle because we are assuming a flat Earth. Okay,
Okay,
And then,
I don't know how else I can not explain what I've just explained. Clearly, this is sort of, yeah. If anyone else wants to take over and take point, I feel like I've explained it as best I can for now.
okay, I'll do a very, very quick Google Earth.
Maybe he doesn't know what a right angle triangle is.
I actually have a question,
Yeah.
Ruhif,
But
right?
like,
Let's just say you're, wherever you are,
I mean,
right? You take the telemetry
two
data that.
observers.
Guys, Elijah
I mean,
has been speaking.
them
Go,
being
Elijah,
on
because
them being on the. Am I roboting or?
No, you're good.
you're
Oh,
coming in a
okay.
little low, but people were
So
speaking
yeah,
on top of you, so I'm making
two
sure. Go ahead.
observers assuming.
Uh-oh. I think he cut out. That was weird. There he comes.
Yeah, he stopped speaking or cut out. Elijah, we cannot hear you right now.
How about now?
It's like Sunny.
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, never mind. I'm not that interested.
All right, posting in the chat. Hello, I've got to go in a sec. Nice.
Okay,
Nice,
let's
nice,
see
nice.
what we got
All right,
here.
anyway, posted in the chat. So we've got one line of sight from Sydney. All right, and that's just an azimuth. And then one line of sight from Brisbane, and that's an azimuth. So we know where those azimuths intersect at that same point in time. That's where the ISS is.
That's not an elevation angle, though. I mean,
Right, that's an azimuth angle, yes. But we did take elevation angles.
Okay.
Yeah. So to use those elevation angles, because we've got such a huge distance between us, we need to make an assumption about the shape of the Earth between us. Firstly,
No,
we could
you already
assume it's
have.
flat.
If you're taking an elevation angle, it's already a flat baseline. Like in every instance ever.
Meme incoming.
Oh, you missed him earlier, didn't you, Ruhif?
All right, 2 memes incoming just for Elijah. Anyway, so we could assume that it's flat in between us and do the elevation angle calculation based on that and get a height of the
Elevation
ISS.
angles in reference to the ground. I
To
mean,
the
they're
horizontal.
always horizontal.
Have you
Elevation
got
angles
another
are
image
reference
for
to
us?
horizontal. Hey?
Have you got another image for us? It should be the elevation of this cross section.
It doesn't. I mean, listen. The bottom line is he's trying to create this false dichotomy. No, elevation angles are only the horizontal line on the horizontal plane and the measurement in the vertical.
Right. Elevation
always
angles
the
are
case.
measured relative to horizontal.
There should be another image here.
Horizontal is just a zero angle on the ground.
Not on the ground.
Yeah, on the ground. I mean,
Nuh-uh.
you're trying to baselessly assert that there's some other option.
Yes. And I've posted it in the chat.
So, wait up. Have you got an elevation sectional image of this? This is actually, it's trigonometry. This is a mathematical equation that can actually be drawn in a representation in a picture, yeah? You've got something that was the map, and I'm having trouble navigating this app.
Okay, so the cross, where those 2 red lines cross, right, that's the position of the ISS over the ground, right? That's its GP, if you want to call that. Cool. So we know the distance. We know the distance between my location in Sydney and that point. We know the distance between Brisbane and that point. That's the baseline of a triangle on a flat Earth. All right, and we also have the elevation angle.
The elevation angle to what?
There should be another picture here.
What are they?
This is very simple representational. Sorry, man. This is a graphical problem that could be laid out.
But where would the elevation angle? Where's that at?
It's not on this diagram. I was asked, how do we get the distance, or what's the straight baseline for that right angle triangle?
Oh, nobody's asking it. What type of?
Yes, he did.
Maybe someone else did, but again, I mean,
I'm talking about an elevation angle, and you're baselessly asserting that well, I'm just saying it's a zero angle, and you're like, no. And I'm like,
I've given 5 references in the chat.
okay, well, where are they?
In the chat at it is at 24
Hang
minutes
weight
past.
on a string. Okay.
The second one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Elevation angles are measured relative to horizontal.
okay, because if you have a plumb bob, which is vertical, it would be perpendicular to the horizontal. So what?
Yes. That's horizontal.
So how does that address what I'm saying? That's a zero angle.
Right.
Which means flat.
Yeah, but you just said no.
They're
And
measured relative to that
this is why
horizontal.
I don't have time for it. I mean, this
Okay.
is boring for me.
Okay.
Everybody knows what an elevation angle is. You can just Google it. I mean, it is what it is.
So
Anyway,
yeah.
in answer to
only-
flying, he goes, how do you get the 150-foot equivalent of this as it pertains to the vertical of the ISS? We don't. We have the angle and the distance. So it's a
So if you have the
different
angle
triangle.
and the distance,
Yeah.
what do you have to assume?
In this particular case, in the right angle triangle one, flat Earth, yeah.
Oh, okay. Just want to make
Yeah.
sure.
Right. This is assuming flat Earth. We could do the curved Earth one later.
No, this isn't assuming a flat Earth. This is just some BS.
Yeah, because we know it's flat.
Okay.
But for your calculations to actually work, you have to assume it's flat.
No,
It's ridiculous.
like I said, we can assume either and do the calculations on both. And in both cases, you get a height of the ISS several hundred kilometers.
But you don't really know the distances. Let me see.
Yes, we do.
Let me see what you
Holy
just
shit.
posted. Hold on.
Do you think we not get the distance between Sydney and whatever that point is?
Maybe you got a distance for that. It's all land, I guess.
Yeah.
So I just cracked open my graphical software. I'm going to have to find all the elevations and the angles, and I'm just going to draw it out and see what I end up with in the elevation view.
Okay. You can do that. Any other questions? What about perspective and refraction from Donato? Everyone
there
says, what
really are
about
no
perspective?
other questions. I mean, the answer is, in order to have an elevation angle pertaining to any point on the ground that's not under you, you'd have to have a horizontal line from you to that point. Obviously, if you're going to have an angle.
It's so wild. It's so true,
yeah.
though. I never thought about it like that.
I've posted in the chat. Elevation angles are measured relative to horizontal.
We have
You keep
another guy
saying
in
that.
there.
I don't know. You keep saying that like it's making what I'm saying incorrect.
Well, you
Unless
guys
you
think
have
that the
some other
GP,
underlying assumption that you should make clear to the rest of the audience.
yeah, you guys think the GP has to be on that line. It doesn't.
Well, here's the thing. If I'm in the air, then clearly the GP is not going to be on the line, but it's going to be parallel to the GP on the ground, because it doesn't matter how high you go, the elevation of the stars or the celestial bodies don't change. Everyone knows that.
That's
For
your assertion
whatever
that it's parallel.
godly reason. What do you mean it's an assertion? It's like, just read a navigation manual, bro.
I have, and I've done it.
No, but I'm saying, you're saying it's an assertion. No, this is true.
Well, again,
How do you think they navigate using a bubble sextant in the sky?
yeah, bubble sextant, they don't use dip correction. Fine.
Well,
They've
that's a
already
red
got their
herring,
horizontal.
isn't it?
Yeah, they've already got their horizontal.
That's a red
They've-
herring, isn't it? They
No,
have a
they've all-
horizontal. That's what the bubble establishes.
Yes.
Your horizontal.
Yes.
So again, just because the horizontal line is 1,000 feet in the sky, or however, whatever the altitude of the plane is, the angle to the star doesn't change. They know that.
Yeah. In fact, I do have a meme for that as well, which is
You
kind of
said
funny.
yeah, but you just said no.
No, you don't have to do dip correction for a bubble
No,
sextant.
that was the red herring that I just addressed.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, so if
Ooh,
the
this
angle,
guy is like real smarmy. You hear him, guy?
Yeah.
if the angle from the
He,
ground with a bubble sextant is the same as the angle taken in an airplane, is the light parallel?
excuse me?
If the elevation angle taken from a bubble sextant on the ground is the same as the angle taken from a bubble sextant in the air, 40,000 feet, whatever, is the light coming in parallel?
I don't know what that has to do with the angle to the ground position
Right.
of the
It doesn't
celestial
extend to the
body
ground
you're
position.
shooting.
Yeah. It doesn't go to the ground position. It's not even parallel to it, right? GP is
Excuse
over
me?
the horizon around the curve.
No. Look, listen here, feller. How about I just post something? Because what you're posting, like, I don't. Where are you posting any? You're posting 1,000. I don't see much of anything. That is
Live stream voice text.
I mean, you're not really responding directly to what I'm saying. That's why I keep saying red herring. I mean, and you're not saying no, I'm not. Here's how it's directly related to what you're saying, so it's not a red herring. That's not what you're doing. What you're
No,
doing
repeat
is
your
trying to
question.
quickly move away from what I'm saying, like all my other opponents this week. But
Okay, repeat your question.
no, I'm just gonna post something.
Okay. Globy McGlobe
Oh yeah,
faces
oh
here.
Skype is good.
In fact, you can take over in a minute, Globy. I gotta go. I've got to finish my shift in a sec.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Do
I'll
what
see what you post
losers
first.
do when they're at the end of their rope.
He's
Get
got the
to
clown.
skedaddling.
You
Yeah,
posting something, Leon?
his shift ends at 9:30, so he's over 3 minutes over the clock.
Yeah. Unpaid overtime. Jeez.
What's
Skedaddle.
up, Globy?
They give you
Eli,
overtime
you
at the
posting
circus?
something?
What's up, guys?
Yo,
Are you gonna post something, Eli?
I'm sure I had a whole bunch of other stuff. It's been so long.
Eli seems uninterested in this. What's up, dude?
It does.
No, because I'm trying to play Call of Duty and listen, but it's like annoying me.
I know. Getting schooled is annoying.
Yeah. Anyway, I better go. Before I go, I will say that not a single flat earther has demonstrated getting a position fix by taking 3 angles to stars. The end.
Yeah, that is an obvious. You know how much of a lie that is. Hold on.
Oh,
Let me just
please
post what I
show
have.
us otherwise.
Let me just post what I have so far. All right. Ooh, I don't know how I didn't mean to post all of these, but anyway.
Is there a demonstration from a flat
Which
earther
one is
getting a position
relevant?
fix?
Which one is relevant? Okay, look, check this out. To ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope, and the time of measurement and altitude are noted by measuring the angle theta, which is 0, which is a horizontal line, of a known star from the horizon, and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question. At the time of measurement, it is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of the Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. Oh my! That's the line from where you're taking the angular or the elevation angle measurement to the ground position, like I said.
Right.
Interesting.
Perfect.
It's possible to determine the distance r along the surface of the Earth to the point at
Yes.
which the star is exactly overhead. Can you stop
Yes.
trying to slither in to what I'm saying? Do I have
I'm
to
agreeing with you.
mute you? Because I thought you were leaving. Matter of fact, I think I'll do that. The audience doesn't require your help any further.
All right. Catch you later. See ya.
Mm-hmm. See ya, loser. So
You little weasel! Look at you, you little fucking weasel! I can see it in your eyes! You're a fucking bitch!
now we're going to continue. From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of the Earth of radius r. known as the line of position. He does not know his direction from this point. However, by examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. In the case that there is only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. Some of the words that I was using there. More realistically, he can look up a third star. The thing that he just said that flat earthers couldn't do. Now, here's the thing. It's not that I, as a so-called labeled flat earther, you bigot, actually ever did this. It's just that these are principles and fundamentals to actually navigating, which would require a plane. Really has nothing to do with whether any of us in here have actually done it. You big dummy.
Sorry, it's my pops.
Yep. I got a lot of other. I got some more good stuff. Where is it? I got so much stuff in here.
I guess doesn't Ruhiv has like a very good timing to just run away when some good information is being presented that is relevant to what he's claiming?
I mean, everything I said is just in complete contradiction of what he was saying. Because he's trying to prove that the elevation angle or that baseline or the adjacent to a right angle triangle is actually not a line. So he was trying to somehow debunk that instead of proving that you could have a right angle triangle on a curved surface. I mean, why do they
Check.
always have to? I don't know, man. It's so weird.
Eli, can you hear me?
Yep. What's up, brother?
All right. What it started off with him trying to explain how he can measure the height to the ISS. That's what he started off explaining. And that's what he was supposed to be explaining. How he could measure the height from the ISS and without using a right triangle on top of it.
Right.
So he wanted to first explain how what the flat Earth could determine the height of the ISS. That's the nobody here can determine the height of any celestial body. Nobody could determine the height of the ISS. We would just whatever number you could come up with, we wouldn't be able to verify anyway.
Right.
So I don't even.
He basically started off with a photo that was posted by Chris Hadfield, his favorite astronaut, because we asked him who's his favorite astronaut, and then he posted this obviously photoshopped, because I proved it. I showed that it was photoshopped picture of the ISS going in front of the moon, and he was just like, I have to provide the evidence now, which makes no sense. It's just like he's the one that brought it up, like, oh yeah, you could definitely take a tracking shot of an ISS going 17,500 miles per hour, and we're just like, okay, where's the footage of it? So then he posted his video of of this like little tiny black dot that's going super fast across the sunset or whatever, and we were just it was ridiculous. It was just ridiculous. And then at the last part where you came in, he was just like, yeah, you could definitely determine the height of the ISS based off of their GP coordinates that they give you. So you have to assume that that's true, number one. Then you have to assume, for the sake of the calculation, that you're on a flat Earth. So right there, he lost. Should have been over.
Yeah. So that I guess that was Globy McGloberface trying to get all testy in here, thinking that Ruhif was making some kind of point. But these guys just say stuff. They don't really know what they're talking about. I mean, Didn't Indio hand you your ass on video already? That's a
But
nice clip.
he's probably a
No, no,
masochist.
no, no.
He likes this.
I was talking to Globy.
Oh, sorry.
Excuse me, what did he do?
He handed you your bottom.
He did. He did by claiming 10 degrees is different than 10 degrees. Yeah, I know.
I
He
mean,
thinks
you know,
I'm sorry, but telling me the bottom of a mountain appears after the top because the bottom is somehow more compressed
I
is
remember you not understanding what he was saying, so I don't think it would do anyone here listening justice that you would try to recall what happened in that conversation, seeing as
so
that you were
you're just gonna
confused the
add bomb
entire
instead of
time. But
ultimatum.
like I said, it's a nice clip for everyone to listen to separately and determine for themselves what was
Okay.
what. It's not like
Sure.
I'm gonna tell them. I mean, yeah, I did say you got your ass handed you, but I didn't give any specific details.
Because you
The
can't.
details
That's
you're
why.
giving, the details you're giving, though, you didn't even understand what was happening in the conversation.
Of course I understood it.
Sure you did. But there's no point in talking about it now.
You brought it up. You brought it
I
up,
mean, there's
Elijah.
no point in getting more in depth
Okay,
vaguely.
good. So,
That makes no
so
sense, right?
that's
So
great.
anyway,
Okay.
I was doing something. Right here, figure 2, the angle measured with the sextant is in reality, not on a model, but a measurement taken with the sextant in reality is one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, and its geographical position on Earth. In other words, the GP. Like I said, not like Rufy said, like I said. Isn't that interesting?
Bro, Globy, we can talk. We can talk.
All right, I'll leave you guys to it. I'm going back to Call of Duty. I mean, it is what it is.
It's exhausting, isn't
I
it,
think
Elijah?
he came here to show me his balls. So go ahead.
Show you my balls. That's a pretty
No.
That's a weird
Proof of
request,
your
bro.
balls.
Prove
Don't
your ball,
start that
bro.
nonsense.
Can somebody give me video rights?
We don't do video in the live stream. If you want to do video, you're gonna have to go to another chill text or something like that.
All right, Moist Grundle. I'll
But
start a live.
if you
All
have
right,
like
we can do
citations and stuff, you can.
we can do like a live.
If you got
What?
citations and stuff, you can definitely post them in the live stream voice text to support your claims.
Yeah, I can see you can post pictures and links and stuff in there, but I want to show some video, man. This is like,
Well,
come on,
post the
how do you
video,
have a debate if you can't show video?
and then explain what's going on in it.
It's pretty simple. Just show like proof of curve. That's it. It's very simple.
So, are you guys gonna have a one-on-one or something like that? Or like, what's going on? Do you
I
need
don't have time
moderation?
to debate you, but you said you were going to bring me proof at 9:00. It's 9:45. I'm yet to see any curve.
All right, so guys, let these guys hash it out. I guess if that's what they're gonna do here, I don't know if they're gonna do it here, or if he really wants his video. I mean, I post videos all the time, and I can like in under a minute, pretty much explain the point that I'm making, and cite in the video, what's relevant to the argument that I'm making. I hope that you're competent enough to do that. That was another little dirty tactic. I'm sorry. I'm a little annoyed though from Roofy there and you coming in the way you did. But anyway, guys, just give these guys like some room to go back and forth. Try not to jump in or interject and make the live stream
Bro,
audio
honestly,
messy.
don't have time to go back and forth at this point, but I waited for you to come here.
Are
You
you
come
going
here
to
with
or are you not?
nothing, it
Are you not
seems.
going to do it? I mean, you're gonna
I'm
either
not
have
gonna
a.
debate this guy, but come on, show me something. What do you got?
All
I
right,
want to
if
see
you're not
something.
gonna debate him, then
He
I
does
mean,
nothing but request a chat in here, and then he's gonna just back out when I'm here. That's
Well,
cool.
you request
yeah,
to come in here at like a hot
you're
time when the place
making
is full. You
it
can,
look bad, and I
dude,
don't
we
like
can chat
to see it.
anytime.
Look,
Don't play that,
listen,
but don't come here like acting like you want to
let me
debate.
see. Hold
Yeah,
on, let me
come on,
see
bro.
who he is. Let me see
Why
who
don't I
he is.
Let's
want to
chat
debate?
another
I'm here.
time if it's
Yo, you
full.
guys are gonna
Yeah,
have to
don't
get
act
muted
crazy.
because you hear me talking, and I don't like all this extra noise right now.
Yeah, it's too much.
I'm trying to figure shit out. Neither of you are moderators, so chill the fuck out.
Okay,
It
so now
sounds
what?
like a little LARP because it was Moist saying, "Hey, you're gonna
Oh, Moist is like VC verified. We don't even know you, bro.
yeah." He's looking to debate Glober's in here. Like, who are you, dude?
Oh, this is painful, moist.
Hmm.
I don't know. He's all over my page on TikTok, and he tells everybody in the comments to stop talking to him and meet him here if he wants to, if they want to chat. So
Yeah,
he's
but he's VC verified, so how could he be inviting you to a place that he has no kind of relationship with? What do
I
you
don't know.
think? This is just like some street corner that you can meet, like Michael Jackson and fucking Thriller or something? Like what's
Although
going on?
I asked you to bring some proof, Glover. You act like
Can you address
Oh,
Elijah's concern?
you sounding real suspect to me, bro. I'm talking to you now. Globy at least has a day in here. I
excuse
don't
me.
know who you are.
Michael Jackson beat it.
Wow, he talks about you guys a lot for not knowing who he is.
Hold
That's
on.
weird.
Moist Grundle is
No, bro. Nobody. I'm not starting no problems. I'm just telling you to come chat, and then you want to show up and be like,
What's
"Oh,
up,
let's
Flat?
debate. Let's debate." All I said was bring me proof, bro. That's it. Now you
he's
want to act like make this scene. I'm
Wait,
not trying.
Hold
bro, you
on.
said you said
Hold
join me
on.
here for a moderated debate. That's
You
what you
too,
said.
Globy. Hold on, Globy. Hold on.
there's been many flat earthers that have vouched for Moist. Like some of the moderators in Gold have vouched for him. They know him from TikTok. So
Where at?
he's
Who
here
else?
for a while.
Where at?
Me
Where they at?
talked to him today. Other people in here have I've taken note that they've
Flatsy.
known him,
Flatsy.
talked to him and whatnot.
Flatsy. I
Yes,
need you to focus right now because
sure.
I'm in beast mode. Check this out. What gold?
Oh man, I can't remember. No, I don't remember. I just know that he's been in here quite a bit, and I've addressed him myself because other people have vouched for him.
I just need to know who those people are because this kind of game
I'm
happens a lot
sure.
around here. Just,
I'm sure.
I mean, people get to silver and that shit ain't worth anything.
I'm sure that he knows who he knows in here.
I'm
All
Never
right.
sure.
heard of him.
See what he's
But
saying, Elijah.
Table was
so look,
taken
look,
off.
look,
He
look,
got rolled up.
you guys can settle this. That's fine. Moist, listen, you want to debate? I will set you up with a moderator, and we'll do a one-on-one moderated debate on TikTok. All right, any day. I'll let him know that you're interested. All right.
All right, you
You're
giving me a
unmuted.
cut of that?
What's that?
Give me a cut of that cash.
I don't make cash off of the debate. That has nothing to do with me.
Bobby, don't start that.
So that's a
Hey,
no.
You guys are LARPing.
No?
hey, Elijah,
That's what it sounds like, man.
you
It
there,
is.
Like
Sounds
man?
like a no.
this
All right. But tough
look,
game
remember,
talks.
I hear you, Timbo, but remember, guys,
Yeah.
we decided to make a move to TikTok because the bar on there was very low. Remember that.
It is
I
low.
don't
Yeah.
care that somebody comes from TikTok over here. That means nothing to me. Like, you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, the amount of times that I've kind of slightly rudely challenged you directly and you've evaded every chance to engage with me just makes me feel like you're hiding, bro. Because we're on another level. Let's keep it real. This place has been cultivated to be one of the best places there are for newcomers. And I just don't like people coming in pooping all over our floor.
Feel that.
Like we're very good at telling who's real and who isn't real. So what were you gonna say, Timbo?
Elijah, since Timbo hasn't replied, the guys that want to debate, like, is there a specific topic? Is there maybe, let's talk about this topic right now and we can see what it goes from there, maybe, possibly?
We got a baseline, you know what I mean? Like Maggie
Yeah.
talks about it all the time. You already know what it is. Like it makes us look bad when the globe earther walks the dog on a flat earther, and I'm like, well, I can't even vouch for this guy to have a conversation in the live and get his ass handed to him in here. Hell no. I
Yeah.
mean, I killed them before they even started talking with the citation that I read out. I mean, who can justify baselessly asserting that I was wrong?
So, Glober McGlobeface, you're saying you're here to present the globe to the panel? Globey? Because, we can ignore the other guy for now. You can just listen. Oh, he jumped out, so. Oh, no, he's here. Anyways, because I'm just saying, maybe some of the other members in here would like to talk to the globe presenter. Maybe Elijah, maybe someone else, because he's here to present the globe. So.
Let's see.
I just found out my silver medal ain't shit. Man.
No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant, man. I
was
was
thinking
like,
the same thing.
I'm just saying, like, don't think that she could just like
I'm only messing. You ain't
let
gotta
your
explain.
tag
I'm only
back
messing.
you up. You back up your tag. Your tag don't back you up. You know what I mean? Like Max, you got a lot of class, man. You've been in here. I've heard you communicate in here like it. So it's not like you back your tag. That's why you have it. Some people have tags because there's snakes in here to give people tags. I don't know, man. I can't control everything. Keep it real. I'm not here as much as I should be. Like I'm expecting others to step it up. Like I'm from the 2018 generation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm
Hey,
waiting for a
Elijah,
good
if
fight
these
in
two
here.
guys,
I want. Go ahead.
if these two guys want to have a measuring contest, can't they just go down to another channel and hash it out amongst
Yo,
themselves? I mean,
how about y'all go down to the nah, not on this server, no, because I don't really know who
okay,
they are. I don't like the optics
yeah,
of it. This place
Feel that.
is.
got you.
Definitely feel
Actually,
that.
the thing is that let's say these two guys, one says he's a Globerter, the name is right there, Globy, whatever, and then the other one saying, "I want to debate you, bring your proof." That one with the visitor, if I can sit back and probably the Glober can bring his proof, and we can maybe talk about it, or
Well, Globy
just
McGlobeface, are you prepared not to beg the question, affirm the consequent, or use the fallacy of reification when presenting your evidence?
Yeah, I don't do those things, thank you. But I'm not. I'm not presenting evidence where I can't present evidence in the manner which is most efficient, which is sharing video on my screen. So.
I
nah,
mean,
that sounds like a cop.
you can share video, you
Yeah.
can say it out of your mouth. Bottom line is, as long as it's not begging the question, you know what begging the question is?
Yes, I know what begging the question is.
All right, I'll assume you do. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna post the video and then, you know, do some sort of preamble or what?
I'm not doing a preamble. I came here to
What,
debate one-on-one with Moist Grundle. If he's not interested, then
so then you can't. I mean, I know I sound disinterested, but what do you
yeah,
want
It
to
no,
doesn't
do?
sound that interesting, to be fair.
There is a lot of new people in here too that we could address if you guys don't want to do that thing.
okay, fine. I'll give
Hey,
you one. I'll
he
give you one topic. I'll give you one topic. Okay,
There we
here we
go.
go. Okay, I did this on my channel on a live. I did a simultaneous multi-continent live, which can be seen on my YouTube, Globey McGlobeface, uncut in its entirety, where I had an observer in Central Australia and an observer in Durban, South Africa, same time of night because we did it simultaneously on a live, and they both observed the Southern Cross looking directly south-southwest, just off of south.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Now, if you could align this to a flat Earth map and show me how two observers can be looking south-southwest and seeing the same stars, you'd have
That
something.
doesn't sound like an argument.
Because you can't address it, or because you don't understand it?
Not because I can address it, but because all maps are created from the same data set doesn't prove that the Earth is any shape other than, oops, my bad, a level plane, because in order to have latitude and longitude, in order to even get an elevation angle to a star or any of the stars to map them out and make a map and make a globe model, the Earth would have to be flat.
Yeah, I like the way you just like gish gallop there a bit. So you
Well, it
have two
wasn't really
people
gish
looking.
galloping. You're just talking about a flat Earth map, and I'm just telling
No,
you
no.
all maps
I'm
are
telling
made
you it
from the
doesn't.
same data set.
Okay, so it
So
doesn't matter what
just
map you're
tell me,
using.
what am
You
I
have
going to
two
go to
human. If you
another
have
Earth?
two,
And I'm sorry. Do you have to talk through me? Is it really that important that you can't wait?
well, when you're incorrect, it is. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
When I'm incorrect, it is. Sir, don't do that again. So, like I was saying, we only have the maps that are made from the one reference point that we have, this Earth. To be a false dichotomy to say, well, we have these maps, now you present your map. Where am I going to get a different map with different data set from? Another Earth? Like,
Okay, so what does that have to do with what I said?
because all
I
the
didn't. I
maps
didn't.
that we use or can use are going to be from this Earth,
Okay.
which means you're just a step shy of affirming the consequent. You just haven't done it yet. You're
No,
just
I'm
trying to
not.
flip the
I didn't
burden.
say. I actually didn't say that proved a globe. What I'm proving is that a
I
flat
just
Earth
said you're
is
a step
impossible.
shy. If you listen closely, I didn't say you did anything just yet,
Okay.
but
Well, I'm not a step shy if I didn't do that. I wasn't trying to do that. I didn't attempt to do that. So,
well, you don't have anywhere else to go.
this completely directly disproves flat Earth.
How so? What does this have to do with the measurement of the ground?
Well, unfortunately, I can't show you, draw you a picture or something.
No,
But
I'm just saying, what does it have to do with the geometry, the measurement of the ground, which is what we're usually doing here. This is what
because
we're focused
South,
on, the measurement of the ground and whether or not there's convexity on the ground.
why are you addressing every other topic but the thing I brought up?
I mean, we're talking about, what is this? My bad. Let me see. Oh, that's right. 24/7 flat earth Discord. So we're most definitely concerned with whether the earth is curving or not, which is a
Sure you are.
measurement or geometry argument. Would it
Okay,
not be?
that's great. I told you I had a topic to bring up. I brought it up, and you changed the topic.
I mean, you said that you would be proving the globe.
So is the
The
only thing to
first
talk
thing
about here the things you
dude,
want
I
to talk
told
about?
you last time, don't interrupt me. I'm not interrupting you.
Okay, no, you're just
Stop
changing the
being
subject.
disrespectful, please. Can you do that? We're grown, right?
I'm just trying to keep this on topic.
Well,
I'll let you
I
speak.
don't
You can
care
speak if
what
you're addressing my
you're
topic.
doing.
Isn't that how this works?
I don't care what you're doing. You don't have to be disrespectful, right?
It's a little disrespectful to change the topic, in my opinion. If you want to have a conversation, that's all I'm saying. Go
Well,
ahead. Talk about
all you said
whatever.
was you would present your argument, and your argument is not an argument. It's a question.
So I have to bring the evidence you're requesting me to bring. I can't discuss something I want to discuss. Is that how this is?
Again, you said that you had proof of a globe. I'm assuming that's why the other fake ass guy came here. But what you're
Okay.
presenting is not proof of a globe. You're just
Proving
reversing the
flat Earth
burden of
claim
proof,
exists.
which is I'm really getting tired of you talking through me.
Okay, you're disinterested in this conversation anyway. So is there anyone else that'd like to have a conversation?
I'm having it. And I'm getting really tired of you speaking through me.
If
This
you can
guy's
address my
really out of his
question,
depth.
I wouldn't interrupt you if you could address my question. That's, I'm trying to be respectful. You're just not addressing the
Well, you're
topic.
reversing the burden of proof. I didn't come here telling you that I would be providing proof of a globe and then having some proof question, which is how does it work on flat Earth? What type of shit is that?
I didn't come here saying I was going to prove a globe. I actually came here specifically because Moist Grundle told me he was going to dog walk me about the Southern Stars. So that's the topic I'm bringing up. So
Oh, that makes him look even more fake. A person who can just lay up a completely invalid argument. Like that was gonna, yeah, I mean, shit, if I wasn't here, it might have happened. I guess today wasn't your lucky day.
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Sure.
Can anybody explain how two observers can see the Southern Cross south-southwest at the same exact time?
What do we have to explain? No,
You all
Sasha. Why
believe
do I
the
have
Earth is
to?
flat,
Why do
right?
I have to? Excuse me. Answer the question. Don't ask another question. Why do I have to explain an observation?
Because it directly disproves your positive claim that the Earth is flat.
No, it doesn't, because our positive claim is that it measures flat, and then presto, we can show you the measurements. What you're bringing doesn't disprove or discount the measurements that we have. That's ridiculous, don't you think?
This is great. Thank you for proving to me that this place is not more highbrow than TikTok.
Oh,
Because this is what they do on
he's
TikTok.
getting testy, guys. Uh-oh.
Saying the Earth is flat.
I'm over it. I'm going to go to bed because you can't address the point I brought
Good
up.
night,
So the
brothers.
guy
See
came.
you
He
later.
came here. He said, "Look at the
Goodbye.
sky, guys. Look at the sky, guys. Globe. Look at the sky, guys. It's a globe." That's what you. That's your argument, sir. Is that what you brought?
And pointing out that the Earth is flat is not a claim. A claim sounds like this: Earth curves or Earth spins. That's a claim.
Anyway, I'll help you go off to bed. Good night.
Yeah. Good night, globe dart. I mean, globe guy.
That was weak.
He wanted to bring his own guy to debate.
Right. Bring your own debater. BYOD.
It was gonna be a Dumb and Dumber debate, right? Where no one was gonna win. It was just gonna be fucking retarded.
Yeah, it's just weird how that guy left too now, Moist Grundle. That was strange. Strange to witness.
Flatsy,
Hey guys.
you said what, Flatsy? You heard others vouching for what was that?
Yeah, he talked to Miggy today, and they had a good conversation for a bit. And yeah, he's been in the server for a little bit.
A good
And some folks,
conversation.
I've seen some folks acknowledge, like, "Hey, I know you from TikTok," and hey, he's like, "Hey, what's up? I'm just listening."
I've got this India moon
Hey,
landing
I'm just
thing on.
listening and hovering under the radars. It's not
I
a good look.
gotcha. Hey, you do you, buddy. That's fine. I was just saying there have been people in here that have talked to him, and Even Mickey talked to him today. So
Hey guys, Woodnuts that is in the VC, he said the globe guy is right about what he said. Hey, Wood,
Well, he
well,
didn't. He
whatever.
didn't. He didn't do anything but baselessly assert that the observation on this Earth proves that it's not flat. So
And
can you explain the logic to me in that?
the logic,
I
can.
got this India moon landing in the background on the telly, and apparently the rover that went up there with all that technology can only go within 500
Where are
meters
all of
of the lander.
where are all of these trolls coming in? This is not something that we allow here, Allison. You have a microphone. You can't. One of the rules that we have here is no chat skanking. Now, I was having a discussion with Ruhif, and Ruhif ran. Now, I didn't fucking say that I was gonna allow Globy McGlobeface and Fakey McFake Flat Earther to have a discussion in my live stream.
I do have a microphone, and I didn't know that this was your live stream.
Yeah, because this is my house, along with the other mods and the admins.
Yeah, I guess what I was thinking was it was a possible, that's what the point of this Discord is, I mean, if I read the rules and stuff correctly, it's a discussion platform. So I
I
was
guess
thinking
I
that
guess you thought
I
wrong.
think well, I mean, it's the rules that you have listed, but in any case, yeah, I'm not trying. You're on one tonight. I'm not trying to get into a discussion with you because I'm like, I know where it's going to go and it's not good. But I did think it could have. I do think that it could have been a discussion that was worth listening to, and could have been. It could have been a good thing. I think to have.
Alison,
Yeah.
can I?
Well,
Alison,
Yes,
Boo.
Elijah, wait. Uh, what Elijah did wrong?
I feel like he squished a possible discussion.
Okay, but
Didn't really allow it to happen.
the
Yeah.
discussion was fruitless. I've been in here 4
Sure.
years plus,
Maybe.
and so
Yeah.
here's the thing. We've already had these conversations 1,000 times. Now I asked him, "Are you going to commit the fallacies of begging the question, affirming the consequent, or reification?" He said no. He
No. Yeah.
immediately flipped the burden of proof in a way that would have forced the flat earther to commit a reification fallacy. Now, do you understand that?
Do I understand what a reification fallacy is?
Do
Yes.
you understand
But
how he tried to force the flat earther, so called, into a reification fallacy?
Did you get that, Alison? Because he said he will not commit the fallacy. He will
right.
not
I
beg
could.
the question.
Yep.
But he started to speak about Southern Cross. That means he started to beg the question. He
Well,
has the sphere are under the Southern Cross. Do you understand that?
Yeah. So again, he came in under the notion that he was debating the moist Grundle
why
person
is that?
about the Southern
That's a
stars.
complete non sequitur. Like you're not even addressing me. I understand not addressing Sasha. No offense, Sasha, because yours was
All right.
like, but you're not even addressing me. And I heard what you
Oh
said.
no, I am
And
addressing you,
and
and I'm addressing
I
Sasha.
heard you say what you said the first time. So I'm
I didn't
guessing
say
Sasha
that.
heard it too.
Yep.
Okay. No, that's the first time I said that. So
The first
I
time
get
you said that, you thought that he was going to have a conversation or a reasonable or
no.
an interesting discussion or a debate with the
No.
guy that was in here. Like
That's the first.
you didn't already say that?
I didn't already say that. No, I may have texted it in the chat. I never said it. But
Nah, I think I can definitely.
I didn't say it.
I
But
think you definitely did.
okay, I didn't. But and then the second thing is
I
that,
think you did.
well, in any case, what I addressed specifically was that he was talking about the Southern Stars. That's the point I was trying to make, because you guys were talking about the different fallacies and reification and forcing this in a discussion. I was saying maybe. I mean, I think we can. I was basically saying, like, let's pan out and look at the situation, and this is what he came in thinking. It's not that you're smart enough to understand that. Sorry.
Yeah, but you completely didn't address what I said. The Southern Cross, quote unquote, situation, the question he was asking about how that will work on a flat map. Right, like I said, he was forcing the flat earther into a burden of proof reversal reification fallacy. And I asked him, are you going to commit those fallacies? So what? Man, it's okay if he forces someone else to commit that fallacy? How does that make sense?
It's actual nonsense.
I like the chill chat better.
What, you don't think what I'm saying is justified? You think that reification
I
fallacy
get
is okay? You think that the standard shouldn't be? Not like what? You tell me,
Well, I
because I like
guess
the chill
okay.
chat
That's a
better.
good
Is
question.
not really a response. This is the second time I've addressed what you said, and it's the second time you've not responded to me when I've
You
tailored my response to you.
No, I think you want you want me to say something that I haven't said, and I'm sorry for that. But
I
so
don't
I
want
guess
you to say something you haven't
excuse me, I
said.
was talking.
I I
Yeah.
I mean that's a weird way of putting it. You said something, I addressed it
So
directly, meaning my point was sequitur to what you were saying.
here's
You
what I
were
was.
wondering why this guy couldn't have the conversation. You thought it would be interesting. I'm telling you
Yeah.
why it actually wasn't interesting and why I stopped it, and you're not responding to that.
Well, I don't know if what you said addressed how it wasn't interesting. I'll say that we didn't know. We don't know if it would have been interesting. You didn't allow it to happen.
So I'm asking
So, but
you when
so
I
your
told
question.
him. So
Hang
I'm gonna
on.
ask
Yeah.
you again.
Hang
When
on.
I
No, no,
told
no. I got it.
so
So here's my thing. So I think that in a debate platform, I understand your role as a mod to make sure that it's fair and everything like that. I think it would be up to the person in the debate to identify that. And
no,
you didn't allow
this
it to
isn't a
happen.
free for all debate space. Like this
Yeah.
is what maybe
Well,
you haven't been here. You actually I
sure.
already know you haven't been here long enough.
Sure.
This isn't a free space debate place. Okay, that's not what this is. This live stream is for people who don't know that the Earth is a level plane. And this live stream is specifically for their educational purpose. Debates happen downstairs, in case you didn't know that.
Mm.
Maybe I'm not around all the time to enforce what this place really was built on and what it really is about.
Sure. Yeah.
But
I don't know. I'm clueless in a lot of ways
and
in terms of how.
and that's why I'm letting you know. And I'm not
Yeah.
being rude.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
just
But that's
letting
okay.
you.
No,
No, I'm
he's
not
not.
being rude right
No,
now.
he's not.
I'm not being rude. You've cut me off. I didn't cut
No.
you off.
Yes, you did cut me off.
I tried to
No,
explain to you. I tried to
sorry,
explain
Elijah.
to you
Shut.
why I stopped the conversation. You've not responded to me twice or three times. You
I
said
just
you
did.
didn't say something that you did say.
I didn't say that. I
Well, I
didn't say
pulled it up on the live, so I don't know. I mean, where you want to go
Elijah,
from
can you
here?
stop? Can you stop to be rude? Alison, am I rude?
that. Say it
Alison,
again.
am I rude?
No. Not,
No,
I mean, I don't
okay.
have any
I will.
experience that
I will
tells
tell
me
you
it's
one.
rude.
I will tell you one thing. If my language barrier, this English is third language. I will repeat the same thing what Elijah said. That means I will be rude. With a cherry on the
What's the
top,
question? Sorry.
with a cherry and all love and all respect and all things, all positivity. I will repeat the same thing what Elijah said, and I will be how to say, I will be angry and disappointed if somebody told me you was rude with this.
I guess so. Yeah, he was being rude to me. And I feel like he
No,
was being
you
rude to
know
both.
what is being rude, Alison? Being rude is this, Alison, you're fucking stupid woman or something like that. But speaking about arguments or making fallacious things, that's the some kind of how to say honest conversation and recognizing in the first moment what is the fallacy, you know. And when you recognize the fallacy, you cannot go on with that because there is no debating about fallacy.
That
Because
okay, so that makes sense to me. That makes sense what you just said. The second part of what you just said.
and Elijah asked him if you want to know to because he wanted to post the video, and Elijah said, "Can you explain the video? Can you post? But can you please do not commit the begging the question?" He said, "I will not do that. I am not that person." With the Southern Cross, they are looking to the sky. It cannot work on the flat earth. That sentence, it means that down it's a globe. Before proving the globe.
Yeah, it's a step away from affirming the consequent, like he said he wouldn't do, because he's going to attribute.
I wish you would have
He's
said those
gonna.
exact
He's.
words.
I said it.
Did you?
What?
Okay. I missed it then.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I told him before he began. I asked him if he knew what begging the question was. Maybe I should have asked him if he knew what affirming the consequent was. But what I did say is, you're a step shy from affirming the consequent. He said, no, he wasn't. But that was a lie. I
You
was
know
very
how though?
clear.
Like, I feel like it wasn't really sort of, even when you were talking, man, some of the stuff you were saying was going straight over my head because, I don't know, man, you're a bit of a ninja. But I have a feeling that guy probably didn't actually understand how he was stepping wrong. So
But you see,
while he may have said that he wasn't going to beg the question, he did, or any of these other logical fallacies, but I don't think he actually understands how he misstepped.
but here's what's so great about this place, right? Just because I'm a mod doesn't mean I have super duper powers. If I say something that's wrong, I can be called out. In fact, that's why jumping out the window the way that I do is my favorite thing to do, because I wish someone would call me out. I wish someone would say, hey, I'm not begging the question. Can you validate or justify that? Because guess what Eli is going to do? Eli is going to pull up the definition of begging the question, and then Eli is going to repeat back to the person what they said, and it's going to be in the form of begging the question or affirming the consequent or a reification fallacy. So if he didn't understand, we would have slowed down. I would have pulled up the definition. I would have said, now you see this fallacy here? You see the examples that they gave? Now you see the words that you just used and the form you just used them in? It's committing that fallacy. Because I don't just go around yelling that people commit fallacies that they didn't commit. That's what other flat earthers on TikTok do. That's not what we do over here, though.
And Elijah, if I wanted, they catch you months ago with the loo, you know, and you admit it, okay? To remember that conversation about fallacy, QE was inside. It was like 2 hours speaking, and you said on the end, I was joking about that, but I knew if you remember the case.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
It was, what was it? It was appeal to ignorance fallacy, or
Yeah,
argument from ignorance fallacy. Yeah.
yeah. Even when you made a question, that was the fallacy, and then you realized, and you said, okay, you know,
Why,
and that's
how am I going to get out of it?
yeah,
Because when we speak, there's a form that we use. If that wasn't true, nothing would make sense. You dial a number, you get the right person. You say the form of a sentence that makes sense. Someone on the other end, as the receiver, understands. You say something that's jumbled and confused, guess what? The person on the other end doesn't understand. So when people come into this conversation, they just don't understand that we commit these fallacies every day. So
yeah,
that's why Flatter 24/7 Flatter Discord is here to show people, look at what you said. Look at what fallacy you committed. How do you feel about that? Eli doesn't have to commit any fallacies when he's speaking. Why do you? When I'm talking about flat earth, I don't commit any fallacies. Why would I have to? Oh, Eli, you're lying. Prove it right now. You you best damn well know I could. I've done it only for the last 4 years, just like all the other veterans in here.
yeah. And it's not only Southern
I
Cross.
ruined everyone's night because I stopped the shit show from happening.
Yeah, that's good because it's not only Southern Cross. It's a satellites. It's a moon shadows. It's a northern star. Everything is fallacy. Begging the question. You can debate about that, but they are assuming that Earth is sphere when they are saying that, without proving the sphere in the first place.
I mean, let's keep it real. Okay, Southern Cross. You got somebody in South Africa. You got somebody in Australia. Oh, it's not flat. What does that mean? What does that mean? After you
Water,
got the burden of proof reversal out the way, that
that water,
means this is what it sounds like when you're making the positive claim. Because what they've learned how to do, pay attention, guys. What they've learned how to do is not make the claim. Because why? FED, Flat Earth Debate, Nathan Oakley. Yes, that's right. That's where I come from. In 24/7 Flat Earth Discord has pointed out that those arguments are fallacious. So they've learned not to commit. They've learned not to make an argument. So instead, they'll take the arguments that they used to have and ask it in the form of a question. Oh, we see the Southern Cross from here and here. Doesn't that mean the earth can't be flat? So what does that mean exactly? Now, let's let them finish the fallacy. Looking at the Southern Cross means that the earth is a globe. There you go. Affirming the consequent.
because it cannot work on the flat Earth.
Hey man, I looked to the sky and I saw lights in the sky. Therefore, glow.
Yeah, and then water is curving. If you see the Southern Cross in one position, in another position, another part of the world, that means that water is curving.
So, Alison, will you agree to everything that? Well, I mean, not everything, but what the point that is being made here, Alison, about the fallacy that he was committing, and he ran away from it after he said he was gonna commit the fallacy. It's kind of suspect. No reply. It sounded to me like Allison was defending the guy, like, yeah, guys, you were being kind of like
I mean, well,
certain ways to do that.
Allison is a globe earther, I think, if I remember, or she's a fence sitter. But I mean, she's from the same camp. She's from the same place. She's from TikTok. She said before, "Wow." She's even complimented me before when she was asking. I was basically saying we don't have a model. I don't know this. I don't know that. I don't claim to know this. I don't claim to know that. And she said, "Wow, that's actually very honest. Maybe you should speak more on TikTok." And I said, "Maybe I will."
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I remember damn near everything. Allison.
But for example, what will not be a fallacy? It's this like you have a 10 miles observation, and there is on every observation 66 foot of drop everywhere, and that is not fallacy, you know, if you can show that. And then on 20 miles it's bigger drop, on 30 miles it's even bigger drop, on 100 miles, my god, drop is even bigger, and with more distance the drop is even more bigger, and there is no fallacy. You show that and you don't need to watch stars.
So, Elijah, I just wanted to point out that, I mean, the audience that came in at the same time, it was maybe like 9 or 10 people that joined around the same time. And it looks like they brought some people. Even the guy that he wanted to debate for some reason, which is kind of weird.
That's why I took over. I mean, I took over specifically because I know Miggy's like been upset about how sometimes weird shit happens. Like you just come in here and it's like, dude, what the fuck is going on? Where are the flat earthers and how y'all letting this shit happen? I happen to be here and I was like, come on, Eli, you can't play Call of Duty right now. Like you gotta do something. I saw it happening, so I stepped in. And I'm not like an expert debater. I'm not even a debater for real, for real. I like I just asked the right questions.
Like nobody asks you, like, why you, Elijah, thinking that Earth is not a globe? And you will say, oh, because Tasha told me.
Yeah. You think I'm interested in having a debate with the globe? With how am I going to debate? I don't have anything to offer. That's why it's a false dichotomy. We don't have two models. You don't even have a globe Earth model.
Exactly.
What are we talking about? You have a belief in heliocentrism. You watch the sky, which in all reality really is just elevation angle. Like, well, I mean, well, if you're like setting up like tripods and doing things like that, but I mean, if you're just looking at the sky, we're not really doing much different. I'm looking at the sky, you're looking at the sky, okay, and well, explain this to me on your flat Earth. I hate that. I hate that statement. Or uh, I just explain, like when I first got into this, and I always tell this story. When I first got into this conversation, and I heard Eddie Bravo say there are no pictures from space, and I looked at the pictures and I was like, I don't know, something about it. I just at that time I was just like, yeah, um, you know what I mean? I just had that feeling. I had a feeling. Okay, feeling is not good enough for me. So I said, okay, well, like, what is the argument? What is the conversation? Like, how do we know what we know? Okay, uh, the sun is 93 million miles away. Okay, how do we know that? And then I got into what's this guy's name? Please, someone help me. Uh, anyway, um, that's when I found that they assumed that Venus was the same size as Earth, and then I thought, oh, wait a minute, how do we know the size of Earth? And then I found out It was just an assumption, a begging the question fallacy, and that's when before I even knew what begging the question was categorized as or defined as. I just knew it, and I was like, "There's no way. There's got to be," because I know the difference between knowing something and believing I know something, and I didn't like the fact that I believed that I knew it was a globe. Like I wanted to know it was, and there was no way of me directly confirming that it was. Now, back then, you might have said, "Oh, the horizon." Well, we know that that's not the case now either. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, based on the size of the dimensions that they've given us, is not the geometric horizon. We already know that.
So,
So it's
so
like,
you're saying that you stopped looking at the sky to figure out what's below your feet, and you didn't find
whoa,
the globe proof you
that,
were looking for. That you're supposed to, that you think it's gonna make sense. Okay, so below my feet is a globe. Let me find how so.
yeah, yeah. Hold on, Allison. That's not true. Like liars are just like children. Like they think they're getting away with it, but that's the entire point of formal and informal logic. And his okay. So I asked my girlfriend, "Where were you?" And she says, "Weren't you busy?" Well, that's obfuscation. That's deflection. It's also um dang, I had it. What fallacy is that? Because it's not actually answering the question. These are deceptive indicators. You ask someone a direct question and they don't respond directly. It's definitely the sign of a liar.
That is true. If somebody can't just give you a straightforward answer, that's definitely sus.
It's at least a power play.
Yeah.
At the very least, you know?
And at worst, it's
If done
blatant
correctly.
manipulation.
Yeah.
Because if I ask the right questions, you have to play by the laws of logic. So either you're going to answer honestly, and it's either going to reveal something I don't like or reveal something that I didn't have to be worried about, or you're going to do something to keep me away from the conclusion that the conversation requires based on the question asked. Am I tripping AI? Am I like, help me out, bro? Where you at? You out there listening somewhere. Globy, just because somebody knows a lot doesn't mean they're wise. And again, I'm not saying I'm not too of my own. I'm not saying I'm everything that I said, I can validate. That's the problem. It's not that I think I'm smart. It just means that everything that I said, I can actually back up. I don't have to divert the attention from the thing that I said. I don't have to, like he completely just didn't respond to my direct responses to him, even though he wanted you guys to believe that I was just trying to distract everybody from the point that a flat earther couldn't answer his question.
I don't think formal education is a good indicator of intelligence. I'm just going to say that. Now, people are going to say what they want, but I stand on my spot.
Yo, I just want to say real quick.
You don't get intimidated by vibes if you're telling the truth. Anybody realize that? Like my vibe is I'm supremely confident in what I'm saying. That's what the problem is. Because if somebody was to check me and go, "Oh, okay, back that up," guess what? I could. Yeah,
I think it
Jimmy,
might be the
don't do that,
Elijah is black
Jimmy.
vibe.
Don't do that,
Hold
Sorry,
Jimmy.
brother.
juvenile in here and just back that thing up.
Alison, you're totally wrong about that, about rage.
No, look, Allison doesn't realize that while she can use that as an excuse, and it might be completely justified, Sasha has heard me speak softly. I've been nice, like I mean nice, but I still asked the same kinds of questions, and I had the same kind of form, and maybe hundreds of times at this point, people have called me rude. I'm probably one of the most, like back when Chocolate Saying was here, back like all throughout the history of since I've been here. I didn't even have to be yelling. I don't have to be aggressive. It's just the way that I ask questions. People are gonna call me rude anyway, right or wrong, Sasha.
Yep. And not only that, she doesn't know. She is new here. Uh, it doesn't matter. I know you, Elijah, and it's it's so funny. Shall I bring it up that you forcing people to ask this question? Why you, Elijah, think that Earth is flat? And they never ever ask you that question. They want to speak about other things, and they never ask you why we are here and what's the point. That means that Alison, maybe in this moment, can she, if she listening 2-3 days, or I don't know, can she say why we think that Earth is not a globe? If she
Well,
doesn't know,
Allison's never has never expressed any interest in why I think the earth is flat. And let me tell you what's unremarkable about that. Like Sasha said, I've dared people to ask me why I think the earth is flat. They are not interested. In a server where they say, I'm just here to learn, like all these lies, right? I'm just here to learn, or I just want to get you guys' perspective. Then why don't you ask me point blank why
and
I think the earth is flat? Guess what? Out of all the times I've asked that question or had hours of conversation waiting for someone to ask me that question, maybe all right, I'm about to give like the whole lie in statistics, but it is a very low number, is it not, Sasha? Out of like hundreds
yeah,
of people that we've spoken to, it's a
uh,
very, I could probably count on both my hands how many people actually asked, okay,
yeah,
go on.
we are making jokes about that. Even you say, Sasha, look, this guy asked the question. Oh, we are laughing about it. Okay, finally we can answer. Plus, I made a video on TikTok like I don't know how many months ago, and I wrote on the TikTok. I will explain the video. It's written like this. It's saying the guy saying, Elijah has the question. There is the no. There is the paper on the table. On the table, it's written something. Turn around the paper. That means there is a question, and question is why you people think that Earth is not a globe? Nobody's asking that question. What do you think about satellites? What do you think about gravity? What do you think about this? Whatever I think, do you know why I think that Earth is not a globe? You still don't know, and you are here for months, and or days, and you're not asking that question. And Elijah is doing that every fucking time, so so peacefully, so point to come to the point, to the argument. And now some person come and
I've
say,
been
look,
cursed out at the end of almost I've been cursed out at a good share of the conversations I've had. Like, either people would be like, "Oh, you think you're so smug and so calm? Fuck
like,
you!" Like, what?
like
It doesn't
I'm
matter how I act.
I'm that
Does
one
it?
who will be more emotional sometimes, and
I
some
know what it
and
is, Elijah. I know what it is. You want me to say it or no?
Go ahead, Jimsy. Go and say
You're a nigga. That's why.
it. I knew he couldn't. I knew he couldn't hold it. Go ahead and say it. Uh, goodness.
Bro,
Now you know
actually,
what's
so many
you know
people
what's
doing it to you.
interesting.
It's kind of silly. So many people just do it to you. They just ignore I before I used to say, is it a language barrier? Because he's saying the word so clearly, and they completely just throw it away and talk about something else. Why? I don't get why. It's just silly. Yeah, they do it to you often.
Because they think that I don't see them for the frauds that they are. Each and every one of you typing right now, like you guys aren't low. That's what's special about this place. Like you guys think that you can just be this persona that is not yourself, but we know who you are. Maybe not right away, but we can tell from how you respond to us. It's not that hard.
Hey man, I think you're being rude because you're not letting them not address your point or reply directly to the topic. You just have to say whatever they want to say, and like
Yeah,
you
unfortunately, Allison says at 10:34, well, 34 minutes past the hour. I didn't feel like enough time was given to allow a discussion. I understand more now what Elijah explained. She's about to contradict her right after this. But Globy is a very knowledgeable person. I wish he would have been allowed to debate, but this isn't a channel for that. So, if you understood what I was saying, then your next statement wouldn't have followed. Why? Because I asked him point blank, period, are you going to use these specific fallacies? And he said no, but then tried to in a roundabout way. If you don't know what's wrong with that, and I think you do, well, either you do or you're just biased and you think there's nothing wrong with this thinking. But what I do know is that saying you understand what I explained and that you wish he would have been allowed to debate, but this isn't the channel for that, means no. You don't understand what I explained because you didn't take it to heart, because it didn't mean anything to you. Let's face it. Let's keep it real. Ooh, did I make a boo boo? Am I being an a hole?
I think Venus has a question for the panel. Venus? Is Venus the same size of Earth, Venus?
yes,
Venus.
everybody knows
Because Venus don't want to talk either, so Venus is Venus size. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah,
Come on, Venus.
Venus is Venus size.
Go ahead and ask Elijah your question.
No, I don't feel like it. I really didn't feel like it when I stopped playing Call of Duty, but I don't know how I kept going this long. It just flowed through me. I don't know.
That you're trying to actually be truthful to the lady that opened her mic and was talking, and now he's addressing you on the text perfectly. But I was trying to push you away, trying to address Venus. Anyways, he had a question for you, but he's not replying in the VC, so whatever. We can just
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna say, "Why do I think the Earth is flat?" Now, but there's two ways to go about it.
no,
Because they don't.
Elijah. Let them open their mic. No, don't reply to that person if they're not gonna open their mic. Because I tried to speak to them and they're not replying. No, don't address him until they want to talk about it for real.
I mean,
Please.
Ruhip is such a bigot. You know,
Dude,
like that's the thing. That's the thing that because you cannot falsify the lack of a curvature measurement. Like we've it's already over. Whatever you find is not going to change the fact that there's no curvature. It's not going to change the fact that there's no geometric horizon in sight. There's no cutoff point that you can tie to math that we can validate. There's no tangent to a tangent point, which you would need in celestial navigation. Except for the fact you don't have that because of your refraction bullshit. But you don't really have the refraction bullshit because really it's inconsequential. It's not like it can push the horizon from 1 mile to 10 miles. It's not like the expert in this fraudulent version of refraction didn't inform me of this. That person being uh dang, what is his name? I forget that fast. You guys know what I'm talking about?
so a refraction expert?
Yeah, the guy that everybody give me a second.
Thomas Young?
Andrew Thomas Young. There you go.
Yeah.
Andrew Thomas Young, the guy that all of these guys pull from. Just go straight to the PDF. Yeah.
There's a lot of engagement right now in live stream. I feel like this is a good opportunity. I don't know for what.
They
I don't
might
have
be.
any opinion on that, but there's a lot of engagement right now.
I
People are
won't.
fired up.
I won't say they're afraid. It's just I think that flat earthers don't like my approach, and I don't know why that is. I think they want to have fun. This isn't fun. Our children being lied to isn't fun. Them playing around using word magic and math magic, it's not fun.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck you guys think this place was made for.
I think you could be right about that. I think I'm guilty of using this as a social engagement at times. And then you're generally one to bring it back and like, listen, this is not what this is for. I appreciate that. But yeah, I think we're all guilty of socializing maybe. And like you said, it's not what this is for. That's fair. That's a fair point.
Like you guys think I'm bad? My predecessors are Mimas and Indio and fucking Quantum Eraser. Are y'all y'all don't know what this
Yeah.
place is like. You
They
have
don't
no
understand it.
idea.
You're like good cop. You're easy compared to some of the shit that they do. You're being the nice guy or whatever. And then they'll act like you're being an ass for no reason.
They got it. They got it fucked up. This generation is too soft. I see why Miggy's upset.
Facts.
We don't have the emotional investment and time investment that they have. So it's fair to say that it's like kind of like their baby, you know?
Oh my god, look at this. Y'all not gonna like this one. I've literally made hundreds of measurements. Where have I heard that earlier this week? Oh yeah, Witsit said it. Oops.
Wait, Elijah, isn't literally means in letters and words and write it on a piece of paper? No?
But
Wait,
my bad. Witness said there were millions of measurements. My bad. I'll stop being petty.
if I write on a piece of paper, I literally made hundreds of measurements of the globe that is also in the last page, and I mean, yeah, literature. Maybe it's a cartoon. Maybe it's a sci-fi novel. I don't know. Like, is that what he means? He made the measurements on the text. What about the realism? What about the one that is not text, the one that is right there in the realist level? What about that one? Have he done those? Because earlier
Yo,
he was here and he
hold on.
said that he measured. What?
How
Go.
about
Yep.
even blood always finds its level. Get in here and back me up, bro. Like they are soft. They're afraid of the wrath of God. They are scared to death to make a claim. Come in here and back me up, fam. Tell
Who's
them I'm
that?
not crazy.
XO?
I believe so.
That's XO. Blood. I will always find his level. I think that's his YouTube channel.
That's why I'm asking him to come in here. He knows.
Bring
My
him
mic
if he wants to come in. I kind of love XO actually. I mean, he keep it real like you actually.
Yeah, I do too. I know we've had no, but I can't look.
You know what? EXO
There
sometimes keep
been
it too real for some people that they don't like it. It gets too real sometimes. Start feelings, hurting people's feelings about certain things. I don't know. Just keep it on topic. Yeah, for sure.
I mean,
Some people don't.
biblically speaking, I might have been a little dirty. I feel like perhaps I don't know. I can't I can't remember. But he I mean, what I can say is he hates a fake follower as much as I do. I know that much is true. But dang, he ain't responding. That sucks. Duke Nukem says Elijah has a history of niceness.
Well, you guys gonna keep pushing the nice word. I'm gonna have to post nice etymology meaning. So, you guys do with that whatever.
My mic working?
Because I
Yeah.
will say Elijah is the opposite of nice,
What?
based on the definition. Because nice, the etymology, will say uh, the sense of stupid, from late Latin necius, ignorant, not
Why is
knowing,
the truth being so crass towards me?
fastidious, scrupulous.
I didn't
So,
do
I don't know.
nothing. I didn't say I was a god. Why you being how am I patronizing? I don't know you. I'm just asking why you I was looking for my boy. You said maybe he's fed up of you chasing him like a dog with an old toy. And I'm asking you what's that about? I don't even know you, dog. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? I'm patronizing this person for asking them what that backwards sideways comment was about. See what I'm saying, guys? It's me, right? I'm fucked up. I'm a fucked up individual, right?
I mean,
Who's
you're from New
abusing his mod
York, so
powers.
yeah.
I'm abusing my mod powers. And to be fair, I didn't abuse my mod powers. I just told him to be respectful, right? I just told him to stop over talking me. Now I could see if I was straw manning him or saying something he said that he didn't say. And then he would cut me off and I'd have to stop, right? I type things cause I can. I hope you don't well, whatever. Cool. Do you, bro? People be so butthurt. Hmm. Penmeister, you want to come in here and have a conversation? Since you think that I'm smarter than I am?
You can
It's a
be
live
smart.
stream. It's literally a live stream. You can literally go back and make a
Who
fool
you
out of
talking
me
to,
live.
bro?
A live stream. That you could
Oh,
literally
the
go back
live stream here.
and make a
My
fool out of me if I'm out of pocket in any way. You know, I told somebody the other week the other day who claimed that they came in here talking to me the way they did because they heard me and others talking greasy. And I said, well, you know what my wish is? My wish is that you clip that shit out, present it so that it exposes me. That is what I wish. Because I know damn well that if I said it out my mouth, it wasn't a lie. So I wish a motherfucker would justify and expose. Justify stating that I made them feel away because I was lying on them and expose me. I wish they could do that. Who who t- who lying asks for that? Please let me know. Either I'm lying or I'm crazy. Because who would ask that if they knew they were wrong? I just don't like people manipulating my guys, man. Y'all are my guys. I don't like the manipulation. It's crazy because what I've what I've witnessed over the years is people get upset at me for trying to stop them from being manipulated. Oh, you think I'm speaking all high and mighty of myself? Well, let me ask you something. Last time you went to a family member and tried to tell them about Flat Earth, how'd they treat you? Oh, so what I'm saying is not that far fetched, is it? The idea that you might be looking out for somebody's well being and trying to expose to them that they're being manipulated isn't as easy as one would think, is it? Not far fetched to believe that I've went through that even here with you guys because we go through it
Question for you.
all the time.
Question for you, Elijah, from history, what you know. What came first, flat tart or globe tart?
first came the word.
Flat tart.
My
No,
wait, how did I treat XO? I mean, I honestly could. Maybe I feel fake for saying I don't remember. Honestly, I know something transpired, but
I rem-
I like
I,
XO.
mm. I'm telling you about flat tart and globe tart. What
Oh,
came first? And flat tart came first because in the beginning was flat tart idiot, flat tart retarded idiot, flat tart. That was not rude. That was
yeah.
nice. If you say now I'm flat tartar, if you say that you are Krishna, for example, if you say that you are Krishna, I will say that you are retarded. If I say that I'm flat tartar,
Hey,
your first thing you will
hey,
be you are
listen to yourself.
retarded, and that's
Oh,
nice.
I guess they were asking if one of us was up. All right, never mind. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah, speaking about nice language. Because people doesn't know what we lived in last 5 years or 6 or 7, whoever. Somebody 2, somebody 1. Started like that. You stupid fucking retarded flat earther. Was not, oh, you're thinking the earth is flat. No, it was you stupid fucking flat earther. Retarded. And now let's debate.
That comes with the definition. That's the baggage that the term some people like actually learned about, right? Flat earther, retarded, yeah, goes together. So if you're gonna take the label, you're gonna have to take the baggage.
That's not rude.
Yeah, pretty rude. But I mean, the meaning of words, right? The meaning of words. Some people hijack the meanings. So
But if you ask for a drop over distance, if you speak about curvature, that's also rude.
yeah, you're asking a question, right? No, I don't think asking questions should be considered rude. No.
How dare you?
And if you have sphere, is that logical to ask something what sphere has? Every sphere has that, has the curvature. And when you ask for this big sphere, and let's not speak about that. Doesn't matter. It's big because it's big. Only big spheres has no curvature. Only small spheres has curvature.
You can only measure the curvature in big spheres. In smaller
Yeah.
spheres, you can't do that. Okay.
Only for live stream. If Earth is 100 times bigger, there is it will be always curvature. It will be bigger radius. It will be bigger distances for the drop over distance, and that's all. But you will not have the flat surface on any sphere. If you know what is sphere, if you don't know what is sphere, that's the other thing. But if you know what is sphere, sphere could be 1 million times bigger than this Earth, this radius, and it's still, you will not have the flat surface on that sphere. That's so obvious. If you put the ant on the bouncy ball on, let's say, bouncy ball 200 meters, that ant will be on the sphere. However he see, whatever he ant will say, oh, look, flat, because, I'm so small, I cannot see. But then you have the bouncy ball, you measure that, and you see there is a curvature. But why to speak about geometry? That's boring.
Hey, Sacha, what was before, flat earth or water?
I think it was earth, and somebody put it water on.
Was it not the earth out of the water?
Because you cannot have water, in the air, or you need a container for the water, and that's
What you mean? How you gonna breathe air if there's no humidity in the air? Are you gonna there's no air, gases, water.
I was saying air, not earth. Air. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we don't breathe earth. We breathe air. Got it. And
Define
we
air.
drink water. We don't drink the earth, right? We drink the water. Isn't the ocean the ocean, like the water in the ocean has like all the components for the earth? Like all the minerals is in the water.
Yeah.
All of the minerals that can make the earth, when you dry the seawater, you get the other stuff.
Isn't the lake part of the earth?
Yeah.
Oh, that means that water is also part of the earth, even if it's not earth.
Is the water in the sky part of the ground?
No.
Is the water above that part of the earth?
Water, I don't know. That I don't know. It could be.
So when you go in the water, are you saying I'm in the earth? Or you say I'm in the water? Such.
In my language, I say I'm in the water. I'm not saying I'm on the water. Okay.
Yeah, because if you go on the earth, you are on the earth, right? And if you dig
What
a
about?
hole, you can say I'm in the earth. But if you're going in the water or on the water, you never say you are on the earth or in the earth. These are two different.
But you can go into earth if you go,
Yeah, you dig a hole, you go
Yeah,
in it.
and then you go to the center of the earth.
Timbo, you there yet?
Yeah, mate.
You was gonna say something earlier. I asked you what you said.
Doesn't
Oh,
matter right now.
is that Jimsy? Fucking asshole.
I'm talking to Sasha. It's important.
Why? Because I'm president. Follow
Because we
me.
don't want another war against the Russians.
You
Gotta
what the
keep the
fuck?
peace.
Okay. Like we did in our country. That way.
Earth is not air has. Let me see if
I
they're
think we
still
know who
here.
that is. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think we know who that is.
we do. He doesn't have any roles, or she, or.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the
And
fuck is that?
was you here the whole time, Creation Bear?
No, I just popped in, but I think
Yeah,
that's
yeah. The
our
Oh
Earth
friend,
is not. Earth
Private
is not
Detective.
air. It's been here for hours, I think, or a little before that. It's been here for at least an hour.
Does the name not
CB,
give it away, guys?
I
Come on, you know who that is.
I single-handedly stopped a troll bus, and everybody's pissed at me because that's what I do.
Nah, that's what we do here,
Well,
bro. That's what we do.
TB, why are you so rude with the music bot?
Hey, somebody's got to do
you're so rude,
it.
bro.
Yo, I don't know if you were here for early days, Eli. Like I kind of fell back as of late, but when on my rise, coming up in FED, I mean in FE in here, like
Mhm.
I guess how you would say everybody used to say I was fucking rude as hell.
Really?
Except I wasn't being rude at all. I was just like I was mad chill. I was just like, hey, so I'm not being rude, right? I'm not cutting you off. No. Could you please not cut me off? Okay. All right.
Mhm.
So also you find it disrespectful when you ask a question directly and someone kind of doesn't answer the question directly?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's a dick move
Okay,
for
so
sure.
I would just say things like that, and then people would be like, "Oh, that fucking guy Eli is just who the fuck does he think he is?" Right, Sasha? Like, let him know.
Yeah.
Like, I used to be. I don't know.
I
It's a
remember those days. I
bizarre
don't know if
thing.
it's a black thing or what, Eli,
I
bro.
think it
Because like
is.
niggas be
Man,
getting triggered, bro.
I
That's
don't
what Jimsy said.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
understand. Like if she said Sasha, I would understand, But she said you
I,
know. Like,
I
come
mean, she's not
on.
wrong. I was short.
But
I was being short.
but Elijah, everybody
Oh, man.
sounds like that when we are discussing. Everybody, it's like even more than you. I can say every one of us, everybody can say, look at this fucking rude. Why he is raising the voice? Why he's speaking like that? Why he's so emotional? What is going on? You know.
Can I throw my 2 cents in on this, guys?
Please.
Yeah,
No.
please.
All right. So Elijah is known and a moderator, right?
Yep.
So implicitly, there's a little bit of a power dynamic where it's like you can shut me down, but I can't do that to you. And I think that has some effect. I think
I'm
that's
a debunk that right now. There's been brand new people joining this server, and like people address them. We talk about things, and then Elijah comes in, says something that is completely on topic, and they start saying nigga, 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 nigga.
Yeah. Okay. That's inexcusable. I'm not addressing it. I'm just saying, like, even with you, Jemsy, you're a moderator. Even with QE, even with Mayhem, any of them, I like just there is a power dynamic. Like, you can shut me down, and I can't do that to you. Therefore, like, that's a small part of it. I'm not saying that's a big part. I'm just saying that is I feel that I understand that. Right? You've been around
Well,
longer. You have cred. You have the street. You have all that. So
well, let me ask you a question. Did I stop Allison from making a single point?
no, nope. I'm not addressing like your behavior. What I'm addressing is like
No, I
people
know
who
what
are
you're addressing, man. I know. I'm moving on from that. I heard you the first and second and third time. I guess people don't like when I do that, right? But like, truly, you did make your point, and I truly get it, right? So I'm
right.
moving beyond that, not even sidestepping it. This is why I'm asking you the question. So you're saying this, like, there's this power dynamic, but I'm asking you, like, did I not ask Globy McGlobeface if he was going to present an argument that it'd be devoid of affirming the consequent, begging the question, and reification, and did he not accept?
Sure. Here's what I'll say about another thing about you.
Was he not attempting to talk through me every time I tried to respond?
Yeah, I heard that.
What am I? Why am I the tyrant then?
No, I don't think you're tyrant for globing McCloverface interaction or any interaction. I'm just trying to describe what it's like to be which I'm sure you understand very well. Just the power dynamic of interacting with people who clearly have the power to tell you to stop or mute, like, because I've seen that, you mute somebody, not you, the royal you mute somebody, right, and then talk, like, and that's something that can affect communication from the person who doesn't have that power. I think that's part of it.
I think I rarely mute people. I
You don't, but people do in this. That will happen. I've
You want
seen
to
it.
know?
You
You want
don't.
to know what's interesting? AI has more seniority than me. Miggy has more seniority than me. I'm like the newest of that
Don't cap,
class,
bro.
right?
You're a lead mod. Why are you
And
lying?
what do you mean?
You got that bright green, homie. What you talk about?
Yeah, you bright green.
What I'm saying is they came here before me. They were all here as mods before I got here.
Right. We don't know that though. I didn't know that.
That's what I'm trying to tell. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, do you know I was always this way?
No, I don't.
You know this is how I became a mod. Like case in point,
Right.
Gregory tries to do it, he gets banned 4 or 5, 6 times. I did it, and it was like from Jedi. Man's got a point. Make him a mod.
No, fair enough.
That's how it
You
went.
definitely have points. Yep, it's fair. But I'm saying, like, there is a level of intimidation because you put an. Don't take this the wrong way. You more than anybody else on the QE maybe a little more, but like forcefully demand that you address what you said, right? And that's fair to do, and I agree with that's how the server works. But I'm just saying, like, that is not necessarily normal in our everyday lives,
I
you know?
feel you. I feel you.
Yeah.
I don't know
You
why
like
the fuck
you
Allison
don't
thought
take shit, dude.
I was
That's what I'm
gonna
saying.
address her point, and then she's gonna be like, anyway, so strawberry milk is awesome. No, what the fuck? Like, no, you said something, and then I directly addressed it, and you want to go repeat what you said the first time, like I didn't say anything. Nah, that's that's not what this server was built on. You know what it was, CB? Today was a day that I decided that all the new people in here are gonna understand what this place was built on. I know you've heard Miggy do it,
Yeah, facts.
but I didn't do it in a while. I didn't see anybody around. I assumed that it was gonna be a shit show because I saw a whole bunch of there was a lot of trolls in here, and a lot of people saying, "Oh, he's a flat earther," you know, like yeah, like yo, they were gonna let Globy McGlobeface debate with some unknown flat earther with the VC role, who nobody knows, but he's from TikTok. That's not what this live stream is specifically for the education of people who are newbies, new to the topic, that don't understand what's going on. So we try to clear that up for them.
Well,
The arena is for debating, not the live stream. The arena is for. I know we debate. I know we debate here, but what I'm saying is the decorum, the way it's supposed to be, is supposed to be. We're supposed to speak to genuine people, not the anti-flat earthers, not the people that are trying to pull one over you, and not those. Those we just speak to them because sometimes we don't have anything to do, but that's not really what this live stream is for. And I had to remind a few people. I'm like, yo, this isn't where you can just bring a random flat earther and a random globe earther and they can duke it out. Like, hell no. Like, because the standard at this place would be extra low, and that would be on the live stream. I don't know what this flat earther is gonna say.
And just to be fair, in real life, when you ask someone a direct question, you do expect the response directly to what you said. And that's in real life or on this server. So whoever disagreed with that, I disagree with that. You expect an answer in real life to what you asked.
Yeah, like
Absolutely.
bare minimum. That's a minimum. That's not even asking a lot. Now, see, people get it confused because they would say, "Well, Eli, aren't you being a hypocrite? Because did Globy McGlobeface not try to ask you a question about the Southern Cross?" Yeah. Now here's me directly addressing that. However, prior to the conversation beginning, I asked him not to beg the question, affirm the consequent, or use the fallacy of reification, and he said, okay. He immediately tried to flip the bird into proof by asking a question instead, forcing whoever would have answered that question on the flat earth side to commit the fallacy of reification. And then when there was no explanation or justification for it, he was going to say, that means it works on the globe, which is affirming the consequent. Exactly the shit he said he wasn't going to do. So it's not like you can't just ask whatever question you want.
Hell no.
It has to make sense. And if your question doesn't make sense and somebody addresses it in a way that makes sense, that should be allowed.
Could be better if folks found questions that have value. I find that most people just make it rain questions out the short bus like a stack of Monopoly money. Just making it rain, dude. Like, why don't you find 3 questions that actually mean something to you? Then we can address them for real.
But if you could see how sus it was, this dude came out of. I guess he's been in here for a while, and he's like, yeah. And Globy McGlobeface was like, well, I didn't come here to speak to anybody. I came in here to have a one-on-one with that guy because he called me out. So I immediately went. I'm like, who the fuck is that guy? Like, I'm thinking in my mind, right? I go to his roles, and I'm like, this dude is just like VC verified and shit. Somebody had said that they had a flat earther role, but it got taken away. And it's like, if like my spidey senses were so high at that point because I kept addressing the dude, right? Like the flat earther. And he kept ducking me to respond to Globy McGlobeface. So I'm like, I've seen this game before. We've seen this game before.
Maybe that sentence, Elijah, when you said you came in my house, because when you say that, I think in our house, you are thinking about our house, but they think this is Elijah's house.
I did say it's my house. I did. But when I said it's my house, I made
I
it
know
clear
what. Yeah,
that this is our house. This
yeah.
house
Yeah.
has a particular level of communication that
Uh,
is not supposed to be diminished for anyone for any interaction. Now, is it perfect? Hell no. Do people hate me? Hell yeah. Do people do we fight? Hell yeah. It's not perfect, but
let
this is one of the best damn places you can find if you're really looking for the real flat earth truth.
I want to give one, maybe it's not good example, but let's say like this. I go to the church and I'm like a religious believer and I know everything about Bible. And there is a priest and saying something, I don't know what, but saying something and there is other people inside of church. And one guy came inside and started to say that this is not right or something, all that beliefs, And then I said, okay, I will change the priest. I am going there, Priest, now I will speak. And then I leave this guy who came also to speak against the church. Let's put him on altar and then he can say now his opinion. And for same thing I can say in supermarket, you go to supermarket, and you can go and change the manager, because more things about selling than he knows. You can go Tesco, you can go here in Sainsbury's, and and you change the manager because you know more about selling. You're coming here and telling people who are here, moderator or whatever, what they need to do, and how they need to behave. And you will put the rules here, like you need to agree. This is debating. People doesn't know what is this, why we are not debating anymore. Yeah, it was arena there. There is nothing to debate. It's information what we have to give you if you want to know. And bye bye.
And I gave it's not like I was like, nah, fuck that. Y'all can't debate. That's not how it went. I asked Globy McGlobeface what his argument was, and it wasn't an argument, it was a question proof. I know you guys heard that before. But anyway, it was a question proof. Oh, of course.
How can they
When
speak
our
on
friends
that?
do it, it's quite fine. But when the globe earthers do it, it's like, yeah, we don't like that, right? So yeah, it was a question proof. We know what those are. And so I asked the other guy, I was like, if they're gonna debate, and he's like, and Globy is like, he said he's gonna rip me a new one, and I'm like, okay, well, seeing is that the other guy is saying, man, I'll debate about whatever, so he's leaving it up to Globy to set the tone. So Globy is basically just saying, explain to me the Southern Cross. It doesn't sound like y'all are about to debate. It sounds like he's going to try to get you to prove something or explain something that can't be explained. When I say can't be explained, what are you going to do? Go to an alternate Earth in which you can explain a phenomena that we see here on this Earth? That's not possible. Show me how the Southern Cross works on the flat Earth. What does that mean? Show me a flat map. Huh?
Why?
How is that even a debate?
But why to show to flat map? Why?
How about all of them? Easy.
My response to him was that all of the maps in existence ever have taken from the same data set. There is no this or that. Maybe there's a this side, that side, this area, that area, but there is no flat globe triangle map. There's just the maps based on these reference materials, these reference items. That's it.
They don't know how to
That's
argue,
a
bro.
direct
Like
question. That's not a sideways question. That's a direct response.
it's too
He
bad.
told
The
me I
mainstream
was.
doesn't.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No. You're cooking. Go ahead, brother.
I'm just like he at that point told me that I was running away from his question.
Stop the cap.
And they
It's
wanted
just
to
too
hear him
bad,
out.
man.
Yeah.
The mainstream really it just sets them up for failure. They don't teach people what our position is. So they come here asking for flat maps and goofy stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's too bad.
Yeah, because it's missing that question. Why you think, and because they don't know, they think they coming with presumption and prejudice. I know what that people think. I know they are believing in God. That's first, and I know that they think that there is some edge or whatever, and they don't have a model. And that's ridiculous. To come on the place and you assuming that the people, because you saw something on somewhere, and now you're coming some new place, and you know that all these people on that new place thinking the same what you saw on some video or whatever.
Right. And they don't even stop to ask.
But that's the point. CB, fuck CB. If you're making bread, I will give it. That means I will ask you about
Right.
how you making that bread. What is about that bread? What is going on? Blah blah blah, and not to go and say, you know what, what do you think about? I don't know now.
Yeah,
Apple.
just something that's not bread. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's also food. It's eatable. Man, we are not speaking about apples. We are speaking about bread.
Okay, man. I hope y'all can't hear me talking to my dog. Oh, yeah, probably can.
That's when they ask you, where is the edge? It's the same question. Why? Where is the apple in the bread? And you like, what?
Yeah.
Why apple?
Right.
Why edge?
Um, Venus, I mean, you still playing possum? Hmm.
Or that story. I don't
You
like
were
this
saying
movie.
something about he or she or whoever that is responding in text. Um, what I mean, what do you think is that was valid and what Globy was saying or invalid about what I was saying?
It was rude.
Yeah, I know AI. I was lighting up the live stream a little while ago.
Calmly, how to say
Wait a minute.
calmly rude.
Why do you guys lie so much? So at
Yeah.
at
I'm
eleven
sorry.
thirty at 11:31 it was background noise. But you know what? No, let me be more precise. Hold up. Yeah, I don't even know how to use this function. So at 11:31 it was background noise. But hmm. All right. Fair enough. I was about to be wrong.
What? That
But
doesn't happen. No, I'm just kidding.
it does. I,
I'm
I'm,
just
I'm,
joking, bro.
I'm, I be wrong
Humble
every now
Elijah.
and again. I mean, there's so many people who cursed me out tonight. I don't really know. But you did. I was trying to ask you earlier when you were asking me, um, why is the Earth flat? And I was gonna answer you, but then the room requested that you open your mic.
Huh?
Do it. Do
So
it.
what? You hear me?
Okay.
I don't. I've never used this computer before for the mic, so I don't know how good this is.
All right. Is
That's
is
good.
is Ru- is Ruhif's last statement accurate? I don't want to be disrespectful.
What? What statement? I'm sorry. That? Yeah, it's my bio.
No, no. What Ruhif said in the chat.
Warrant. Oh, well, yes, that's in my bio.
Okay, fine, fair enough. Um, so I guess you want to ask why the Earth is flat. There's two ways we can go about it. We can either debunk the direct claim of the globe or the lack of the geometry, or we can just go straight up with the flat Earth proof.
Whichever you want, or whatever.
All right,
So,
we'll go with flat, and I'll go with AI's observation because it's. I mean, what I call it a proof. It's not like it's a constructed argument. It's just something that we experience and know to be true. Or it's like an axiom. Um, so water at rest is level and flat, and seeing is that the Earth is, so they say, made up of 70% water, would stand to reason that the Earth was a level plane. Now, I know this is a very simple breakdown of it, but in order for it to get more intricate, someone has to have a justifiable rebuttal that I can critique or submit to.
Well, I don't. I wouldn't be able to provide, fortunately.
Hmm. So you're a flat earther now, then?
That's
That
not what
was
I
easy.
said.
Okay. So then there has to be some reason in your mind that what I'm saying on some level isn't true. Because I know you know that it is true, but there has to be some kind of frame of reference where it's not that simple, correct?
Sure. I mean, I just come at it. I'm not accusing or anything. I'm just trying to explain very simply my
Sure. That's
perspective.
what I'm asking for.
But I just trust scientists who know better than me on many things. It's otherwise very exhausting to look at everything, and I only
I'm
really
sorry. Can I
care
just ask really
about
quickly?
certain things, and the
Can
Earth
you?
shape isn't one of those, so I don't like look
Well,
into
the
it.
shape is unknown anyway, so no worries. Can you? What scientist? Can you name just one scientist that you trust?
I just mean like overall consensus. No,
Yeah. See, that's
I
what's
don't know
interesting, my
bodies.
friend. I'm really into like law. I love. I've been in a courtroom before. I just really enjoy that setting. So you might understand like calling a witness to the stand. So what I'm essentially doing is calling one of your witnesses to the stand. You can't just say, well, I have a vague entity, a panel of people that you can't address directly. So I'm just asking, I want to call a witness to the stand. Can you give me a witness that I can call? What scientist? Who?
I just said I don't have any specific names. But I
That's
guess
the issue. That would
all
be the problem. I
all
would say that's an
astrologists,
issue.
all
There is
geologists,
no. That's a vague
all
entity that doesn't
oceanographers.
exist.
Well,
Doesn't exist.
I mean, they exist. There are
No, but you're saying
geologists.
I have trust in this vague panel of people that doesn't exist. I can't even call an individual to the panel, to the stand, to ask them questions. You're just saying,
That's
no,
okay.
there's this group over there in the corner that has the answers. And I'm saying, okay, well, bring out one of them. You're like, well, you can't talk to them individually. You just have to accept them as a whole. What?
That's
Who?
fine.
Where?
And I was just explaining like my personal perspective. I wasn't like using it as an argument against
Well, I'm just
any
saying,
one of you.
could
So,
could you give me an example of somebody specifically that you trust that we can maybe go and find out what they're saying specifically?
again, no.
Okay, well then I think we can disregard what you're saying because a lot of people do this. They're like, well, there's this vague group of people over there in the corner, over there somewhere that have all the answers. I'm here to tell you that group doesn't exist.
Well, I don't like to disregard things. I like information. And see, I think that why people don't like my approach is because I actually do expose people. I'm not trying to there's nothing wrong with exposing. I can expose a lovely person, couldn't I? Right? There's nothing inherently wrong in the word expose. Exposés are fine, you know? But there's something to be said about what you said. Now, you
It's
say
not Elijah, so I need to say one sentence. It's not a scientific
in the
question.
in the middle of me cooking.
Sorry.
It's just, do you find it curious that you have a strong trust, belief, faith in scientists? However, at least maybe right now, you probably could do it if you really thought about it. But at least, like off the top of your head, you can't come up with one.
No, it's not like curious to me.
That's not curious. That's interesting. It tells me a little bit about you. But moving on, we don't have to worry about that.
That's fine.
Um,
I can tell you a lot about me. I don't. Whatever.
no, I usually when I find out about people, is I don't need them to tell me because people typically tell you what they think you want to hear, and people typically tell you what they believe about themselves, and that's not typically true. I find. I mean, there's a lot of Christians running around who trust what their pastor says. You know, they never cracked open the Bible other than
Yes,
when
I'm
their
very.
pastor says to turn the page, Psalm, whatever. You know that there are a lot of Christians out there in the country that is majority uh of the biblical faith, and they haven't read the book.
Yes. More.
Can you differentiate yourself from that group of people for me
No.
by telling me what you know specifically about the globe? I'm not talking about heliocentrism. I'm not talking about the sky. I'm talking about the ground you're standing on.
Big and round.
How do you know that?
Again, because I trust people that aren't myself.
Yeah, but
Who? Because brother,
Again,
I'm sorry to interrupt again.
these vague bodies of
Yeah,
scientists who
when
I
I was
can't hold to the stand.
little, there's this idea that people have imaginary friends, right? We're having a tea party, you know, they're drinking the tea. Why don't you sit down with us? We'll have a tea.
I don't know. Why are these people so weird? I don't know. Napalm, help me out. Yeah, ask them some questions. Sorry. Ask her some questions.
Yeah, so when I go to buy a vehicle, would you say, or you go to buy a car, right? Would you trust the experts at the car dealership who are selling your car to best tell you what payment you should have, what financing rate you should be in, and what vehicle would be best suited for you because they're experts? Is that how you would approach that situation?
I will say I don't really understand how a geologist can profit off a round Earth versus a flat Earth.
I didn't say
Geologist is
anything
not
about
science.
profit.
Geologist is not
Well,
scientist.
that's my point, though, right? In this case, you're saying that the car dealers are obviously out to skew information whenever they can, so that they can,
No.
in turn.
They're experts, though, right? Who deals with more vehicles than people at dealerships?
Yes, they are experts, but they also have clear motive, i.e., profit, which.
Yo. I'm sorry, you are not that interesting. Yo, Ruhip is yo. So
Wait,
you know
Ruhi?
what makes an affirming the consequent the fact that you don't have anything, like you don't have a premise, first of all, that is actually testable. That is how you affirm the consequent, is when you just affirm that something is true, but you don't have anything to back it up. It could be this, it could be that, but in an actual experiment where you suppose that something is happening because of something else, you then test it and figure out that that's actually the case. How could you not know the difference? That's crazy, dog. I'm sorry, continue.
Wait,
Whoa.
is Rufi here? Where's Rufi been hiding? What are you doing, Rufi?
He's in he ran away from me earlier.
I'm not paying a huge amount of attention, but what's up?
Oh,
What's up,
you're
man?
taking the same tack that I took earlier when I wiped you clean.
Sure, champ.
No.
If I recall correctly, as recorded by the live stream, you were about to kick me, so I left. You're going to lie and say that's not what was going to happen?
No, you were leaving anyway, so I was like, all right,
Right.
well, I could just help you out. Why are
Okay,
you
so you were
lying?
going to kick me.
After you said you were gonna leave because you wasn't gonna answer. Yo, this guy. He was on his way out.
Yes, I did have to go, and now I'm back.
Oh boy.
Welcome back.
Go ahead.
Normal.
Speak to Napalm.
Ruhif, I have a question for you. Why you always watching movies what you don't like?
What?
Why you watching every time going to cinema to watch the same movie what you don't like?
I don't go to the cinema, Sasha. Please don't make an
Yeah,
analogy. Please just
I'm making analogy. You are going every day in cinema watching movie what you don't like, and you
Okay.
want to criticize that movie, and you're speaking about that movie that it's wrong every time. You know, I don't get it because I like to watch movies what I like. You know, and I'm going to cinema to watch. I don't go to second time to watch movie what I don't like. I don't get you. That's my problem.
Okay. I'm an
Can you
autard,
explain?
Sasha. Is that a good enough explanation?
Yeah, that's okay.
Excellent. Thank you. So ask a
Okay.
legitimate question.
I can give you some good advices. Walking in the park and going to watch cinema movies what you like, it would be very nice, you know, and your life will be more interesting. Making love, dancing or something, you know,
Okay.
because
I don't dance.
because
So there's that.
because I feel that you want to save me from this deceiving, you know, and you're putting so much efforts and you don't need to do that, you know. You need to go back to your life. Everything is all right, you know. We are deceived, you know, by sea level and natural law, and that's it. And nobody can change that, you know. And thank you for helping that you want to help us, that we open our eyes, but it doesn't help, you know. I think that you need to think about yourself, man, about your life.
My
Because
life's completely fine, Sasha. Thank you for asking.
no, you are spending a lot of time with retarded people. That's
Sasha, let Napalm is about to.
sorry.
I'm in the middle of shit, but what's up, Rufy?
Yo. I haven't spoken to you for a while, actually. Haven't been into Geos or where else were you? Somewhere else.
I don't know. I'm around. So
Solana, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. All right. Love you, champ.
You still hacking your shit about
Yes.
gradients and trying to force
yeah.
people into your whole shtick.
Oh, yeah.
Still on
I
that?
made some more memes, actually. Let me
Oh,
chuck the memes in
fantastic.
the chat.
Is it the same balloon things? You're just making more graphs on the same balloon measurements?
Yep. I've even put them into meme form. There you go.
Perfecting your shtick, huh?
Yep.
That's cool. Where'd you get the baseline for all that? Is that Eldon?
Baseline? Edlin, you mean?
Edlin? Yeah, was that Edlin?
That's
Establishment?
Sidor. Sidor was more accurate than Edlin, but sure. Close enough.
Who is more accurate?
Sidor is more accurate.
I don't know that.
Okay.
Birch and Downs, Edlin. Okay. All right,
Birch
cool.
and Downs as well. Birch and Downs do more radio stuff though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we're talking the same language. This is so good. You're learning Napalm. This is fantastic.
I'm not learning. I'm just trying to figure out how you apply this to your observation, other than just like, hey, we have this apparatus and we get this result. Therefore, ergo, we'll reify the fucking radius of the globe and we'll utilize that for our standard atmospheric refraction. So therefore, no matter what takes place, we're still reifying the R value.
No.
How did that happen? How did Edlin get to that?
Didn't happen. That didn't happen. Edlin didn't do that either. These are all measurements of the vertical gradient. Literally nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
So where's your application for standard atmospheric refraction? Where did that baseline get established?
Yeah, that's what 7/6R is. When you make a prediction for what you
What does
should
that R
see on the
stand for?
globe, radius. Yes.
So whatever observations we take, we then apply standard atmospheric refraction. So then we
if
can
you're
beg
above
the
the surface,
question and
No.
say that the refraction is this because that. So it's
No.
affirming consequent too.
No.
Fantastic. So
As I
you're still in
said,
that same shtick.
He did just say it has nothing to do with the globe, but then said 7/6
correct.
the radius of the
Right.
globe. What a
The
Yeah.
maroon.
measurements, the
That's a
measurements of the
shtick.
refractive gradient have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Do you understand that? Yes?
The what?
The measurements of the refractive gradient have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Do you understand, accept, reject, whatever?
No, I don't conversate with you anymore.
Okay.
Remember?
All right.
Because
Yep.
we go through this whole, you're just trying to walk the line, you try to get people to admit to things, and then therefore, voila, Earth globe. And I don't play your fucking game. You know that.
Profi, does measuring of the surface has to do something with the surface of the Earth?
What?
Did he just say
Does
that he
measure
wasn't here to talk about the shape of the Earth?
does measuring of the surface has to do something with the surface of the Earth?
Yes. Measuring the shape of the Earth has something to do with the surface of the Earth, yes. But what did I
Measuring
say? Can you repeat what I said?
the measuring of the surface has to do everything with the shape of the Earth.
Right, but what did I say?
You said the contrary. You said that
No, I
that
didn't.
gradient.
Yeah, gradient, right. Measurements
Yeah,
of the gradient have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. I didn't
thank
say
you.
measuring the surface of the Earth has
Yeah,
nothing to do with the Earth.
But
you're
that's
correct.
because you're already begging the question.
I haven't begged any question, Eli. Didn't we talk
Yeah,
about begging the
yeah,
question? We did.
7/6 it already includes what you're trying to prove because you're trying to establish if there's a curve or if there's a not curve.
We had this
That's what would
conversation a
be
year
begging the
ago.
question.
Okay, is it a logical fallacy? Is it begging the question to say, if Earth is a globe, then I expect X? Is that a begging the question fallacy?
What I'm telling you is if you have 7/6 and you're claiming you're trying to figure out if there's a curve, then it's begging the question. You already have the conclusion.
Okay, is it a begging the question fallacy to say, if the Earth is a globe, then I expect X? Is that begging the question?
I don't think so.
Don't. Okay, so I can actually use a curve calculator and say, oh, if the Earth is a globe, this is how much hidden I expect. That's not a begging the question fallacy, right?
Yeah.
No,
No. Okay, so
not
it's
the
not
same.
not begging the
Not
question
the
then.
same.
Very
Not the
good.
same statement.
And how much is hidden where? What?
Because then you're gonna have to qualify how much hidden there is. You can't just
Yeah.
assume that there's hidden.
Right. I compare it to reality. The curve calculator makes a prediction. I go and compare it to reality.
Okay.
So when we see a horizon above eye level, what's taking place there?
Yeah, extreme refraction. Get away from the surface.
Oh, so then how do we know that it's extreme refraction?
How do you know that it's not? Get above the surface where
How do you
refraction
know
is
that it is?
predictable.
I see the physicality of the water where it is. That means no, there is no refraction.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Napalm, you've heard it 1,000 times before. Don't
If
bother with
water, if
observations close to the
physical
surface.
rookie, if physical water where it is there, that means there is no refraction. There is physical water there, real one. That means reality. That means their light will not change the physicality of the water. What is there? If you take a boat, you will be there. You will see that water, and people who are on the boat, they will even feel that water. They will touch that water.
Okay.
Okay,
You can deny
what?
refraction. You can just deny refraction. That's
I'm not
fine.
denying refraction. I'm saying that any kind. And Ruki,
Sorry, hang on.
can you tell me on the black swan example between two oil rigs, is it that refraction or real water?
The light coming from the real water
I'm
bends through
asking
the
you
atmosphere.
between two oil
And I'm
rigs, is it
answering
real?
you.
Well,
So
anyway, you asked if it was begging the question. if Earth were a sphere, then I would expect to see this much hidden. Well, there's a qualifier in there. The qualifier being the geometric horizon, being the thing that things are hidden behind.
No, they're hidden by the apparent horizon.
Well,
That's just assuming.
sorry, that's just not true.
Okay, we can disagree.
Horizon is apparent. It's only one.
Right.
Is there ever a
But
geometric?
this is what I'm saying, because if you're going to claim, like, I mean, because these mathematical calculations are based on a tangent to a tangent point. So
Kind of.
we're assuming, but what do you mean, kind of?
Well, if you're using 7/6R, then yeah, it's a straight line tangent from the
There
observer
you
to
go.
the.
All right. Yeah. So that would mean you would expect for the horizon to be at a specific distance where the tangent meets the tangent point. Except that doesn't happen.
Do you understand what 7/6R is? Like why we use it?
What difference does it make?
It just doesn't sound like you
Because
understand
they
why
have
7/6R
no.
exists.
I've used a calculator that includes 7/6R. I've watched a video where a mathematician explained how much further the horizon would be with 7/6R. So you given this vague, do you understand, Elijah? What 7/6R? Like, bottom line is the horizon is never where you predict it would be.
Yes, it is. If you get above the surface, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. I've done literally hundreds of measurements of it. Would you like to see one?
That would be cute.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. All right. I should actually upload this to YouTube. Give me a sec, because it's a MOV file. Give me a minute. Load video.
How high above the ground are you? And how do you know how high you
That's
are?
the question. That's the question.
No, it's not a No, I
Hang on.
want to know
Well,
how
I
what's
can
your
tell you.
elevation.
Yeah, I can tell you it was like 41.5 meters, I think, something like that.
Where were you?
At a survey benchmark around near my place.
Hmm.
Give me a sec. It's uploading. Oh, it says 10 minutes. That's bullshit.
Very interesting, because we have a shot of Canigoo, I think it is, and the horizon from that very high elevation is nowhere near what you would expect.
Are
Because you
you
got
sure?
we've had tons of arguments about it, not me and you, but the people in this server. I'm pretty fucking sure.
Okay, from Canigoo or to Canigoo?
To Canigoo, perhaps.
Okay. All right, so it has uploaded. Let me post the link in the chat. There we go. This is just one measurement. And the question is, well, the usual game that I play is tell me my observer height based on that angle to the horizon.
The angle to the horizon. I thought we were going to qualify where the horizon was.
Well, the angle down to it, yeah.
No, Rufy. I was very clear when I said the qualifier being the horizon is where you predict it would be. I'm talking distance wise.
But we know that measuring the distance to the horizon is tricky, right? You need markers
Well,
that
that's
do it.
yeah. You would.
Yeah.
You got hundreds of observations. I figure one of them has to have something like that, right?
Not with distance markers, no. The angle is what you
Oh
should measure.
shit! So now you're gonna tell me what the no? Because if I'm going to assume that there's this much hidden based on the tangent, aka distance, to the point of interception, then I'm expecting to be able to qualify that first.
Do you have a distance to the horizon in the black swan?
That's the problem. There is no distance to the horizon. And that's not my problem.
Okay. Anyway, I think angle down to the horizon is a far better
Oh
measurement.
man, I thought you were going to do a lot. No, I didn't. I knew you weren't going to actually answer the question.
Eli, he's still just measuring an angle to an apparent location, so why does it matter
Correct.
anyways?
It's an
It's not
apparent
even an
horizon, yes.
actual location, it's just an apparent location.
Right, but it fits the globe.
That's like if you measure an angle to a horizon that's above your eye level. What does that mean? We live on a concave Earth, like Jesse's been doing, measuring concave Earth.
Get away from the surface where refraction is extreme, or can be extreme. Get above the surface where it's predictable.
So we're still measuring it to an apparent location, right?
Yes.
Because we know in
always
we
have been.
we know in a
So you're-
spot like Canigoo, right, where it's like, oh, we don't see any mountains. We have no clue where the horizon is, and then it gets backlit by the sun, and we could have measured it to a spot that's a ton of degrees lower than the actual horizon maybe. But then it gets backlit, and it's like,
Yeah.
So let me ask
that's
you a
giving a
question.
little bit better, but still an apparent location.
Right.
Let me ask you a question, Rufy. What is this telling us?
This is saying that the angle down to the horizon is predicted by the globe model.
Oh, so that's not affirming the consequent.
I didn't affirm the consequent. I didn't say, therefore, the globe model is true, did I?
What do you mean? You said this is matching the globe prediction. No.
Yes.
Did
That's a
Alberuni
true statement.
establish
But
who
this
was the
isn't.
first to establish that radius value? Was it
No, it's
Alberuni?
Eratosthenes there.
I mean,
That's what I'm saying, Eli, is they're affirming the consequent because they built their whole entire
Jesus
model based off of observations to horizons. So they're taking
No.
optical measurements. They're not actually doing empirical measurements. They're just measuring things optically based on what they see, right?
The Alberuni
So
method.
when they take an
Totally.
average of what they're seeing optically, and then
Alberuni
they
is
create
rubbish.
a model based off of that, how could you disprove their reified model if
We did not get the
they
radius from
made their
Alberuni.
calculations based on observations to the horizon, right? With a telescope, Alberuni, and then you even have
We did not get
Eratosthenes,
we didn't
which
get the
takes
radius
into
from
account,
Alberuni.
yeah, celestial objects as well, right? So now you're talking about celestial objects, the celestial sphere, which when you break that down has, what is the radius of that celestial sphere that you're talking about, Ruhif?
We didn't get the radius from Alberuni, right?
What's the radius to the celestial sphere?
Can you acknowledge what I just said? Can you just say, yes, I heard you?
well, there's a problem because Al-Biruni, so the literature states, used the horizon to closely calculate the radius of the Earth.
Right.
So, what are you talking about?
I
Are you
reject
saying
Alberuni as
he
rubbish.
wasn't the first? Well,
Definitely wasn't first.
now you're saying something different because
Yeah, definitely wasn't
you
first.
said at first you said he wasn't calculating the radius of the Earth,
No, I
and now
didn't
you're
say that.
saying. So what did you say? I'm
I
sorry.
said
I'd
we
rather
don't
have your
get
words.
the radius. We don't get the radius from Alberuni.
Okay,
And Alberuni
but
was not first.
okay. Well, you know what? How about we just go?
Alberuni was just the first one to utilize the same method that you guys try to use to affirm the consequent.
I don't affirm the consequent.
Rookie, who was the first?
So look, check this out. What was the radius of the Earth measured by Al-Biruni? And that's maths.com.
Mm-hmm.
The 11th century Persian mathematician Abu Rayhan al-Biruni used simple trigonometric results to estimate the radius and circumference of the Earth. His estimation has been quoted as 6,340 kilometers, which is within 1% of the mean radius of 6,371 kilometers.
Okay.
Why you acting like
We don't
why
get the
you
radius from
why you
Alberuni.
Now you're just
and
gonna
he was
say it
not the
again
first.
after I read what I read. Ew, that's so
Okay,
surprising.
we
Where do
get
you
the
get it from?
radius. We get it
That's
from
so
Eratosthenes style measurements, not from
So
measuring
you're
the horizon.
still using empirical measurements from 2,000 years ago. That's
Well,
the only claim that
1,200 years
you
ago.
have.
well. He's still using elevation angles, which is you require a flat plane to build your globe.
Were you aware that Alberuni was not the first to measure the horizon as well?
That's a
What do you
red
mean
herring.
measure the
That
horizon?
that
What the fuck does
that's
that have to do
Well,
with shit?
work
that's a
out a
red
radius
herring.
from the horizon.
That's a red herring, and it's a big beefy one away from your second point, which I was in the middle of addressing. Now you're going back to Alberuni. This is I mean, you guys dance so clumsily. Like you guys aren't. Your footwork isn't that amazing.
Oh,
But
dude, how many times have you
back
misquoted me
to
today?
Eratosthenes. Just now. That's it.
Today, probably 5
Just
times today, you've misquoted
no,
me.
just once, just now. Just once, just now.
All right,
Now,
continue.
that's again misdirection. How shocking. So yeah, Eratosthenes using uh an angle, right? Because the stick or the well
Mhm.
on the ground being vertical 90 degrees to the shadow they were measuring. I mean,
And my question: how much shadow was off?
why is that relevant, Sasha? Jesus
No, no,
Christ.
it's relevant. He's saying Eratosthenes.
No, it's not. The rhetoric is not relevant. The method is what's in question.
Yeah, but he's saying that radius. He measured the radius. That means
Yeah,
that radius.
the rhetoric, the information, the background
He,
information. It's not important once you get
yeah,
to the bottom of the actual fundamental thing, the method that they're using to get the information. So now we're there, and you're like, tell me more about the flowers and how they smell.
I'm only saying that Eratosthenes that didn't prove the radius of the Earth. Eratosthenes didn't get value of the radius.
Yeah, it takes it completely away from the fact that they're using elevation angles to prove it.
Yeah, and
It did-
elevation angles is a terrible argument.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
Really.
but
No, it's not. Because you got 500 stadia in between. What are you talking about? It's like we have this message. We have this. It's 90 degrees here, way over there. Here's a shadow. What do you mean it's terrible? There's
The,
that baseline you were talking about, buddy.
the idea that we can't get an elevation on a globe is ridiculous.
Now that's a red herring again. There's that baseline you were talking about, buddy.
Yeah, in the chat.
Like I said, there's that baseline you were talking about, buddy.
Yeah, it's in the chat. Horizontal is perpendicular to down. That's your baseline.
that's I see the
Yeah,
I
but
see some.
you're saying you're saying what I'm saying. That's not a refutation of what I'm saying,
Do you
buddy.
agree that we measure angles relative to horizontal, which is perpendicular to down?
Buddy,
No?
you have a 90-degree angle from Syene to Alexandria.
Are
What
you
Do you
the?
just
have a,
asserting that it's flat between those two places? Is that what
do
you're
you,
doing?
do you have any physical
That,
measurements of curvature, or do you just have measurements to apparent locations, which are observational measurements to apparent things, which aren't actually where they're supposed to be, right? But when they happen to be where you think that they should be, then you claim that as a win, right? So, do you have actual empirical measurements physically
For
of what
optic
you're
curvature?
trying to claim, or do you have only optical
Oh,
measurements
yeah,
to
optical.
apparent
Yes.
optical illusions? Oh, okay, where's
Optical,
the
yes. Yeah.
physical measurements?
Do you have physical measurements? I don't think
Do
anyone
you
has
have
physical
physical
measurements.
Here we
measurements
go
for your
again.
claim, bro?
No, I have optical measurements.
He's a red
So you're
herring.
measuring optically to apparent locations, and then
Yes.
when you see things fluctuate up and down, somehow you try to establish some sort of baseline on that,
That's
but
the
you don't
point.
really have a baseline. You just affirm the consequent because you use celestial
No, the point
observation.
is
So,
the
and
point
you
is that
use
once
the
you're above the
celestial
surface,
sphere model where you claim that the radius of the celestial sphere is at what? What's the radius of the celestial sphere for your
the
establishment of these angles?
the point is that
It's
optical
a
measurements
question,
once
Ruhef.
yeah,
It's a
I'm answering
question.
something from 30 seconds ago. All right.
Well, my
Once you get
question wasn't
above
from
the
30
surface,
seconds ago.
well, you said something wrong 30 seconds ago. Right. The point is that once you're above the surface, refraction is
That was an
predictable.
Edham.
So
It ain't a bro.
so
It ain't
That
about
was an
whether
Edham.
it
the
ain't about
horizon doesn't go up and down.
whether or not refraction does or does not take place. You're taking an optical measurement. You're not actually empirically measuring anything. You're not laying physicality onto the surface. So
No.
where do you
Do you
have
guys
an
have physical
establishment
measurements?
of this?
No one has physical
Where do
measurements.
you have? So you don't have a physical measurement. That's cool.
No,
All right,
neither do you guys.
I'm
Yes,
done.
Do you guys have
yes,
You just
yes,
physical
measure
measurements of flatness?
optical illusions. You measure optical illusions, and you claim that you have some
Okay.
sort of baseline because, in
Black
your
swan's an optical
opinion,
illusion.
if you get up high enough, things appear what? So are you seeing the geometric horizon at altitude? Is that what you're seeing?
No,
No,
refraction
it's
is
apparent.
predictable.
So you're
So do you
still
have?
measuring to an apparent location, which isn't a actual location. So you're never going to get an accurate measurement. So when you're doing elevation angles, can you answer my question as to what the
You haven't
radius of
answered
your
mine.
celestial sphere is?
You haven't answered mine. I'll answer yours and then ask you a question. The
I don't care
radius of
about
the
your question.
celestial sphere, the radius of the celestial sphere is infinite, right? It's a theoretical
Oh,
concentric sphere. Now, my
why are you
question
so
to you
terrible?
is are you a flat earther from physical measurements or optical measurements?
An elevation angle is a physical measurement.
It's optical. You're looking at something.
No, an elevation angle measurement is a direct measurement.
I agree it's a direct
Doesn't
measurement.
matter that you're looking at something.
Are you not looking at a star?
So you don't have a direct measurement.
I do.
We have a direct measurement.
Is it an optical one?
It is an elevation angle measurement.
Is it optical or physical?
It's physical.
Okay, napalm is an elevation angle measurement optical or physical?
It's optical, and I would never
Okay,
rely on
you
optical
guys fight it out then.
measurements.
Well, let me tell you why it's physical. Because you have to establish the horizontal first, right? So you're literally rocking after you set it to being perfectly hard. What you're doing is you're lining up the horizon mirror with the horizon, and then you're rocking the celestial body back and forth to make sure you get it perfectly on the horizon line. But what you're doing with the optical device is making it completely parallel with the ground so that you have a 90-degree angle straight out. That is
When
the physical portion of the measurement. The actual 90-degree that you're going to get before you even figure out what's going on with what's going on in the sky, that is a physical measurement.
okay,
Yeah, you
napalm
can physically measure the 90 for sure.
by looking at
Thank you.
stuff, like looking through a sextant is a physical measurement. You guys fight it out. I
Well,
don't care whether you call it
no,
physical or optical.
there's no fight. We could use a bubble sextant.
Okay,
Your
cool.
establishment of the 90, the problem you have,
That's a physical measurement
Rupi,
right there. There you go.
is that you make the planar measurement be the celestial light coming in parallel rays, right? So you take the planar measurement
as an assumption of parallel rays from the light with you, which you have no actual evidence for at
No
all
evidence.
whatsoever. When actually the planar measurement is here on Earth, right? And the spherical measurement is in the sky, i.e., a celestial sphere. And that is due to how we visually see the world. So it's an optical measurement to how we visually see the world.
Okay.
But the world is planar. The problem is you want to take the planar aspect, put that in the fucking sky for some ungodly reason, and then assume that the spherical aspect of your measurement is below your feet with no actual empirical evidence of physical measurement of the terra firma or the water dipping away from you, because you have no actual establishment of that.
My Tourette's just got triggered there. He said dip. You guys want to talk about dip
I don't
correction?
care because you call it dip correction. Just because you call it a dip correction does not change the fact that you're just objectively dealing with the observer's height above what they're measuring to the horizon. And even then, it's still an estimation, which is why celestial navigation is not that fucking accurate.
Okay.
Wait, whoa, whoa,
Getting-
whoa. Celestial navigation is within 2 miles accurate. Unless
2
there's
miles
user
is
error.
fucking
2 miles
accurate,
is
though,
pretty
bro.
good.
Yeah, it is over 1,000 miles. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, 2
It's
miles is pretty good. I
okay.
reckon.
But the dip correction, just because you call it a dip correction, does not change the fact that it's just strictly dealing with what? Observer height? Is that what
Yep.
you take into account with your dip correction?
Yes. Put in a dip correction.
Oh,
Put in an observer
yeah.
height, and you get a dip correction value.
So in
Yeah, but
a planar
what does
reality,
that have to? What does that have to do with anything? You explain to the audience. What does that
Dip
change?
correction, right? So the
It's
video
a
that I
big red
posted.
herring. What does it change?
Oh, it's directly related to the video I posted. All right, that angle.
No. How about you just explain it in 10 seconds?
Okay, dip correction. If you're using the numbers from the almanac, you're accepting that it was derived from the Earth being a sphere.
No, that's not true.
Okay, show me how you derive dip correction. I'll show you mine.
What
don't
do
let
you
him
mean?
skirt away from that because, Eli, you legit asked him a question. You know what I'm saying? And he, instead of
Yeah.
answering, he's like, well, our almanac was based on a globe. So you didn't answer his question. Why don't you answer his question, bro?
I mean,
Repeat the question.
damn. 'Cause I'm almost biting it because I'm like, Nick, you know that's a fucking lie. Because
Sorry, dip correction not
the dip
being derived from a
correction,
sphere?
the dip correction has nothing to do with the globe because it doesn't matter how
Oh,
high or low you go. The formula is going to be the same.
okay. Show me how you get the formula for dip correction. I've posted mine in the chat. That's where the almanac gets its dip correction from. Please show me yours, Eli.
Is it possible to measure something flat if it's something flat? And how you will do that if it's flat?
I'm just waiting for Eli's dip correction formula.
It's all right. I'm asking you a simple question. If something,
Excuse me.
something is,
Wait, hold on. What's this?
That's where dip correction comes from. That's how
Wait
the
a minute.
almanac calculates dip
Wait a
correction.
minute. That looks like a tangent to a tangent point right there.
Yes.
Wait a minute. But how you going to do dip correction on an apparent horizon?
Right. Did you not see? Hang on.
Cocksucker, rewind.
Hang on. Did you not see the one I posted before? Why do we use 7/6R, Elijah? There it is again in the chat. Do you understand why we use 7/6R?
Is that illustration correct? So you're assuming a 90 degree at your intersection of the horizon? How do you know that? If it's an apparent location and it fluctuates.
Again, why do we use 7/6R?
So you're not going to answer my question.
Yeah, it is by assuming a standard rate of refraction, right? So light curves through the atmosphere, and the radius of that curvature is approximately 45,000 kilometers. Right, so we've got curved light and a curved Earth. Right, to make the geometry easier.
So no tangent point then, huh?
To make the geometry easier, we straighten out the
where is
light
that
ray.
tangent, Eli?
To make
if
the
we're talking
geometry
about a
easier.
curving,
Do you guys want to
we talking about
understand this? Or you just
curving
want to talk over
tangent?
me?
I don't know,
Should I
Eli.
just
Is he
read
talking
out?
about a
I'll just
curve?
read out the
Curve thing?
text on the meme. How about you guys read it out if you don't want me to read it?
I want that you answer my question. If something is flat, how I can measure that it's flat?
Don't know, Sasha. If you have a flat
Because
measurement, I'd love to see it.
Give me a second.
are you saying that it's only possible to measure curve things, that flatness is not possible to measure?
I don't know, Sasha. Anyway, if you guys understood why we
You
use
you're
7 over
saying
6R,
you are explaining now how it's possible to measure the curvature. I'm asking you how it's possible to measure something flat.
I'm responding to Eli and Napalm asking why we use a straight line
Yeah,
tangent to the
I
globe.
don't.
That's
Well,
what I'm
guess
doing.
what? Yeah, you
I'm
know.
asking.
Hold on. It has nothing to do with the globe, and I'll tell you how. When you use a bubble sextant, you don't even use dip correction.
Correct.
Debunked.
What do you mean debunked? What?
Debunked.
Okay, so when we use a marine sextant, we do use dip correction. Debunked. What?
No,
You're not
no,
making any
because
sense, Eli. Sorry.
if it had to do with the ground curving at all,
Right.
then you'd have to use dip correction in the sky. You'd have to use it with a bubble sextant. Why do you not use it
No.
with a bubble sextant? Because you have a perfect horizontal. You're not
Yes.
standing above the surface and you're not using the horizon, which is
Right.
below you. The horizon is below you. That's why you have to correct for how high above the horizon you are. That's
Yes,
it.
but you don't do that with a
Not
bubble
but it has
sextant. I
nothing
agree.
to do it has nothing to do with it being a globe. How do I know? Because if you had it perfectly on the water, which you never would, but that's what the effectively what the dip correction is for. If you just had a bubble instead, like the ones that they use in aviation, then you would have no use for dip correction.
Right.
That just kind of undermines your entire argument about
What?
Right.
dip
So,
correction.
Elijah, are you saying that the bubble sextant basically just takes out the trying to measure to an apparent location?
Right, because you already have a horizon. The whole point of using the horizon in the boat is to get the sextant perfectly horizontal. That's the whole purpose of it. So you can have an actual 90-degree angle.
Right, because they can't deal with a bubble sextant on the boat because of the listing and all that kind of stuff,
Right.
right? So it's harder to establish. So they use the horizon.
Yes.
Yes. We're in violent agreement, right? We don't use dip correction for a bubble sextant, but we have to with a marine sextant.
Because you're
You're not sure how you got debunked out of
using
that.
the horizon which is below you. No
Right?
shit. But you're claiming that it has to do with the globe. But you know
Yes.
what? I'm gonna go ahead and get some information because I don't really I wanna I'm not good with all this math. I wanna get a second opinion.
Okay. Take
Oh,
my derivation to someone. Yeah. In fact, I'll
because
post you the
I mean
derivation from.
I've heard this argued against so many times I just don't pay attention to it because I'm
Yeah.
like I already know that it's bullshit. I really don't pay attention to the details of bullshit. But for you, next time you're in here, I'll have a
Cool.
detailed. I mean, the bubble sextant already blows you out of the water. No pun intended. But I want to see what the answer to this would be.
Okay. We just agree that we don't do dip correction with a bubble sextant. I don't see how that's a debunk of anything. We do use dip correction with a marine sextant.
I don't think he gets it, Eli. I just don't.
I don't
Yeah,
understand how you get to debunked with that.
he doesn't because seeing is that you don't have an excuse for the dip correction being tied to a globe. All you have is a straight horizontal. Straight horizontal, still 90 degrees. Doesn't matter how high or low you are in elevation. You're gonna get the same angle to the stars regardless.
Yes. Thank you for confirming parallel light, Eli. Thank you.
That doesn't confirm. Again, here you
Yes,
go
it
begging the
does.
question.
No. if the altitude
We go
doesn't
back to the
matter,
question.
if
So let
your
me ask you a
elevation or altitude
question.
doesn't matter,
We
and
go
you get
back
the
to the
same
question.
angle.
We go back
Let
to
me
the
ask
question.
you a question. Can I ask Rufy a quick question?
Well, after I explain the parallel light, yes. If the altitude, if you're in a plane at 40,000 feet or at the surface and you get the same elevation angle with a bubble sextant, that's telling you light is parallel. That's a geometric fact. It's in the chat. Anyway, no fun.
Nope. It's not. It's telling you that the surface is parallel and that you're measuring to how you see the world.
So it's very simple geometry. Very simple.
Oh,
If
very
those two
simple. Very
lines,
simple. Very simple, right? It's very
yeah,
simple, Rufy.
yes.
Damn, now I forgot my question. Because you had to bring up some irrelevant shit.
Yes, old dude, I did say light curves, and there is a correction in the almanac for that. Give me one sec. There we go. That's for old dude in the chat. And refraction is incorporated into the dip correction as well.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. So yeah, the dip correction. So if we were residing on a perfectly flat surface, and as we stood above it, right, stood directly on it and looked off in the distance, right? Wild speculation here, perfectly flat surface, no interruptions, no nothing. Would you expect that horizon, the apparent location where the ground appears to meet the sky, when would you ever expect that point to be at or above your eye line?
If you're close to the surface with a decent amount of refraction, it'll be above your eye line. What I would
Regardless,
expect,
just take out refraction. Would that horizon ever meet your eye level?
it would fade off into the distance, but it would approach
Correct.
horizontal. Yes,
Exactly
there would be
how
no
we
hard
see,
horizon.
right? So if we were going to try to eliminate trying to measure to the
Sorry, hang on.
distance
It's not what we
below our
see.
eye level, if we are able to eliminate having to measure the bottom portion of our elevation angle, right, based off of the best place that we could get it, but knowing that that place is never going to be exactly horizontal, right? Because if we're talking about two lines that are never actually meeting, you're always going to have a difference. So if we weren't able to do it in some other way, right, and we were just doing it optically, we are always going to have to correct for the fact that that place is never, ever going to physically be in the place where our eye line is. Would you agree?
That it's never going to be at horizontal. Yeah, I agree.
No,
Unless you're
it can
really
be
close to the
horizontal, but it would be parallel to your eye line, and those two places are never going to meet if you're above the
Right.
surface. Would you agree?
But excuse me.
Would you
But as the
agree?
limit, we're going to talk about limits here, right? As the distance increases, it will get approaching to horizontal.
Approaching to, but would you ever actually have it at that location?
No, it will never actually be at 0 degrees.
So you're always going to have to correct for that elevation above that planar surface if we're just doing the hypothetical, in your world hypothetical.
Yes, but
living and
no
residing on a
horizon.
perfectly flat horizontal surface to your eye line. It's never going to be above it. So you'd always have to make a correction.
Yes, what is your correction?
Whether or not the surface was perfectly flat or on your reified presupposed delusion of it being a sphere.
Yeah, what is your correction? If you're 10 meters above the surface, how much is your correction? That's
Just use
that's
the
Eli's
math.
job now.
Just use the math that you dropped in there.
What
It
math?
works just fine.
That math assumes a globe, so don't use that one.
No, it doesn't. It assumes.
Hang on, let me post it again.
It assumes the radius of your celestial sphere.
Hang on, let me just post it again. All right.
What's the
You wanna say that
radius
again,
of your
Napalm?
celestial sphere?
The celestial sphere is infinite radius. It's a theoretical concentric sphere.
No, it just what that does, that R value just takes into account your limit of vision. Knowing that is the maximum limit of your vision, and you're always going to have to correct to it. But things that don't actually intersect with the horizon, but they appear above you, your measurement to them based on that radius is always going to give you exactly what you need to navigate this world, right? Because instead of having the planar aspect being in the sky, even though you call it a celestial sphere, we actually deal with reality where we live on that planar surface, and we still call it a celestial sphere.
Hang on, I posted the wrong one. Give me a sec.
I mean, it's cool if you don't understand it.
That's cool. Anyway, so with the dip correction approximation formula on the screen, can you repeat what you said about the formula not using the fact that the Earth's a globe? Can you just get that soundbite again?
Why are you trying to grab sound bites, bro? The radius is the celestial sphere.
Stupid. This has nothing to do with the celestial sphere at all.
It's based on a celestial sphere, right? So it's based on your limit of vision because you're making this measurement optically, aren't you? So we're dealing with vision.
Do you know what the celestial sphere is?
No, the dip correction does have to do with the horizon and the fogginess and the mugginess, but I'll get you appropriate answer in a little while.
Cool. Yeah, a derivation of where you guys get your dip correction from. That would be lovely.
Zero matches.
Right,
hey,
anyway.
where you get this from?
What? My memes? I make them.
No, the this right here. What book is this from? Where is it at?
The altitude correction? Dip correction?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one sec. In the chat. And I'll post the American Practical Navigator as well, again. Cool. All right. I'm going to go.
So why don't the parallel lines of your surface below you and your eye height, why do those never actually physically meet?
Which parallel lines? What are you referring to?
So we'll go back to our scenario, which in your mind would be completely hypothetical, residing upon a perfectly flat horizontal surface parallel to your eye line. Why?
They don't meet. Yeah, they don't meet. Done.
They don't meet.
Look at this. I mean,
so within your correction there for the dip, why are you making those two meet?
What two parallel lines do I have in my dip correction? This is not flat Earth. This is a globe.
We're making a measurement to the horizon, right?
Right. Yeah.
So why are you trying to get that to meet up with your eye level?
There are no two parallel lines in that dip correction. What are you talking about?
Wow, that was the biggest red herring I've ever heard.
Because he doesn't comprehend what I'm trying to
say. Maybe in a non sequitur, and I'm doing something else, and I was like, "What?
What? Which? There's a green line and a red line and a black line. Which two do you think are parallel?
I'm not looking at your image. What I'm saying is the parallel line from your eye line and the surface in my hypothetical scenario, right?
Right. They won't meet, right?
They won't meet.
Correct.
But they would appear to meet, right? The sky would appear to meet the ground.
Yes.
But we know that it never actually does, so we have to make a correction for that. So what is causing it to appear to meet the sky?
Perspective, sure.
Cool. So if we see in a limit of vision, we have a limit to our vision. Would you agree? Or can we see forever?
It depends which way you're looking. Right. There's no reason. There's nothing stopping.
So you think you can see forever?
There's a photon can reach my eye. There's no fucking.
So when
gate.
do the laws of perspective or the rules of perspective suddenly go out the window and it's infinite?
Okay, a photon hits my eye. There's no person that's like sitting in my eye saying how
I
far
don't
have you
care about
traveled,
the
Mr. Fuzzy.
photons, bro. I'm talking
Okay.
about how the world presents itself to you, the image that you're rendering, regardless of whatever's taking place, right? So, what?
Look at this right here. Look at this from Astrolabe Sailing. Dip, D or dip, height of eye correction. Therefore, we need to make a correction to what your sextant says to get your reading converted to a C level reading, which means whatever they're doing, they have to make it as though the sextant is on the C level.
Yeah.
Or just bringing it up to horizontal. Both of those are the same thing.
You have to make sure that those two places that you think are meeting, right, or you see a gap within the two, you have to drop it down,
right,
so that you
there's
get an actual horizontal or whatever.
Yeah, it's called the true horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, or
Which
horizontal.
Which is why the bubble
which
sector
is
completely eliminates that shit, bro.
like,
Anyway, if you can get me how you guys get your dip correction, that'd be fantastic.
what do you mean how we get our dip correction? The same thing optically happening for me is the same thing optically happening for you now. You
Right.
claiming that this is due to a globe, that's not true. Because if the Earth
Well,
were a sphere, you wouldn't be able to get an elevation angle to begin with.
okay, that's rubbish. But first of all, the formula in the almanac is
Well,
the
I did
formula
read
that I've
you earlier.
reproduced.
Oh, my bad. But I did read
But
you earlier that it's not rubbish. And all right, specifically, let me go back to what I read earlier. Where's
the
my
formula
stuff?
in the almanac,
I
0.97
was
times the
just
square
about
root of
to read it.
100 feet.
I was just
Yep.
about to read it because you said it was rubbish, so we were dealing with that. Here we go. The angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, and its geographical position on Earth. So the thing you said is rubbish is not rubbish.
What's the source of that? Can you post that one in the chat? Is that the Yachting World one?
Not sure, but I guess I could do an image search.
Because if that's the Yachting World one, Protothad hit up the guy, as I did actually, and said, dude, are you sure? And he said, no, sorry, it's not a right angle triangle.
I mean, that's obviously not the only reference I have. I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm sure you've got the tablet math guy as well, who also corrected himself.
How are you going to correct a measurement? You do need the 90 degrees. What is there to correct?
What changed in his measurement?
What exactly did he say he was wrong about?
And what did he change in his measurement?
The Yachting World guy said it's not a right angle triangle. Same with the tablet class math guy. Right, and I'm actually asking you, Eli. I'll post this in the chat. Can you get me the source for this one that I posted in the chat? Because I can't find it. But he's wrong as well.
Oh, everybody's wrong all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, two of your sources have corrected. And this is a bit of a tangent, sorry. But what's his name? QE's sources against me saying science proved things has also been corrected.
Whatever.
That's a red herring.
I know, it's a tangent. Fine, whatever. But people make mistakes and then they get corrected.
How is this a mistake?
It's not a right angle triangle between the
But
star, the GP, and the observer.
how is what this says right here a mistake?
Which one? Post the link.
The one that you just posted.
Yeah, it's wrong. It's showing right angle triangles between the observer, the GP, and the star. That's not the case.
How is it not? I mean, they do this.
It doesn't work.
Like they've depicted this, except like superimposed over a globe. So what?
Yeah.
So it seems like everybody's trying to say the same thing. What's wrong about it?
It's not a right angle triangle. That's why I'm asking for the source.
No, I hear
like
I hear what you're saying, but justify the guy saying, well, Okay, you need the source for this. Give me
Yeah.
the source to the other one that you're saying the guy corrected for.
The yachting world. That was the one you
Yeah.
were reading out, right? Yeah.
Was it?
Protothad made a video. I think so.
That doesn't matter. I'm still asking the same question.
Yeah. Give me a minute and I'll find Protothad's video.
I don't care about Protothad's video. I'm asking what was wrong about what he said.
He's claiming a right angle triangle between the star, the GP, and the observer. That's wrong.
Okay,
Yeah, how is that incorrect?
what makes it wrong?
It doesn't work. It doesn't work in reality.
When you're literally on a boat or you're using a bubble sextant? How? What do you mean? How doesn't it? Like you're literally shooting for the star in the distance somewhere.
Right? But you're not shooting to the
What do you
GP.
mean it doesn't mean that? Because the sky has to be flat too for you to be using your 90. So,
I don't even know what it means for the
what
sky
do
to
you
be
mean
flat.
you don't know what I mean? What? Well,
For the
to
sky
have
to be flat.
to have a co-altitude, you have to have a correlation between the angles.
Right.
Right. So, what do you not understand?
How does that mean the sky's flat? I mean, all an
So you have
co-altitude angle
angles
is.
in the sky, you have angles on the ground, you have correlationships.
Yep. Posted in the chat. Don't understand what you mean by the sky is flat then. It doesn't matter.
All right.
Just move on. Yeah, doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. I'll show you in a second. I mean, it's obviously it's just a drawing, but
yeah, that one's in an official bloody army book. That's atrocious. That one.
okay.
Yeah, it's wrong as well.
What's wrong about it?
How will we? Because it uses a bullshit right angle triangle with a curved freaking adjacent. It's
Okay, but
rubbish.
what's wrong? What's wrong about it? Yeah, the slight curve that they put on there is rubbish. But what's
Yeah.
wrong with it? What's wrong
It
about it?
doesn't work. This is why we've been asking you guys for 2 years to
What doesn't
demonstrate
work?
CellNav.
What doesn't work?
Try and do celestial navigation with that geometry. It doesn't work.
What are you talking about? What
It
like
does.
what doesn't work?
Try
Explain it
and
to me.
do right. Where do you get 60 nautical miles per degree from?
That's a red herring.
No, it's not. It's geometry. It's the geometry of a globe.
No, it's not geometry. It's
Okay, then
just
show us the geometry working.
no, it's not geometry. It's actually the degrees on the fucking what do you call that? The micrometer drum.
Bro, Eli, they can't even measure that from 0 to 90. So if that's your claim, Ruhif, do you have an actual measurement of
No,
60 nautical miles per degree from 0 to 90?
but the
He
answer for
doesn't.
that is that's the degrees on the micrometer drum. What are you talking
Exactly.
about?
Okay.
Is it the
How did
or am
you
I
get?
getting that or am I getting that? No, don't move. Just relax. Hold on. Am I? Hold on. Hold on.
If you can show me the geometry of 60 nautical miles per degree
It's not.
on a
We're
flat
not
Earth,
showing you that. That's a red herring. We're not showing you. It's not even a red herring. It's like you're trying to turn it into something it's not. Let me
Yeah,
just see.
because he
Let me
can't
just
even
look
do
this
it,
up.
Eli. So
I've posted it in the
breeze
chat.
past that.
I've posted it.
You have no measurements. So from 0 degrees on the horizon to 1 degree, you can tell me that you've measured that with as 60
I
nautical
haven't
miles.
measured. Right?
Nobody
It's the
has.
basis. It's the
You don't
basis
even
of
do
celestial
celestial
navigation.
What is the lowest angle you would even use in celestial navigation?
10 at the worst, maybe 15.
No, you wouldn't even get down that close. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, if you guys can justify 60 nautical miles per degree on a flat Earth, I'd love to see it. Please show the
Who has to
geometry.
justify that? You don't have 60 nautical miles because the Earth is a globe. You justify that it's a globe.
They don't even
That's
have
the
that. Yeah,
only,
exactly. They don't even have
the,
that. They have
the
no
only
justification for
geometry.
that.
Yeah, the only reason you have any of this is angles to Polaris, elevation
Fun.
angles to Polaris.
Yeah. The only geometry that
Yeah.
60 nautical miles per degree
Yeah.
works on is a globe with distant stars. That's the only geometry.
Sorry, buddy.
No, it
No.
doesn't
Okay,
even work
well,
on your shit, bro. Your shit
anyway,
breaks
I'm
down.
going to go. If you guys can show me celestial navigation on a flat Earth, there's, I don't want to say what I'll
Micrometer
do.
drum. The micrometer drum rotates to make fine adjustments when measuring angles and indicates minutes of a degree of an angle. Now, it's just an arc. It's an arc on the sextant.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because we see not in
We
what do
see
you
in an
call
arc.
it? Like
Okay,
If you
can
point
any?
to the horizon, you point to above your head, which would be your GP, and then you point to the opposite horizon. If you had a dot on the end of your finger throughout all of those measurements between that, let's just say I'm doing this right now out in front of my house, right? Let's say I'm pointing at the horizon, then I'm pointing at my GP, and then I'm pointing at the other horizon. And I have a flashlight in my hand, and somebody just did uh, long exposure photography. So it would capture the light from where it started to where it ended. What shape would that be, Ruhith?
Okay, I've got to go. Please, some flat earther,
Mhm.
demonstrate getting a position fix using
Yeah.
celestial navigation.
Anyway, it is
Thank you.
attached to the lower end of the index arm. One complete rotation moves the index arm 1 degree along the arc scale. The drum has 60 graduations, each representing 1 degree of arc. Or was that 1 inch of arc? Or whatever.
Do you apply arcs to planar things, Eli? Or do you. An arc isn't like a planar measurement, is it?
Right, so I think I can, just from the globe perspective, if I could be permitted to talk really quickly, the reason why people say that celestial navigation has to work on a spheroid sort of planet is because maybe I can post a picture, but essentially, if you assume that the celestial object in question is infinitely far away, then it doesn't matter where you are on the flat Earth; it would always appear at the same angle. So that means you have to assume that it's closer, and if you assume that it's closer, then the relationship between the distance moved on the surface of whatever shape you're on and the angle to the object won't match. It'll match for one potential
No,
height,
you
like
don't.
We
No,
don't
you
we
don't.
don't we don't assume anything though. The sky just works the way the sky works. But we do know
Yep.
for a fact that in order to get an elevation angle in the first instance, you can't do that off of a curved surface. Especially not one with uh air that you claim is refracting the horizon, so you wouldn't be able to get a tangent to the tangent point uh to do any of the math that you do.
Right. Well, possibly. But I guess one thing that I'll just say is that, yeah. So you're not committing to a model.
We're not concerned with we're
I,
not concerned with the height of stars, which coincidentally they're not concerned with that in celestial navigation. You just mentioned why, because they just assume that well they don't assume they don't have a height at all. Now you can say, well, that makes it make sense for my infinitely far away stars, but there's no
yeah.
way to justify that. But
Well, that's sorry.
the one thing I know is that you do need the 90 degrees. That's the whole purpose of getting a perfect horizontal. Like, what would be the purpose of getting a perfect horizontal if the 90 degrees wasn't important? If it wasn't an angle between you, the celestial body, and the ground position of that celestial body? I mean, and then Ruhif comes in and says that none of my citations are relevant because they started calling people who were globers anyway and getting them to say that they were wrong. And I'm like, wrong about what? And he can't tell me what?
Yeah,
That's
I don't
silly.
know about Ruhith. I have no idea about that.
The
But
funny thing about that,
Ruhith.
Elijah, is these people were actually probably experts and have utilized that technique to be able to actually physically celestial and like navigate the waters with that method. But somehow we get anti-flat earthers that are going to call them and tell them that they're incorrect. But
Wait,
they've been utilizing that system. That's interesting.
If I could just say one quick thing about before we move on to this whole horizontal angle thing, with the the globe Earth model, I just like to say that the whole celestial navigation thing of 60 degrees per, no, I'm sorry, 69 miles per degree, or moving a certain distance on the surface, leading to celestial objects like Polaris and such, sort of changing angle with the sky. That fits our model, which is just more evidence for it. Which is to say, it fits a model exactly
How your model was made.
with a spherical Earth with a 63. I'm sorry, 6,371 kilometer
No, that
radius.
it fits
Bruh.
because you built it based off of the flat plane and the observations of the flat plane. Like
Yeah.
that's why it appears to fit. You know where the equator is because someone somewhere got far enough from it that they finally got the minimum angle to Polaris, which we now call the equator. It's not that hard. Somebody went further and further away from Polaris, and Polaris seemed to get lower and lower and lower, and they built it off of that. Like, but still, these are elevation angles we're talking about. That's the fundamental basis to all of this in the first instance.
Oh, but what's cool though is that what you'd expect, the way that these bodies dip according to your distance traversed, and meaning that it supports a model with a certain radius, sort of supports lots of other
Yeah.
evidence that we get, like for instance, measurements from gyroscopes, measurements from
The radius just isn't
your
below
weight
your
on the
feet.
Earth, like for example, a gyroscopic measurement is completely different from the angle that you'd see to a celestial, object, right? But that model, as you change latitude with a gyroscope, the amount that it topples or drifts also
Look at the
supports a globe with
Why?
the radius.
Quit scattergunning, bro. Quit scattergunning. You're done.
look
You've
at
already
look
Okay.
at
made point
this.
3.
Reading from how celestial navigation works. Sines and cosines are the foundation of celestial navigation. It is easiest to understand them by looking at the proportions of right triangles, and figure 1 C is the 90-degree angle and C is the length of the hypotenuse. We got more. One of my favorites that I like to read out. Earthly Andrew Hill Darwin rules okay. Even in The Spectator, we rarely find serious assertions that the sun goes around the earth. One can, of course, believe anything one likes, as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that belief corresponds to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to the celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed earth and around which it rotates in accordance with laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. The sun and moon move across the inner surface of this sphere and hence perforce go around the earth. This means that the students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused dogma they learned in school. Most of them find this remarkably easy because dogma is as may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be. If Andrew Hill will look in the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the Earth centered universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of The Spectator may suggest. Darcy Redioff, Royal Air Force College, Cranfield.
Bro, measurement of the celestial what, Elijah?
Uh,
Measurements of the celestial what?
did I just read that in the Andrew
Oh,
Hill?
yeah. Yeah, it was in like the first 2 or 3 sentences, somewhere in there. Celestial what?
Oh yeah, the celestial sphere.
Wait, so what's in the sky? What shape is it that you're measuring to? The sky?
A celestial sphere. So it's basically a
Wait,
hemisphere.
so the planar geometry is not in the sky, right? That's a sphere, which would be spherical, not planar. So the sky is a celestial what?
Sphere.
Oh, and we measure to a celestial what?
Sphere.
Right. But in their model that they try to hawk, they treat the sky as
They say
What
they think it's
parallel?
on the ground. Mm-hmm.
They treat the sky as parallel, but everybody, like you just read, is treating the sky as if it's a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
So the transposition between the two is very clear if you understand that the sphere is in the sky and
Look
what
at
you
what.
reside upon is planar. The
Watch.
transition between the two is just very
Yeah, look
simple.
at that. I'm gonna keep dropping them. I got a boatload of these.
But hey, man, I gotta roll. It's late, so I'm gonna get out, man.
Hold on, you're gonna like this one. Hold
All
on,
right.
you're gonna like this one. Watch what this says right here. If I can find it, I got that, and is this? Do, 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 do. Yeah. This is it right here.
To me, this is one of the easiest things. It baffles me that they can't comprehend
Watch
how
this
this
shit.
is taking place. You know.
It may be a bit confusing for beginners to imagine the celestial equator and the related declination. A really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat circular platform on which the
Ooh.
telescope stands. The platform has the size of the Earth's equator, and the axis is the polar axis. There goes the uh, 23-degree tilt. Uh oh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Even when moving the telescope any place on this disk, the declination of the object will always be the same. Hmm. How
Mm-hmm.
interesting.
They're like saying, "Hey, this is going to go against what you've learned, but the sphere that you thought was below your feet, we're actually going to take that sphere and we're going to make that planar in order for us to navigate based on a celestial sphere, which is above your head. So I know you learned it the other way, but we're going to treat it this way in order to actually navigate on Earth." And then somehow people are going to come back and say, no. They just did that just for the calculations, where actually the planar stuff is in the sky and the spheres below our feet. But all it is a transposition. But when you actually need to navigate, what you actually do is you treat what you're residing upon as planar and you treat the sky as a sphere. Interesting, huh?
Yeah, man. But all right, it was good talking with you.
Yeah. I gotta get to bed.
You have I definitely should have been doing something else like
Yeah.
studying.
Oh, bro, I dug trenches in the morning and then played 2 fucking hockey games. Like I'm done. I'm exhausted. So yeah, I'm gonna hit it. But good vibing with you tonight.
One more. Like, cause this is kind of more like what Rufy would be like. That's a total lie. Like, look at this. Why are they doing this? Like, why are they depicting it like this? If what Rufy is saying is right, like, this is a he's to be. Oh, that's wrong too. I'll just call. I'll call everyone on the fucking face of the earth. God damn it, they're all fucking wrong.
No, everything you search at, it's gonna give you that planar shit below your feet, bro. And it's gonna put that sphere in the sky. Everything you look at, that's what the math fucking lays out. But then they wanna fucking flip it. That's all they're doing. They're transposing it. That's all.
He is tripping. Yep. All right, brother.
Yeah. You have a good night. Take care.
You too. Yep, I like that one, Drace. For us moderns, the concept of a line of position is easy to grasp. Tie a string at the top of a high straight pole. Tie the other end to your shoe. Walk all around the pole while keeping the string taut. The string will form the same angle from the base of the pole to your shoe, then to the top of the pole, everywhere along your path. That is a circle of equal altitudes. This is the angle you will measure with your sextant. If you take any small segment or arc of that circle, then it will seem almost a straight line, and that is your line of position. So when you take a sextant reading, you know that you're somehow on the circumference of a circle that goes around the geographical position of that body, with the center being the GP of the body. You also know that the azimuth being the bearing of that body will be a line drawn from the GP to your position and perpendicular to the tangent of the circle of position at your position. What? All of these people are lying? Like, what the? What? Like, what? Like, is this like a conspiracy to trick people into thinking that the Earth is flat? Like, what's going on, Drace?
I don't know, man.
I wonder if Ruhif really. I mean, wow, wow.
And practically, its conclusion is this: you cannot navigate on the flat surface.
No matter what, it's like
No, yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, it's just silly. It's not like cultures way back in time also navigated and also had just a religious view of the world. They weren't all cultists and secret societies with some secret doctrine about the world being a globe. They had the religions.
Yeah. A sextant is used to measure the altitude of a celestial body above the horizon line of reference. Altitude in this case is a special use of the word describing an angular measure, not a distance in feet above sea level. A mariner can use the horizon as this line of reference, but when an airplane is above the clouds or flying at night, its navigator can't see the horizon. The bubble sextant solves this problem by providing, so it's not like it's something completely different. It serves the same function. When you can't use the horizon to get a horizontal, you just use the bubble. So a mariner could use the horizon as this line of reference. But when an airplane is above the clouds or flying at night, its navigator can't see the horizon. The bubble sextant solves this problem by providing an artificial horizon. The bubble sextant solved this problem by providing an artificial horizon. Sorry. It takes its name from an air bubble in a liquid filled chamber that functions like a carpenter's level, indicating when the sextant is aligned horizontally. Aligned horizontally. Horizontally with what? Hmm. Well, they already told you what it's going to be aligned horizontally with. Right here at the front, a sextant is used to measure the altitude of a celestial body above a horizontal line of reference. So when you're using the bubble, it functions like a carpenter's level, indicating when the sextant is aligned horizontally with the horizontal line of reference. When I look through the eyepiece of my sextant, I locate a star, and with the drum on the side of the instrument, like a camera's focus ring, adjust the angle of rotation. Oh, angle of a rotatable prism until the star showing in the eyepiece is aligned beside the bubble. The prism and the drum are geared to circular scales marked off in degrees. From these scales, I read the star's altitude. Sorry, it's not a challenge. That's like somebody asking me if I'm uh no, I don't want to be that vulgar, especially since Flatsy Clown just showed up. I was about to I was about to forget it. It was just going to be a terrible reference. Um mm, mm, That's like me being good at something, right? And then they're like, okay, well, take up this challenge for doing what you're good at. And then you show up to the challenge and it's like a hot dog contest instead or something. It's, it's the best I
It's
could come
also
up with. Plot.
it's also like they want you to do all this work and put all this money into this, and then you expect a $10,000 payout, but they're never gonna pay it out.
Well, there's nothing to pay out because what he wants to do is take it from an actual elevation angle measurement, like on a boat, and bring it to La La Land. He wants to bring it to a reification of points on a map. And it is crazy how they do get things changed, but you can't hide the truth but so much.
But they always do that. Like, you hear the Globers come in here telling us, we've known it's been a globe for 2,000 years. But no, that's not what happened. That's just what we've been taught. It's not actually, like, if you look, majority of the world was not in on this idea until pretty recently, really. Otherwise, it was just hidden as secret knowledge within societies like the Freemasons and other such things.
Why are all these lights on? Huh. I just realized, like, if I lived in a mansion in the, so I'm about to tell y'all something about me that you don't know. Um, if I lived in a mansion and the lights went out for some reason, and the breaker was like, I don't know, somewhere very far from where the fuck I was, and it was like late at night, I would probably die of a heart attack because I am afraid of the dark. Yes, you've heard it here, guys. I am very much so afraid of the dark. I do not like the dark. I do not like basements. I'm not afraid of the dark if I'm accompanied by someone. Then the dark is great. But me by myself, nah, I'm good. I'm good.
Mm-hmm. I I think you just have to realize that all humans have equal, night vision capabilities. So everyone's at the same disadvantage. And if instead of them, stalking you in your imagination, you can
Why would I
hide
be
and
worried about humans?
you're worried about other things in the
Other
dark.
stuff. Like I
Okay.
literally go outside. My dog was trying to take me to this tree line where like it just looks like the end of civilization. And so I'm like, yo, that is where the evil begins, bro. Like, can you hear all of the forest noise in that air? That I don't even know what's beyond. I don't even know what's over there. I don't have a desire to find out. It's just trees and darkness. I'm like, how would I ever be able to survive? Oh my god! Like, how are humans just like walking around in the forest and shit, like with all of that brush and all of those bugs and like, I'm soft, yo. I'm soft. I'm 6'2". I'm a city. I'm straight city. It's beautiful out here. I like it, but so long as my lights work. That's what I'm scared of, Flatty. I don't want my eyes adjusting to the dark. I don't want to see the dark. I don't want the dark. Like, things come out in the dark.
Yeah, it would be cool to have those GPN VG18 night vision goggles that have 4 different. They kind of look like and they've got like these 4 little lenses on them, so you can have better peripheral vision. I don't know if those are available for civilians to get, but I've seen online a video, and apparently it makes pitch black look like the day, so it's pretty cool. But I think they cost like $40,000 or something.
You would run away from me, wouldn't you? You would run away because you'd know I'd be freaked out, and you'd be like, "I'm going to do my own thing." Then you wouldn't be able to cuddle with me, you cuddle monster. He's just like me. He doesn't like cuddle directly, but he needs to have a foot on you. You know what I mean? Something. Well, I'm lying. I like to cuddle, but that's none of y'all business anyway. But if it's hot, like I'll reach out a hand or something. A hand will suffice. It's like, ooh, if celestial navigation was proven on a flat Earth, then why don't you accept Nicktoon's challenge? Because his challenge has nothing to do with elevation angles, which is the single thing that is fundamental to the conversation. Notice his challenge is nothing about, well, at least I think I remember or don't remember there being anything about actually using a sextant and actually getting an elevation angle.
I've never
Yeah.
looked at the challenge itself, so I might go and have a look what the challenge is before talking. Yeah.
I'd say it'd probably be fun to play around with it, but I doubt that he would ever pay up.
Yep.
And I might be wrong, but I don't think he'd pay up. Dude seems like a freaking tool.
No way. Why are you saying that, Blatty? Like, that's not even true. That's what I'm imagining is true. She says, in the woods at night, in the light of your flashlight, you can see billions of eyes from spiders. Fam.
Oh no.
Fam.
That is not
Like,
something anybody wants to think about.
I'm just getting used, like, not even used to, like, thank goodness as a child. I came up poor and we went to
And
this thing called Fresh Air Fun. My mom signed me up for
actually, sorry, you can see all of their lights in the light of your flashlight. Absolutely, you can. I even tested it for myself. It is all of those little shining lights that you see off in the distance with your flashlight are the eyes of spiders.
that is creepy.
I think it's cool.
That
I mean,
it's,
if I think of it like the eyes of God, just keeping an eye on everything through the eyes of His creation, I guess then it'd be kind of cool. But it's that's really my anxiety is very high.
I
Right
appreciate
now.
you sharing your fear of the dark with us, though, because it made me not fume so much. I'm sitting over here like wiping like fucking mad tears from my eyes
Why?
because I just found out that that the anti-flat earthers went on that fucking campaign. No wonder why we're dealing with the words of you don't need powers that be to change the word meaning of words when you got people campaigning to have it done and outrage
Mm.
that flat earthers hurt their fucking egos. Fuck them. Sorry. Excuse my language.
You talking
I'm mad.
about what you talking about what Rufy said?
Yes.
Well, don't worry about it. The truth is gonna. You can't. That's the thing. That's God. That's what makes Him so awesome.
yep.
Like you can't. It doesn't matter what language you use. It doesn't matter what you trying to do. Like the truth is gonna be the truth. Now, whether we see it or not, that's another story. But the truth is the truth all the time. And all the time, the truth is the truth. There's no way. I mean, look at all the stuff they had to do to hide the fact that it's not a globe. This is just another one of those things.
I'd say you can't run from the truth. It's always there waiting for you wherever you go.
Mm.
And you take yourself with you wherever you go too, so you can't run away from that either.
They can't get away from the 90 degrees. Like, that's the problem. The 90 degrees is a problem for them. So it's like, they can't, there's no way around that.
From my perspective, it seems like the only rational reason that one could have to invest all of their thoughts and their heart and their hope into this globe thing is if they either want to refuse to believe in a creator or to push the creator way off to the other side of that void over there. Got to put him on the other side of the Big Bang, way over yonder, so far away that he doesn't even care about people anymore.
I'm starting to be able to see why there's so many furious flat earthers that have been here for a while because they probably had to see this kind of shit occur since they've been flat earthers. They're probably the reason why these butthurt anti-flat earthers did it in the first place.
Yep. Same script, different clown. And they've got a whole freaking short bus full of clowns. It seems to me that a lot of this actually has to do with people wanting to fit in. Like they don't really care about the globe. They just want to fit in with their globey friends and don't want to be seen as some weirdo flat earther or something. But it's really just about them wanting to fit in and feel normal.
Well, according to whoever they are in their character, maybe that's why they come against flat earthers to begin with. But when they get shut down by the ones that are really knowledgeable, you get anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, it's like they've been scorned and they have to seek revenge because emotional damage. Well, we got to think of it this way too, though. Like when one asserts that, "Hey, Earth not globe," then the person who hears that is thinking, "So you think I'm an idiot? You think everybody I know is an idiot? And you think my parents are stupid and my grandparents are also stupid because we believe in moon landing, blah blah blah." And they take it personal.
I just have no capabilities or capacity to even understand the mind of somebody like that. I don't understand what is it like to really be so hurt about being completely wrong. Like I've been completely wrong many
Well,
times.
you're telling these people they can't have lightsabers or go fly out in space and screw around with aliens or whatever. Like that really pisses them off.
I mean, the likelihood of them ever doing that anyways, even if it was a globe, which it's not, would have been pretty slim at the rate that,
Yeah.
humanity is just a. Well, I can't believe that this hasn't come out even sooner than now, and how it doesn't click in people's brains faster because of the shit that they put out as the propaganda for the space shit.
8-second attention spans. They can't even pay attention long enough to hear the argument.
Just like a child that is at the store and he stomps his feet because he just wants the thing and he has his mind set on this one thing and nothing else matters.
Yeah. I want it now.
Yeah.
Daddy, I want a squirrel. They really do. They got that spoiled brat tantrum mentality about things while some of these have like a mob mentality, like a group echo chamber mob mentality.
Yeah, just that type of person. Oh, I'm just glad I don't personally have anybody like that in my life, because the only people I encounter are people on here, and I don't care about getting ridiculed or anything like that, whatever. But when people that I know in my personal life ridicule me, it does hurt. That shit hurts big time.
It used to with me. I used to react that way, but now I'm to the point where I realize that most people have no idea what they're doing, and they're just faking it till they make it till they die.
Maybe it's just because I haven't been in it I don't know how long you've been here.
I
But
haven't been here specifically too long, but I've been in the flat earth conversation for a decent amount of time. I kind of returned back to it when I came here.
yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of new at it, and not super new, but in contrast with everybody here, usually people have been here for 5 years.
Some of them way long.
I don't even think
into it anyway. Sorry.
I haven't even been here for 2 years. And I mean knowing that the Earth is flat I haven't even been knowing this for 2 years yet.
Yeah. I kind of think it's funny though, because I'm pretty sure every single one of us heard some kind of flat earth joke growing up as a kid, in a cartoon or whatever. Every one of us heard it at one point or another. Or the lore of everybody thought it was flat until Columbus sailed the ocean blue and blah blah blah.
Yo.
Sup, Timbo?
Hey. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm hanging in there. I'm actually doing a lot better than I was yesterday, so I'm good.
Good, man.
They're gonna send me home tomorrow. That's cool.
Good to hear. Best place to be.
Yeah. And I didn't have any weird abusive interactions with anybody here. Nobody hurt me, so I'm good.
Good.
I need to get the hell out of here before it does happen.
Yeah. Hospitals are miserable places, aren't they?
Yeah. I like this place because most of the people here are they're honestly hospitable. And then I go to certain other ones and it's like, why are you at a hospital? Get another job. You got to have compassion.
Yeah. Well, that's it. They end up doing these jobs they take on these jobs because, well, I know here they're well paid, pretty well paid, and
they do they have a short week as well, so they do 3 12-hour shifts. So they work 3 days a week.
Yeah.
And get paid really well. So a lot of people go into it as a career, you know, like not even thinking about caring about other people. A lot of other people go into it because they care.
Yeah.
Some just, like teachers now, they don't go into it because they want to teach. They go into it now because it's a cushy career.
Yeah, and if you get tenure somewhere, nobody can even fire you. Like, you just keep on keeping on.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and think about it. Think about, like, you go into teaching, you get paid quite well, and you get, it's around about 12 weeks of holidays a year.
Yeah. You get to, well, unless you got a summer class, you take the damn summer off as a teacher.
Yeah, well, that's what they do here. They finish on, they finish December, start January. So finish December, start end of January, start of February. But then they have 3 terms where they have 2 weeks off. So there's an extra 6 weeks. So what's that? 6? That's
They have it
10
on
weeks.
a block schedule.
Yeah, 10-week holiday. 10 weeks of holidays a year.
Yeah.
So
That
you
does
get
sound
your
like a
Christmas
cushy
holidays,
job.
and then you have 4 terms. So term 1, 2 weeks off. Term 2, 2 weeks off. Term 3, 2 weeks off. Term 4. Oh, bang. No, there you go. And then you get
I
6 weeks off.
remember hearing
That's
the
6 and 6.
teachers, they were like complaining about not getting paid enough or something. And I just thought it was funny because there's a lot of teachers up there who don't deserve to get paid any more than they get.
Yeah, because they don't actually care about teaching.
Yeah, they're not even doing anything. They just, turn to the book here and I'll fill out this piece of paper. Bye.
Yeah.
They don't actually care.
I have to mark these things off, you know, in my own hours. You go, well, they're not your own hours because you start at 9, so you have to work till 5. So when the kids leave, you got 2 hours worth of work. Mark your fucking papers and then go home at 5.
It's kind of childish if a teacher wants to go home when the kids go home.
Yeah, stop complaining, you know.
It's just, it's
anyway.
funny. And there, don't get me wrong, I know there's good ones. There's good teachers.
There are good ones. I had a few good ones.
They're just getting rarer.
Yeah. I was thinking the other. Hey, hello.
Hey, Professor.
Hey, what's going on, man?
How's it going, bro?
Hey. Check it out, man.
All right, so you definitely got measurements for curvature this time, right?
Well, I've curved some measurements. Is that the same thing?
Oh, I mean, if you curve them afterward, I don't think so. I
It's
guess
not
it'll work.
Yeah.
I mean, globe logic, I guess it would work.
I curved a measurement, man, for sure, 100%.
That's what they do in surveying, so you might as well do it.
I'm gonna curve it, man. You guys ever heard of a curveball?
I was just about to say, you gonna throw him a curveball, Professor?
I throw the curveball, man, for sure, 100%.
Throw the curveball right at their balls.
Hey, what a great day, man. I listened to you guys this morning, listened to you this afternoon. Participated very little, but I was listening.
Me too. Me neither.
And it was great, man. But yeah, it was funky, man. Anyway, thanks for playing. Thanks for you guys for playing, man. Anyway, we got anybody new?
I haven't looked in the list.
We got STL, man. He's a Glober. We got a Glober
Yeah,
up.
so is Pinky. Is Pinky Padinsky still in here, or
We got a Glober.
is he gone?
Pinky's gone. Pinky gone. Pinky's
STL's like a nothing glober.
Oh,
like
okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's round because it's round. You know, one of them.
Hey, well, I learned it in school, man. It's round. What's wrong with you guys?
And I love the round. It says round. Does that mean it's a ball? Or is it round and flat?
Round like a pizza or round like a ball, man? Which one?
Earth round.
Just round. Just round. All right. Let me shout out to YouTubers here. Hang on, man. Let me find you guys. Let me shout out to YouTubers. All right, we got Old Dude, Greg T. Amen. What's up? Tominoid 3. Tominoid keeps losing channels. Poor guy. What? Question mark? What's going on?
What?
What? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about?
Willis.
Helio's out there in the chat. Oh my goodness.
What's he doing in there?
Don't know, man. The hell you doing, Helio? The hell's wrong with you? Get your ass here ASAP, man.
Helio's keeping it lit.
I'm gonna keep it lit here, man. On Helio's behalf.
Amen to that.
I'm going to start over talking everyone then, just to be in spirit.
Let me tell you. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. That's pretty good, Helio, right there. Was that bad? Not good? Okay, maybe.
Hey.
Cheers.
Who the heck is that? Who I think it is? Oh my! I recognize that voice. That is Flatsy Klein.
Yeah.
There's only one voice that sounds that good. Only one.
I kind of just missed me like being crying mad. So
crying mad? Tell me more. What happened?
I'm gonna get tears in my eyes again. I'm gonna be so mad.
You're breaking.
You're cutting up a bit there.
Who I am?
Yeah.
You're breaking up like the Beatles, man. What the hell happening?
I don't know. I keep echoing. I'm echoing through somebody, I think.
Now I can hear you. Go ahead, Flatsy.
Okay. Yeah. I heard it from the mouth of Ruhiv. That
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Oh, I can hear you. You said Ruhif. That's all I needed to hear. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Who else has got their mic open?
Anyways,
is it me?
That
was me, but I started watching a video and was picking up muted myself after.
Yeah, I heard it from his own mouth, and then kind of had it alluded to, and more elaborated in the chat about how like these anti-flat earthers went on a harassment campaign to have shit changed in books and words change their meanings on behalf of their egos being hurt by, I guess, veteran flat earthers who destroyed them, and they went, yeah. What?
They're crying, man. They're crying in their beard. You're crying like a baby.
Can you repeat that, Flatsy? You heard that out of whose mouth?
Ruhips.
Goobhif, Globhif, whatever.
Doofhif, I call him. Doofus. Anyway,
Changing definitions.
Oh my goodness. What a day up in this place, man. Thank you guys for holding it down. It didn't go, perfect or anything, but it was interesting, man. Not to say the least. Thank you. I got to talk to Get this morning, man. That was always a great thing, man. You guys all know Get.
Yeah, I know Get.
Oh, I love him.
Dude, that guy,
How long did that conversation take?
I don't know, like a couple hours. It was like 2 hours. You know, I gave it time to breathe, and it was.
Yeah.
he
Oh my
talks.
god.
He talks slow.
He brought up some shit, man, that made my head spin again. That guy does it every time, man. That's why his name's Get Beget, because if you ain't getting what he's begetting, your head's fucked. You're screwed. I don't know. But no, he brought up some temperature things regarding like the SR-71. And do you know that when the rockets, like the Apollo rockets, take off from the launch pad, that it's like 230 decibels? And
Yeah. Yep.
at 230 decibels,
You should
it
be
can
dead.
bend metal and actually fucking melt it.
Yeah,
And
your body would justify and turn into liquid.
there were nothing can survive 230 decibels, man. Sorry. Nothing. Not metal, not a human, anything. And you're fucked. And I was like, he didn't put it like that. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but he's much more eloquent than that. I mean, come on. It's Get Beget. But I was like, oh shit, he's right, man. At 230 decibels, that would like start to deform the shit out of everything. That's great. I mean, 100 decibels. I've been at like 110. It's unbearable, but like 230? Oh, fuck off, man. That's like, 10 to the negative 17 torr. I mean, it's crazy. Difference between 100 decibels and 230, man. It's, oh my. Crazy. Good stuff, man. And thank you, Get Beget. Love you, brother.
Yeah, it would be nice to hear from him. I haven't heard from him in a long time, and he's actually he's actually supplied a various stimulating conversations with me as well here and there.
Yep. I mean, I've known the guy for, I don't know, 3 years now. I mean, every time I talk to him, man, I'm learning something new about something.
Yeah, I learned about. Sorry.
So thank you, Get Beget.
I learned about the colloidal gold and how it's a part. I learned about not just that, but I learned about what is it? Like the way that you know how you can have liquid hydrogen and helium, and learned about that with like the vortex nature of like the North Pole and how that he knew so much better. I was like, just listen intently, like hear
Just,
every word he said.
I'm not even going to try to like say, hey, man, I get everything he's saying. I will say this, man. Get Beget will bring you some stuff that'll make you go, that's interesting. If nothing else, man. Shout out. Yeah. I mean, that guy has, I don't know how he does it, man. Anyway. But not to this, discourage anybody else in here, man. We got Drace up in here. You got Elijah. I mean, there's some fucking super mongos up in here, man. They're just like Superman.
Super mongos.
Super mongos. And, Davy's up in here. Flatsy. There's some Timbo. I don't know about that guy. He's upside down. He's all fucked. But
how do you know? He could be doing a handstand right now.
Eat the grass. Yeah. My brother.
So, bro.
I'm
glad that you sound like you're doing well.
I'm turning a corner, I think. There's been a little bit of a some roadblocks as they say, but yeah, I'm feeling good.
That's awesome, man.
Earth is hot air. Who the hell is that, man? No rolls.
For sure, it'll be PD.
Yeah, 99% chance.
All right, I'm gonna put $10 that it's not him, just to put a bet on the table. That's it, man. $10.
All right, let's give it a go then.
Give it a go. Go for it. Hey, Earth is hot air, man. What's up?
Now, go for it.
Go for it. Earth is hot air. Speak.
Your mic's unmuted, Earth.
You're unmuted.
Or Earth is not air.
Earth is not air.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking lost my man. All right, mute his ass up. Fuck.
Welcome to the chat, man. And see you later.
Wasn't even. Oh shit. All right, Timbo.
All right.
DM me your fucking Venmo or whatever.
I love how he always has
Say
names that we can we can read them and know it's him, but he always changes.
It's so weird, man. I don't get this. I don't get this guy, man. I mean, I've talked to him for hours. I was like, dude, why do you got to be this way? Why? And I just, it's weird, man. It's just fucking weird.
I think it's one of the fun things about the server. Thank you for supplying us with fun and peekaboo with you.
I would appreciate if he would told me that, straight away and say, hey, man, I'm just here to make you guys laugh. I'd be like, oh, okay. But no, he doesn't do that. I mean, that would be cool if he did that. Say, hey, man, I'm just here to add some levity to the situation. But he doesn't even admit that. He'd be like, no, man, I can see the curvature of the earth if I put my foot in the sand.
I was going to say, why doesn't he come up with something original like Earth is what's been between your toes?
Bro, man. It would be, if you were just say honestly, it's like, dude, I'm just here to add some fun to the situation. That would be cool, man. But you don't do that. I don't get it, man. Even though I know you're trying to do this, try to add some fun to the situation, but you don't even admit that that's what you're doing. It'd be cool if you, hey man, I'm just here to add some fun to the situation. No, that's not what you do. Sorry about that, pee drinker. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't. His account wouldn't ban. He wouldn't coming back with different accounts. Socks account.
Fucking ban you.
It wouldn't be the same if he did just be like, "I'm here to add fun." It's because he's a troll that we have this whole scenario.
It's sad. It's just sad, man. I think it's sad, bro, that you have to go to those depths to kind of be, I don't know, deceitful. I'll put it that way.
I can find.
I didn't even know you could start that many accounts.
Yeah, that's another thing, man. How do you get so many accounts?
Don't you need a different email?
Yeah, you gotta have some kind of new Gmail account. Yeah, you gotta work it, man. It's not easy, man. It takes a few minutes. Yeah. So there's that, man.
Then you got to write down all your email accounts.
Write down your password, your email. It's like, oh man.
What an effort! Why wouldn't you just come on and go, okay, I'm ready to be serious. Now I don't need to start another email account.
Well,
Discord account.
He's in the same group as the Globers, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, of the anti-flat earthers, not the Globers.
I honestly think he is being serious. It's kind of the worst part.
What would make you think that exactly?
He stays in character all the time. He doesn't deviate at all from anything.
Change,
The vocal tones are always the same. Everything he says is pretty much the same. He's same script. I think that guy's just like that.
I mean, if you'd have talked to me in 2015, I would have given you certain answers for things, and today I'd be like, totally different answers. And change my script and say, hey man, but It's just weird, man. It wants to come in here and kind of bust our balls. It's weird. Anyway.
One of his biggest arguments that he wants to be heard with is the Earth is not flat. And then he talks about hills and mountains and stuff, and he'll acknowledge like sea level, but Earth not flat. He's being obstinate.
It's not flat. All right, we got Raccoon in here. No roles for Raccoon, man. You think that's Mongo pea drinker? Anybody?
Nah, he doesn't use profile pics, so this got to be somebody else.
Got to be somebody else. Okay. Well, he's been on. First of all, he's been on Discord since 2019, and
yeah, definitely someone.
Definitely somebody. No, definitely guaranteed.
Go for it, Raccoon.
Welcome, Raccoon. Raccoon, you got your mic. You want to talk? You want to say hi? You think you?
Oh, he's waiting until you make another bet for $10.
Back up.
He's waiting until you make another bet. Yeah.
Raccoon, are you there, man? Hello.
No,
Hello?
he muted his mic. So.
Yeah, but he unmuted.
No, I unmuted him.
That was you?
Yeah.
That was you? Okay. All right. Well, thanks, Raccoon, for playing. Next contestant on the Earth is Flat. Step on up. Come on. I want to see somebody step up and tell us that we're all crazy and the Earth is a globe and you guys are idiots and shit, there's a whole bunch.
SPL, can you give us some proof of the globe without being fallacious?
That's a tall order.
Yeah, I know. No one's ever done it. So.
All right, I got a shout. Let's shout out everybody in the VC right now. We got AJ, Davey, Drace, Elijah, Batman, Avi, Batman. Flat, you got Flip.
You know why he's called Batman? That's a quiz for everyone in here. Does anyone know why Batman's called Batman?
I do, but I'm not going to say it.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Let me guess. Hold on. Why is Batman called Batman? Because he's a bat?
Almost.
That was a cop out.
It was too obvious. I had to go obvious on that one. Come on, guys.
Hey, if the Earth is flat, why don't suicidal people jump off the edge?
Oh, that was a really interesting first thing to say.
Nobody's ever asked.
Wait.
Holy shit!
Hang on. Let's answer that.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, we're gonna answer that, man.
Who was that talking?
That was Mr. Raccoon.
That was Raccoon.
How did he get control back of his mic?
Because you unmuted him, man.
Yeah, but I think once they mute back up, they shouldn't be able to unmute their mic.
I think he'd have to leave and join the room again.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Raccoon.
So why don't the suicidal people of the Earth jump off the flat Earth? Is that what we're saying?
Jump off into what?
Jump off into what? Exactly, yeah.
Well, what's after the flat Earth? What happens when you go off the edge?
I don't know, man.
Whoa.
You're the one that's saying there's an edge.
Exactly.
Because if you think about it, if the Earth is
you know there's an edge.
it's obviously a circle.
So,
or it's a square, or it's a fuzzy quadrant, whatever you want to say.
No. I'm not going to let you slide on this one, man. Circle. You can't just throw like 2 sentences out and go, okay, guys, I know all the answers. No, it doesn't work like that, man. First of all, hey, man, it's definitely a circle, flat Earth with an edge and a dome and an ice wall and there's aliens that live on the other side of the outer ponds for sure, 100%. Is there anybody in here that would say, okay, yep, that's it. That's what we live by?
I would say 100% would say no.
Well, I'm curious, then. Why do you think there's not an edge?
Wait,
Explain.
what do you think it is then? What do you think the flat Earth is?
It obviously just goes into space. Why wouldn't it?
What is that? What do you picture when you think of the flat Earth? What do you picture?
When you get to the edge of the Earth, it becomes a waterfall, and it goes down into space.
Oh my God!
Okay, who told you that?
Oh my
Who
God!
told you that?
No.
Wait,
Actually,
calm down, bros. Calm down, relax.
I think it was India.
He's trying to trigger us, man. He's trying to trigger us, bro. He's trying.
One at a time. One at a time,
Alright.
please.
Hey, who told you that, Raccoon?
I believe it was Indio 007.
I doubt that, mate.
No, the fuck he did not.
I think it was. I don't remember her name.
Did you just say Indio told you?
Yeah.
No, he fucking did not. You have your own. It's easy to debunk the flat Earth when the flat Earth is a construct in your own mind, buddy.
Hey, where's the edge of the heliocentric model?
Give me a second. I'm gonna DM you an image, flat Earth professor. Explain this.
Hey, Raccoon. Where's the
What?
edge of the heliocentric model? Where's the edge?
Dude, that's a good question. Except I have a counterpoint. Please check your DMs to debunk this.
That sounds
Bet you
sketch.
it's a straw man.
I'll bet you that it's a picture. Never mind. Let me quit.
Did he send it to you, dude?
Oh yeah, I'll send it to him too. Hang on.
It's gonna be the meteor or the dinosaurs or something
Don't
like
send
that.
that shit to me, man. Do not send that shit to me. Send it to anywhere.
Send it to me, man.
I sent it to the people
check
talking.
it. I'll check it, man. You already sent it? Did you send it?
I sent it to the people talking.
Hey,
Send it to me.
Put
The
it in
kangaroo down the bottom.
Who here is me?
He can't put it in the live stream voice text, but hey, debunk this. How you guys? I want you to debunk gravity. Go ahead. I dare you.
Come on, gravity, guys.
I want you guys to debunk.
Hey, Raccoon. I got a couple of questions for you, man.
Go for it, man.
Hey, Raccoon. So, how big is the Earth?
I'd say a solid 22 square feet.
Fuck off, man. Come on.
No. Listen, how it works, right? The government's lying to us about units of measurement. Let me state my point. Let
you state your point. No. That's not gonna happen. Not in this forum, bro. I've been around here too long to let you.
Do you believe
some shit like that?
Do you believe you live on a spinning space ball?
No.
In the vacuum of outer space.
Have you ever seen
Raccoon, you need to understand this isn't a meme. It's not a joke.
Do you need some Adderall or what?
Adderall, guaranteed Adderall.
Except here, let me continue.
Do you believe you live?
I'm listening.
I'm going to boot you in a minute.
Yep.
Do you believe that you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
I do not.
Okay.
You don't? Okay. So where do you live?
So I believe the Earth isn't just a spinning space ball. You see, it's more.
What is it?
You remember how I said the Earth was 22 square feet in area?
Yeah, and I told you to fuck
tell us that it's
have you ever seen? Listen. Have you ever seen the movie Ant-Man and the Wasp?
Oh man!
Now how they go into the quantum realm. See, we're all just extremely tiny.
Oh my God, the tiny people. We're
all tiny people.
We're all tiny.
Okay, so where's your evidence for this?
Take a look at DMs.
Tiny.
No, just tell us. Tell us what your evidence is.
More image based.
Anyway, you've got 10 seconds to start being serious and answering.
I am being serious. This is my genuine opinion about.
Oh, we're gonna kick you out, man.
This is my genuine opinion of the Earth.
Timbo.
I have a question.
He's being serious, Timbo.
Go. You take it, man. I'm not gonna talk.
In all
about
honesty,
it.
do you know anybody
Flat Earth
who's
believers, I
ever
don't believe in this.
raccoon? All right, I guess you got bored there, kiddo. Go back to playing Minecraft or Fortnite.
Hey, hey, listen, youngster. What the hell's his name?
He dipped, dude. He's gone.
Yeah, dude. I was
He's skittered.
He skittered, man.
He skittered away like a raccoon.
Nailed, man. That guy fucking skadooby dude out of fucking here right away, man. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for playing, man.
At least he made us laugh.
Yeah, it made me laugh. Hey, I did tell you guys I am here for the late night kind of fun of the realm that we live in is so fucking cool to talk about. Because guess what? We all live on the realm. We all live here, man. So it's not something I can make up and go, hey, man, do you think that the oranges are going to sprout this year because of the... Yeah, the fucking oranges are going to grow on the tree. No shit. Really? I can check that out. Oh my
They
God.
do every year. Yeah.
Every year they do it. Oh my God. Oranges grow every year. Guaranteed. We live on a globe.
That's because
We live on a globe because oranges grow every year. That's how ridiculous it's getting, man.
In the same spot that it was. You know, after it's traveled around the sun, it comes back to its same spot.
But we've traveled like billions of miles in a year, you know. It's like a lot of miles. It's a lot. And you know, the oranges still grow every year. It's weird, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. It must be a globe. That's the only explanation. Because without the globe, I mean, oranges wouldn't grow without the globe, Timbo.
It was a prediction. Yeah, it was a prediction they came up with because of gravity.
The oranges would grow because we went around the sun at 66,600 miles an hour. That's the only reason the oranges would grow. That's, of course. And everybody knows this. I mean, come on. Everybody knows. What? Everybody doesn't know? Everybody? Wait a minute. Everybody doesn't know that the reason oranges grow is because we're traveling around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour? What is wrong with these people, man? Everybody should know this.
Is that the best these kids have got these days? So, why wouldn't suicidal people just jump off the edge?
Why wouldn't suicidal people just jump off the edge? I mean, that would be the most obvious, explanation for suicidal people.
And he starts talking about the waterfall pouring off the edge or something like.
Yeah, if these suicidal people are not jumping off the edge, then that means the Earth is a globe.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, totally.
Oh, I think you nailed it. That's it, man. If they weren't suicidal, of course it's a globe because people that are suicidal do not jump off the edge, dumbasses.
Yeah.
Come on. All right.
You can't. Never mind. Oh my God. That was honestly it was funny, but that was one of the dumbest conversations that we have had here in a long time.
Well,
that kid, man.
I think it was one of the most humorous things we've seen in a while.
Yeah, it was pretty. It was lackluster though. Like he could have stuck around just a little bit longer.
Yeah. He's not gonna.
We just wanted a simple answer from him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Take it seriously for a couple of seconds. Think about what you know, what you actually know, what you can prove.
Nothing. Not gonna
Nothing.
happen.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. No trees on Mars, dude.
Hey, you know what? Even before I was a flat earther, I was out there asking the questions. Hey, man, why hasn't NASA produced like one picture of some planet, far away, or some star, something with a fucking tree on it? Just one tree, man. That's all I want, man. It's like one tree. That'd be cool.
Yeah. Why would you leave a place with all these beautiful lakes and tree-covered
Fuck would you
mountains?
leave a place with
Yeah.
all? I mean,
Because
everywhere
it's a
you
great
talk,
idea, guys. Let's go live in the void away from everything that we know and love.
Let's
Yeah.
go. Let's go out there where there's nothing. It's just there's no water. There's no air. We got no trees. We got no rivers, lakes, ocean. Wait a minute. I'm gonna leave this place for that shithole. Fuck off. That's the fucking reason they're spending trillions of dollars is because they want to leave this fucking place. That is fucking perverted and fucked up, man. That's all I got.
At the same time, man, I think that it would be worth it to spend that much money just to send them away.
That would be nice, man. I would love to send those fuckers away, but it's not
straight to the moon.
That's
Do
not
not
how.
pass go. Do not collect $200.
Come on, grass man. That's not how it works. You know that.
Yeah, I know.
But
They exile the lunatics.
that's how we would like it to work. But you know what? Karma has its way of working itself out and saying, "Hey, man,
That's true.
You got to remember that if it's hard to suck it up some days. I really don't want to, but all I can say at the end of the day is like those people have an ass whooping coming. I don't know when it is or what it is or
They
what.
might be whooping their own ass at the end of it.
I'd be whooping their own ass, but at the end of the day, I know for a fact that they got an ass whooping coming. And I also know for a fact that I don't have one at this point in my life. And I might have some struggles, but I ain't going to have an ass whooping coming my way. And yeah, those people that are out there propagating this bullshit, man. Yeah, they got an ass whooping coming. And I hope you guys know that, man. I hope you guys know
Isn't that really bad? Like, in order for them to win an argument, they've had to go around to, let's say, Merriam-Webster Dictionary, Oxford Dictionary, and harass them to change the meanings of level.
Isn't that...
that makes me sick, man.
Well, how much different is it than the lady who went in front of Congress and said that, well, if flat earthers post content, we're going to not promote that.
And we're going to put a little cap.
And we're going to put a little box up here that says, flat earth is not cool, bro. You guys are retards. I think that's what they said, right?
Something like that.
Don't be a retard and follow flat earthers is what it said. I'm pretty sure.
In their defense, we did tell everybody that space is fake and gay.
So, man, out of all my people who have gone out and even, we take a Buzz Aldrin, he's gone out and said, well, the reason we didn't go to the moon is because we didn't go to the moon. Or the reason we did go to the moon is because we didn't go. And I want to ask, why didn't we go? And I was like, what the fuck did he just say? Okay.
India went.
So. And apparently Indio knows about water falling off the edge of the earth or something, according to Raccoon Guy. So. I still can't get over that. That shit was funny. He literally lied in front of everybody on the live stream and said Indio came up with some stupid story.
You talking about our Indio?
Yeah, he said that Indio, the event, was the one who told him about some waterfall falling off the edge of the earth shit or what. Like, he did not.
First of all, man, there's no way Indio said that.
Yeah.
He might have been joking about some other thing. Who knows? Context, but
I think Drace was ready to boot him out right then for lying on it, because that's heavily against the rules. You don't lie about people here. Nope.
Yeah, Dre's, take him out, man. Fuck that guy. Yeah, moving along. The fact is, man, when you can present evidence or don't, it's obvious around here, man. Whether you present evidence or don't, and that's all we're here for, man. We're not here to like beat anybody down or call anybody names or. That's not what we're here for, man. We're here to just introduce new people to the idea that potentially you got lied to about everything you were taught in school as far as cosmology and where you live. And boy, it's a big propaganda machine. I mean, it's not like I'm making up something. It's called a school system. Dude, the school system throughout the world is absolutely numero uno on the mind controllers agenda. Because, I mean, how else are you going to get everybody to think in one way is to put them through schooling and teach them that they're on a ball and shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Millions. Yeah, they're fucking hauling ass through space. And they're gonna be like, "Hey, of course I am. Yeah, I'm only 5 years old. What do I know? Shit, I don't know anything." And you suck it into their. I mean, that would be the way to do it, man. If I was a diabolical engineer of the world, if I wanted to rule the world, I would put everybody in a schooling system that taught them a certain thing. That's not, that I'm great.
I would put them on a ball floating in outer space.
Yes, you would. That would make the most sense because that would disconnect them so far from reality that it would be the complete opposite. And if I was a diabolical engineer, I mean, the complete opposite of reality would be to lie to everybody about what's up. It's that simple, man.
Yeah, I think maybe like a good way would also be to tell them that they can't trust their senses.
Oh my goodness. Do not trust your senses, whatever you do, because, hey, the universe is expanding at 95 million miles a second, and you guys can feel all of that. I know that you can. Come on. Everybody knows it. You can feel
But
it.
don't trust that you can feel that.
I mean, I know it feels like you're standing still and sitting still and that everything above you is moving and you're not moving. I mean, do not trust those senses. That would be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous to trust your senses.
Imagine how stupid you'd have to be to look out to the horizon and say, "Oh, it looks flat, so it must be flat."
I can't believe you'd do that. That's insanity.
So
insane, absolutely insane. The most logical one would be to look out at a flat horizon and say, "I live on a ball."
Well, that was my next question. Yeah, I was kind of leading to that.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm a sailor, man. I've been out on the ocean looking, trying to find a heading, and yeah, man, you look out and it's flat, man, as far as you can see. Damn, that's weird. It's weird. I mean,
it is. It's very strange. Actually, it was my brother-in-law who first mentioned flat Earth to me, but that was when I came to realization because where I lived on the coast and I used to go out to the reef and do a lot of fishing, and
yeah,
I started to take note of what I could actually see out there at night. And
weird.
One night I can tell you we were really seasick. We were stuck in a big storm not a big storm, but big waves. It was just big swells.
Yeah.
And we were begging the island to come, and we could see these lights in the distance for miles. Took us like half an hour, 40 minutes to get to them, and it was just another ship out in the ocean.
So you're
There's
saying
no way I should have been seeing from where I was.
so? Yeah.
So you're saying it's flat?
How far can we see? I love the angular resolution fact. I mean, if anybody wants to prove me wrong on angular resolution, man, I'm going to destroy you. Good luck. Because without a doubt, angular resolution is a bitch in your paradigm, Mr. Glober. Sorry.
Oh, guess who was in yesterday, dude?
Who you got?
ITER. Remember the guy that takes
Oh,
photos
yeah,
of
yeah.
exoplanets?
He's the like the astronomer guy, right?
Yeah, PhD student.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
I mean,
what
waffle and the same shit.
did he
I
waffle? Did he
yeah.
did he
Pancaked.
well, I saw him pancake a couple of times 2 months ago, man, but it was good. It's good that he came back, man. That's fantastic, man. That's great.
Yeah. I just said to him, I said, "Oh, tell all these good people that how you know there's an exoplanet around a star."
Yeah. All right,
Oh, well, there's a few things we do.
we got
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, man.
we got Dugo. Dugo, man. No rolls.
Dugo.
Do
Where's
good.
he? There we go. That guy.
Smum
With Jackson as well, or what?
All right. You got Jackson? Who's
Let me
Jackson?
refresh my
All right,
screen.
we got
All right,
Jackson.
Doggo, Memento.
Yeah, and Jackson. We got Dugo, and Jackson. Couple of
Dugo.
new people. Couple of
Doggo, Memento. You there?
What's up?
I can hear you. Hello.
How are you guys today?
Good. How are you?
I'm gonna have to turn you
I'm
up.
doing good. I'm doing good.
Dude,
That's
your
better.
microphone's a little low. If you could maybe get a little closer to the microphone or something.
Yeah, is this good?
Oh, that's much better. Thank
Oh,
you.
now I got to turn you down again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
I had you 150%. I'll bring you back down to normal. There we go.
All right. What's today's discussion about?
You know what?
Are you now?
My first question would be, what's Draven?
Dude, Draven? You don't want to know about Draven.
Oh, I don't know. I just seen
Well,
the
he just
profile
asked.
there. I
He
was very
just
interested.
about it. Why doesn't he want to know about it if he has to buy? That's great.
Draven's Draven, you know, Draven. You know,
We don't know, man. We don't know. What's up with Draven? Tell me.
so it's like
Good answer.
this is number. It's like you know the number 150? Great number. Many great numbers. One of the greatest numbers, 150. If you get 150 adoration stacks, you get extra money. It's like a cool little thing.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like a what we call a multi-level marketing kind of thing.
Sounds stupid to me. Anyway.
No, it's like the IRS gets mad at me. Like I just get free money.
Okay,
And-
cool.
and
So what do
they're
you
trying to
think
tax
about
me.
the place that we live? Do you think it's flat, or do you think you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
Well, for me, that's up to debate. I'm willing to hear out both sides evenly.
We just want to know what you think,
I like
mate.
that.
So,
I mean, you grew up, you went to school, you learned. I mean, at the end of the day, you watched, space movies, whatever.
Yeah.
We all know about the place that you and I have never been. It's called outer space.
Exactly.
You and I do not know for a fact that outer space is real, right? Because we've never been there. However, we live on Earth and we can check it out because trees are real, grass is real, water's real. We got some cool stuff here right on Earth, We don't have to go to outer space to have a fantasy about where we live or anything. We live on Earth, man, and Earth is beautiful, man. It's a great place.
Right.
It's amazing. I mean, there's no doubt about it, man. Waterfalls, oceans, river, waves, whatever you're into, man. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Be flat or a globe?
I mean,
Is it flat or a globe? Or you want to stand on the globe? Do it. Do it.
in my opinion, I'm leaning towards more of like the globe standpoint, but I'm just saying, like, a lot of people grow up in school and like in schools and they're taught this and that.
Yep. They're taught the globe. They're taught that it's a globe, not just this and that. They are taught that it's definitely a globe, without a doubt. On a globe.
Yeah.
What makes you think that? What makes you think that you live on a globe?
Well, have you ever been in a plane?
Yeah, many times, mate.
Many times, man. Hawaii, New York.
Yeah, I've been in the US, I've been in New Zealand, I've been to Thailand, I've been to Bali, everywhere.
Well, me personally, I've never been on a plane before, but I've seen videos of planes and pictures outside of plane windows. People have sent me.
What, they make it curved?
No. People who are very close to me have sent me pictures of them on a plane, and I've seen a slight curve in the picture of.
Do you know what height the actual professionals say that you should see the curve at?
Tell me.
Well, it's 1/4 of the Earth's diameter. So what's that? 2,000 miles? Do you know how high a plane is?
Do I know how high a plane is?
Yeah, how high do they fly?
I don't know nothing about no planes, man.
Okay, so it's 6 miles. Let's call it 6 miles, about 30,000 feet. So, so the professionals and all the experts say that you should see the curvature at about 2,000 miles now. Let's give it 1,000. So, let's give them the benefit of the doubt and call it 1,000. So people have gone up to 6 miles and said they've seen the curve. Now, mathematically, that's incorrect. So, what else could be causing that curvature in the plane window?
The window is curved.
Yeah, there you go. What else?
Heat.
Maybe the camera.
Sure.
Maybe we see in circles as well, so you can see 100 k's that way, 100 k's the other way, 100 k's the other way. So you see in a 100-kilometer circle, maybe that might make it look curved. So, well, what do you mean? Yes, so. So one thing is the professionals say that you can see it at 1,000 miles up, but you're only 6 miles up, so it can't be that, can it? You agree?
I agree. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Sounds
good. So, what else?
I'm just here to hear out because I'm very interested on this topic.
No, but that's why I was asking those questions, because you say you're leaning towards the globe, which I just want to know what makes you lean that way. So you've got airplane that you've never been on, and what else?
Night and day cycles on a flat Earth.
Night and day cycles. Okay, cool. Anyone want to take that one?
If I have to, I'll take it. No problem.
Go for it.
So, a light source above your head has become night and day, correct? Is that what we're saying?
The question I was getting at was like night and day cycles on a flat Earth.
Okay.
If the Earth was like sort of flat.
What's a flat Earth?
I did not explain myself well enough. If a light source above your head is close to you and then it goes far away, what do you think happens exactly?
If it's further away, it's darker. If it's closer, it's lighter.
There you go, man. Simple,
Bingo.
right?
But
So
wouldn't it be like
a local light source can illuminate a local area, correct?
sure?
So
And then if it goes away from that local area, it would be darker, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I just want to get that physics straight because those are physical things that we can check out for ourselves.
We are like supposed to believe that the sun is extremely powerful, correct?
I don't know if they were supposed to believe anything, but in reality, we can check things out and know things, which is completely different than believing things. I just want to get that through your head, first of all.
Yeah. So if
knowing things and believing things are two different things, right? You know that?
yeah.
Okay. So we want to believe things. It's like, hey, man, there's aliens on the dark side of the moon. Guaranteed, 100%. Like, how the fuck are you going to prove me wrong? But if I say, hey, man, a light source that's close to you and then moves far away, it becomes dimmer. I mean, those are things you can check out for sure, 100%. You don't have to believe me or anybody else.
And how does that how does day and night day and night cycles prove the globe?
Well, I'm just saying that we're supposed to believe or are told that the sun is powerful in how much light it makes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Supposedly, like making it extremely hot, so it illuminates the Earth from.
Oh, so you think the sun is this massive ball of burning gas, and we're going?
It's a ball of. It's hot.
No, we don't. We don't think that the place where we are is in the vacuum of space, floating around a sun. That's not what we think.
Well, I didn't say I believed that the sun was a floating ball of gas or whatever. I'm just saying.
What do you think it is, then?
Well, it could be anything. It could be anything that can make so much heat or illuminate so far away. It doesn't
Cool.
have
So
to
what
be
do you?
gas.
I'll
I don't
ask
know.
you again. What do you
I don't know
think it is?
exactly what it is. I don't know exactly what it is. I don't have an answer on what it is.
Cool. Do you know how far away it is?
Guess what? We don't either, brother.
Yeah.
It's not like we got answers for that either. We don't have them.
All right. So we've got planes that you haven't been on, and then we've got day and night cycles that wouldn't even suggest that it was flat or spherical. So what else you got, man?
I wanted to ask, what is sort of the dead on proof that the Earth is 100% flat, and how do we know this? Let's just say we haven't taken a plane up. We haven't seen the Earth from a top-down view.
Good question.
And whatnot.
We'll get to that.
Really good question. Good question. Go ahead.
And
we'll get to that. I just want because you came in with the claim that you believe that you're leaning towards more of a ball than a flat Earth. I'm just trying to work out what your evidence is for that reasoning. So, do you know if anyone's ever measured curvature? So, in order to have a ball, you need to have drop over distance, which would create the curvature of a sphere. And do you know anyone who's ever measured it?
No, not personally.
All right.
Good answer. Good answer.
Cool. Do you know anyone who's ever measured axial rotation? So the Earth is claimed to spin once every 24 hours and has a circumference of 24,000 miles. Now, do you know anyone who's ever measured axial rotation of the Earth?
Not personally, no.
We call it balls.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool. So, gas pressure without a container. So, the Earth is claimed to be an open system, open to the vacuum of space. We have gas pressure here, 14 psi at the Earth's surface at sea level, goes up to apparently a Kármán line and then turns into 10 to the negative 17, is it? Tor?
17.
pressure?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a million times a trillion difference.
So we know that gas pressure, the meaning of pressure means pushing upon the walls of a container. Now, in order for us to have gas pressure, you'd need a container. Now, do you know how you can have gas pressure without a container, claiming that the Earth is an open system to the vacuum of space?
Well, I don't believe the Earth is an open system. I think we have a firmament still.
Okay.
Oh, there
And
you go.
A
and
firmament around a sphere?
I mostly think that it is a firmament around a sphere that we can't leave and nothing can come in and nothing
Cool.
can
So
go
let's
out.
go back to the first question then. Why do you think that there is a sphere when no one has measured drop over distance of a sphere?
Well, if you look historically, and there's another thing I wanted to say, that in Christianity there is a dividing between people who believe the Earth is a globe and the people who
No, there
believe
isn't.
the Earth is flat. In Christian, in the Bible, people pick out verses and
Stop
they're
the
like,
cap.
okay, this says the Earth is flat, but then there are also other verses that point and
Can you
say that the
can you
Earth is
show me where?
possibly a globe.
Can you show me those ones that say it's a sphere?
Well, yeah,
Well,
I'll get one.
yeah, take
Cool.
your time, man. Don't feel pressured or anything, but
Yeah, we're just having a chat. Yeah.
we're just
Yeah,
having a chat. We're just hanging out, man. We could be just shooting a game of pool right now or whatever, ping pong, whatever you're into, cricket. But we're just hanging out and saying, hey, man, what is this beautiful place that we live with all these trees and rivers and oceans and mountain and snow and heat and waves and oh shit, what a cool
Yeah.
place.
It's
That's
just like
all we're here
I
for, man.
always find it
All I'm
funny,
here for.
like when people say, "Oh, I believe I believe I'm leaning towards more of a sphere." Like, okay, so what makes you think that? And they got no answers,
There's
like.
no answers for this projection of your reality, man. Somehow you
Yeah.
got I mean, it's not somehow you got put through the indoctrination system called the school, and you learned, hey man, Earth's spinning, you're on a globe. Okay, have a nice day, everybody. But you don't know the radius, you don't know the circumference, you don't know the spin rate, you don't know anything. You don't know the first thing about this roundy thing that you want to defend.
Well,
Yeah, I know.
I'm sitting at a point where I'm open to either side, and I'm willing to hear everybody out equally.
Hey man, my first guy that comes in here and says, "Hey man, I want to learn about the flat Earth." I'd be like, "Hey man, the first
Learn about the
thing
globe.
you have to do is learn the globe before you're even able to talk to us." Really, I mean, you got to know the globe, man. You got to know the radius, circumference, spin rate, shooting through the Milky Way. Yeah, you got to know all these numbers, man. The moon, how far is the moon? You got to know all those numbers before you're even ready to have a conversation. Really, in my opinion. But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong.
If I can recall, there is a verse in the Bible. I'm looking at historical things, but I'm pretty sure there's a
It's a
verse in the
circle.
Bible. It says it's indirectly, but it's there.
It's a
There's
circle, yeah.
and there's a verse that states going east and just keep going. It's
Where?
gonna east. If you keep going east, it will become west, and if
Hey
you're
man,
going
Where
west,
in the
and you keep going
Bible
north.
does this say that? Where in the
Well,
Bible does it say that?
I just said before I stated it. I don't know exactly where it's at, but I recall it. But I
it
recall it
kind of. Hey,
indirectly.
Google it, man. Google it, and Google will give you the answer, and it'll be correct every time.
But like it's and that thing, like just keep heading west, and you'll, and you'll end up back in the same point. Like no one, like you actually can't do that. No one's ever done it, so You know, in theory, yeah, you can say that, but like it's the same on a globe. Like if you point, all compasses point north, so you're going to point this compass at north, and unless you're on the equator on a globe, you're still going to be turning to the left or the right, whether you're heading east or west anyway. So that doesn't actually prove anything.
East will never become west.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
On a flat Earth, you know, like let's just look at the globe Earth for a second, and let's just
Okay. Cool.
How does
On a flat Earth, man? Check it out.
How does gravity work on a globe Earth? There's this ball in the middle that's pulling everything down, and that's gravity.
What's gravity?
That's the wrong gravity, man.
Well, I'm just saying. Let's just look at a globe Earth, and then I'm going to compare it to a flat Earth. And
let me ask Dongo. Let me ask you, man, Dogo.
Yeah.
Pulling things down. Is that where we're going? There's a force that pulls everything down. Is that where we're going?
No, that's not really what I was trying to say.
It depends on Doggo.
That's not really what I was trying to say. But I was getting at how does gravity work on a flat Earth if there isn't really like a core of the Earth?
Hey, what if there was no proof of gravity? What would you say then?
Okay, so take a water bottle and drop it. Does it float straight up?
That just proves
Oh man.
that you dropped a water bottle.
Okay, where does it land? Below where you dropped it, right? It falls.
Oh shit, man!
Again, I said it only proves that you dropped a water bottle.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, then what is gravity to you then?
I'm sorry, man.
What is gravity?
What is it? You answer.
Yeah, what is it? You were the one who brought it up. You brought it up to us.
Hey, Doggo, man. Let me ask you, man. Have you ever heard of a thing called density? I don't know. Maybe you're familiar with density. Maybe not. I don't know. Check it out.
Oh, that's all right. Let's find out if he knows what gravity is. What's gravity? Answer Arian's question.
Okay. Gravity. We are told to believe that gravity is the force from the core of the Earth that pulls everything down.
Now hold on. You just said that we are told to believe. We're asking you what it is.
Well, you're asking me. I'm giving you my answer. We are told to believe because.
Yeah, there you go, man. That's it. You're told to believe this. You're told to believe this shit. And it's like, you can check this out for yourself. You don't have to, pick up a fucking baseball or a soccer ball and drop it. Oh my God. Guess what, man? It's called relative density. You picked the ball up. You picked the rock up. The rock was just sitting there. And you added all that energy to it. And then you dropped it. No shit, Sherlock. Does it take a genius to figure that out? It's called relative density. Every day that a scoop of a backhoe scoops up a big chunk of dirt and it drops it over there, proves without a doubt that, if you pick shit up and then you drop it, you've added energy to it and you let it go. That's it. It's not complicated, man. Fuck's sake, man.
Because you're moving something, you're adding energy to it?
You absolutely. Every time you pick something up, you're adding energy to it. No shit. It's called
it takes effort.
Have you ever lifted weights? How many weightlifters are out there, like world champions? They lifted the most heaviest weight, 500 pounds or whatever it is. They just picked the shit up, man. Just like you picked up the rock, or there's no like magical force pulling it back to the ground. It's already on the ground, and all you got to do is pick it up and drop it. That's it.
Would you agree that large mass pulls small mass?
No.
There's no way to verify that with an experiment. Zero.
I mean, I got to say, there's a lot of fat women with skinny men, so
Hey, I'll be here all week. Hey, if gravity,
that's not even the currently accepted definition, anyway. Yeah, that's not the currently accepted definition. Within theoretical physics, that is not the current currently accepted definition of what gravity is anyway. Mass attracting mass was superseded by Einstein's theories.
Mass still attracts mass. It's an empirical fact.
Where, Ruhif? Where?
Cavendish.
He's got an
Cavendish.
empirical.
Cavendish.
Does it?
Come on, man.
I mean, literally,
Mass
if mass
attracts
attracted
mass.
mass,
We
then
were
why
not
isn't the
talking to
McDonald's
We were
drive-through
cutting down
fucked
what
up?
we do. We were not talking to you, bro.
All right,
Talking
fine. You can deny empirical facts. That's fine.
Yeah, fuck off. Don't. Yeah, let's get
Yeah,
back.
so back to where is he? Back to Doggo. Hey, yeah. So where were we at there, mate?
Gravity.
Gravity, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so T-Dub was telling you that it wasn't. That's not even the one that they're going with these days. So
where were we? Gravity still?
Well,
yeah, they go with the bending and warping of space time.
I don't really care about space. That's
that's
no,
the gravity
it's
that
just
they
the
tell you it
description.
is. Yeah, sorry.
Right. Yeah.
So 100 years ago,
it's just a description, right? Yeah.
Description.
Just one sec. It's a description. Space-time isn't like it's just a conceptual medium within which three-dimensional objects exist, right? So they'll tell you that the disproportional distribution of mass is warping the space-time that surrounds it, causing other smaller masses to follow a curved geodesic path towards the larger object, but they don't describe it as it being mass attracting that mass or a force. It's not a force anymore. It's not described as a force.
Hello.
Hey, man, the force is not attracting the force, man. Far out, man. Okay. That's weird. No, I'm just messing with you guys. I love reality. Hey, man, if I plant a seed and water it in the dirt, it might grow a tree, it might grow a plant.
I'm glad you said might, because I usually fail at those attempts.
It might. It doesn't. There's no guarantee, man. I mean, I've failed many times planting seeds, man. I'm like, holy shit. I got like a 50% fail rate. Oh shit, this is not work. Yeah, it doesn't always work. But if I told you and say, hey man, if you do plant enough seeds, some shit will grow. And no shit, it works every single time I do it. Every time. Something's gonna grow. And what a beautiful thing, man. Just like we've all grown to be in this world, man. I mean, I can't imagine not being born through my mother's, uterus, tube, whatever, vagina, whatever. We all came out of.
I can't imagine it, or if I don't want to imagine it.
We all came out of a vagina, man. Does anybody have any evidence to the contrary? That would be cool. That'd be great.
Doesn't mean I have to imagine it.
I'm glad we went from seeds to vaginas. This is a good start.
Same thing, man.
So Doggo, let's get back to the topic at hand. So we went through you being on a plane or you not being on a plane, and then what else did we go to? Sun and moon.
Day and night cycles, yeah.
Day and night cycles, which doesn't prove either. But
I've got a quick question.
Go
if
ahead.
that's okay.
Quick.
All right, so someone recently asked me why the constellations would be, revolving in the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere. You don't think that they do?
They don't.
Well, he lives in the southern constellations, and he says they don't. He lives there.
So the videos that we're watching were altered, or what?
Are you facing north or facing south?
I believe the video I saw on YouTube was facing east on both
Now,
Facing
let me
east.
ask you a
You'd be
question.
answering the question of the sphere in the first place, wouldn't you?
Now,
By
hold
claiming
on.
the southern hemisphere, you'd be just begging the question of the sphere when that's what we're trying to discuss the evidence of.
I always find this is weird. I always find it weird that they think the top and the bottom of the ball would be rotating in different directions. How the fuck does that happen?
One's going that way and one's going.
Is it like a spinny top or something like with two? You know, it's fucking weird, man.
I'll try to find the video of it for you guys so you can.
I know the video you're talking about. They take it from the equator, and then on either side, the left and the right, it's arcing down on each side. Yeah, that's the same one.
No, the one I was looking at was there was one in the U.S. and then one in Australia. They were both looking east supposedly, and one was rotating clockwise, the other counterclockwise.
Yeah. See, supposedly. So here's the thing: when you're watching a video, you can't always believe what you're seeing.
Hey, I did a Orion's Belt Transit here in Southern California, and I knew somebody that did one in Australia, and they said, "Hey, man, looks kind of weird. Doesn't look that." Now, Timbo, man, or T-Dub, you guys have seen Orion in your sky, right?
Correct.
So it makes sense to me that if you can see Orion in your sky and I can see Orion in my sky, that we're both seeing the same sky, correct? Maybe.
I think so.
Yeah.
Right.
And what Doggo's what
to
Bill's
take
talking
the
about.
sky for anybody, I don't give a fuck who you are, man. Take the sky and convert it to what we live on is astronomically incorrect because we don't live in the sky, bitches.
Who asked that question? Was it Pippa's Revenge?
Pippa, yeah, Pippa's
Okay.
Revenge. He's talking about facing south and watching something go from left to right, and then turning north and watching it go from right to left, right?
Yeah.
No, facing east in both occasions.
No, not
Only
east.
face
You can't,
east.
No, that's the problem right there, man. Right?
What's the problem?
Facing east.
Facing east? No. They're facing north. Just like the rest of us.
East.
We're facing north.
That's the direction that we observe things to move from. They move from
North.
east to west.
Everything moves east to west. Yep.
Yeah, but what does it matter what direction you're looking if when you're looking at it, then it's moving in different directions when you're looking and supposedly the same.
Well, you're saying it's moving in wrong. You're saying it's moving in different directions, but you just told us that they're facing east and they're moving in the same direction, east to west. Yeah.
I'll get the video for you and you guys can go through it here.
That's all right, man. You've explained it quite well. You're saying that they're moving in different directions, but the camera is facing east in both situations, and the stars are going east to west. So how can they be going in different directions?
Well, I don't think they are. One's going clockwise and the other one's going like counterclockwise.
Yeah, you'd be mistaken, I'd say.
Yeah. One you're facing south, one you're facing north. Even north, if you're saying it's east, maybe southeast and northeast, but yeah, they're not spinning in different directions. Even on a globe, they wouldn't be spinning in different directions.
If I do a time lapse on my west, both the stars on the northern and southern hemisphere turn to the right or to the left. That's the way it is here, where I live.
Yeah, so if you were facing west, even with the camera set up, like they'd look to arc anyway. So
yeah. the most simplest thing to prove, man, is to go out and watch stars. If you're looking west, there's a group of stars to the right, to the north.
Did he leave? Oh no, there he is.
I'm here.
Yeah. So,
to the west, to the south, you'll see the rotation go the other way, man. You can do this for yourself, man. Don't believe me.
I sent the link. It's I'll get the timestamp.
Cool. So Pippa, if you think that you live on a spinning space ball, have you ever seen or measured curvature?
No, I haven't.
You haven't.
There you go. Great answer, man. You're
what
right.
makes you believe that you live on a spinning space ball?
Well, I don't. I can't. I was coming from a flat Earth background, and someone asked me this question and sent me this, and I genuinely had no.
Oh, okay. Well, the answer to that would be stars can't tell that. You can't tell from the sky that you live on what surface you live on. It's a non sequitur.
The only way you can tell what surface you live on is the surface you live on.
Yeah. It's like looking up in your room and seeing, have you got downlights? They're like circles, yeah. Looking up and going, oh, they're circles. Well, maybe my room's a circle too.
Hey, if I saw the circular lights in my room, it must be a circle I live. I live in a circular room. Curvature. Yeah. Curvature.
Curvature.
Yeah, some curvature. Show me some curvature, please. It's great talking to people who live in Australia because apparently in the mainstream media is that flat earthers do not believe that Australia exists.
I've never heard someone actually believe that, so it's just weird.
I mean,
it doesn't exist, man.
Shit is balls out crazy, man. I mean, wait a minute, man. No, we are not like that fanatical, for fuck's sake, man.
That comes from the globetards anyway.
Yeah. It comes from the propaganda.
Yeah, like. Anti-flat earthers.
Whatever. It's same thing. Same guys.
Yeah.
Propaganda. And propaganda can be played on both sides of the deck. At the card table, man. And
me, Jimbo, and Ruhif, we're just a figment of your imagination.
Yeah, we don't exist. We're just actors, yeah?
Yeah, we're controlled opposition.
Well, most of you guys are, upside down and sideways, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. And how could I ever trust you guys? I mean, that would be ridiculous.
Well, how do we know that you're not upside down and that we're the right way up?
Well, that's who gets to determine which way is up and down. First of all, fuck those guys, man. I can't. Who gets to determine, what's on this side of the globe or that side of the globe? Who are those Mongos, man?
Everyone's on top of the ball.
I don't know if you do it in the US, but we here in Australia still say, we're going up north or we're going down south.
How dare you?
That's just because of the orientation of a map, right?
Yeah.
Well, and the globe, I suppose.
The globe, I suppose. No, guaranteed. That's the fucking globe. That's what they. Fuck me, man.
Is Doggo still here?
Yeah.
Have you got any questions?
Not at the moment, but it was a fun talk, and I've learned quite a bit.
Yeah, well, I don't think I gave you VC verified, so I'm just going to go in and give you VC verified so you can come back in anytime you want. Where are you?
And remember this, man. Learn the globe, because the globe has incredibly defined measurements and calculations of things that most likely you will not be able to verify. But they do have a lot of claims. Learn the globe, man. How far is the moon, the circumference, radius, shooting
the
outer
street.
space. There's a lot of things you got to know about the globe, and go learn them. Go learn those beautiful things about the globe, please.
There you go, doggo. So if you look in, I've given you VC verified. You can go into the channel above where we are, and it's live stream voice text.
Mm-hmm.
And there's another chat in there. There's people who are not talking on the VC, but they're in the chat. That's where they're typing. Information pops up. People post diagrams and citations and funny memes and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
you can type in. You can type in there as well. You just can't post any pictures at the moment. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You
once
can
we
post
get
links, but they won't embed. That's all. Make sure you familiarize yourself with the welcome page as well.
Yeah, we try to talk about where we live mostly, because we live on Earth. No shit, Sherlock. I'm a genius, right? You guys all know this. Everybody knows I'm a genius. I sound like Donald Trump, right? That's how
he's a professor.
Yeah. Hey, everybody knows that we're shooting through outer space at millions and miles an hour, right? Everybody knows this. It's not a secret. I mean, that's what you learned in school. Please verify your claims. Thank you. We'll be
Hey,
here.
doggo.
Yeah.
Do you know what drop over distance is?
No.
Alright, so on a sphere, you have a
geometry.
Yeah, you have a. If you cut a circle into segments, like if you cut it in half, it's a diameter, and half of that diameter is a radius.
Mm-hmm.
That's just from a circle. So what you can do is you can work out what the circumference is from that, and then you can work out for each mile how much drop there should be, and then it's a consecutive drop after that. So it's 8 inches per mile squared. So every mile you have to square. You have to square the mile. Yeah, every mile you got to square the mile times by 8 inches. Yeah. 8 inches per mile squared.
So the first mile is 8 inches. The second mile, 32 inches.
2 times 2 times 8.
And then it just exponentially keeps going.
Sorry.
By the time it gets to 600 miles, you're like, oh, fuck off, man. This is crazy. And
well, the time you get to 10 miles, it's 66 feet. So if you've got a body of water near you and you can see 10 miles, there's supposed to be 66 feet of drop. That should be, and then you can jump on the curve calculator and you can see how much is supposed to be hidden as well. And you can go, oh, why can I see that? They're going to go, and then you've got derivative topics from there. But if you can see too far, generally it means that we don't live on a bowl.
I know why you can see too far. It's because we can see too far, and it's pretty easy to check out for yourself. Don't believe us. Don't believe any of us. Go out and check it out. If you can see 10 miles away from shore to shore, yeah, which we've done, not making it up. So there's a problem. There has to be a fucking curve, period. That's it. Like, you don't get around. Oh, you live on a spinning ball, but hey, guess what, man? We get to make up whatever. No, you don't get to make up whatever numbers you want because you are stuck to those numbers. You're stuck. You own
That's
it.
why
You own
I
it.
was asking you those questions before, Doggo. It was like, there's three things that you need to have be a ball floating in the vacuum of outer space that they claim, and it's drop over distance, axial rotation, the Earth spinning, and gas pressure without a container. Those three things you must have. Otherwise, it's not what they say it is.
Yeah. Again, that's why I say, man, you got to go learn the globe first, man. Gotta learn the globe, and then you can set yourself on whatever course you want, man. I don't care.
I'll give you a good video to watch too. If you look in the live stream, there's a good laser test video.
So if we can see too far, therefore the claim is been at least challenged, if not completely challenged. So, and that's why we're here, man. We live on Earth, man. It's not like we don't live on this beautiful place. It's not like I'm making this place up, man. I mean, we got trees and grass and weeds and food and onions. Oh my God, onions are amazing. What a cool, what a beautiful onions.
You can't have a good meal without onions.
You know what? I think we should have onions with every meal at this point. Yeah. It's amazing. What a juicy, beautiful, nutritious thing that we get to experience. Onions are amazing. And onions have layers, right? And they layered us into this system that says, hey man, you got to be layered into this. You gotta follow this team or that. Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't believe that you live on a spinning space ball with no evidence, then you're a dumb shit.
And anybody that thinks otherwise is a dumb shit. What do you think of that? That's how that's how those Mongos play it, man. That's how they do it, man. It's reverse, triple, fucking quadruple, fuck all. Let's obscure everything they know to the extreme. And they've done a great job, man.
They have.
They have.
They've created maths to suit your vision.
Yep.
Suit perspective.
It's weird, man.
Turn it into a sphere. They've even done it with the sky. The 69 miles per degree of drop in the stars. Not even accounting for perspective at all. You know, like, and how we see. So fucked up. Stupid.
So one of the things I recently encountered in the last few days was the fact that on a scale model, you have an incredibly hard problem of getting things right in reality as far as you get, again, perspective, as you get closer to things, it doesn't equate to the moon landing footage, because as they got closer to the surface, the craters did not get any bigger. The craters did not get any bigger. And the reason is because of scale perspective. Because if you take a crater on a model and you try to zoom in on it, it doesn't have the same effect as reality. If you were like, let's say 1,000 feet from the surface of Earth, whatever, as you got closer to the house, man, that house is going to get a lot bigger by the time you land on it, man. It's going to be fucking hugely different than, even 1,000 feet. And they're like 1,000 feet above these craters. And yet when they like go to land on near the crater, they don't change size ever. And that's the problem with scale modeling. That's the problem, especially back in the 60s when they went to the moon. And you guys, most of you guys are, barely, you guys don't remember that shit. I do, but you guys don't. But looking back at it and saying, hey, man, the scale model, dude, that crater never got any bigger. Oh, shit, that's a problem. It should have got a lot bigger. Because if you were doing that on Earth, man, you would see the difference between, landing on somebody's house or not. At some point, the house would get really, really big. And it doesn't happen on the moon landing shit, man. That the craters don't get any bigger. And I thought that was like one of the great, telltale truths of the moon landing is that when they were trying to come closer to the moon and land, even with this India shit, same thing. They got the same problem. So, moon landings were faked. And we live on a beautiful stationary plain with trees and rivers and oceans and water and creeks. And yeah, check it out. Don't believe us. Do not believe us because, we're just people that want to talk about where we live. That's all. We're not complicated. Keep it simple.
Yeah, we're complicated rocks.
Oh, wait a minute. You're complicated rocks. Who said that? NASA said that? Oh,
Yeah, Michelle
Michelle.
Geller. What was her name? Michelle something.
We're just
Rocks are our
rocks.
cousins. Yeah.
Yep. Complicated rocks.
We're just complicated rocks.
It just seems weird to even think of that at this point, man. I'm like, I drove by a million rocks today, probably.
Hey, you got a big family, mate. They're all your cousins.
Big family. I'm like, yeah, I need help. I need help in here. Miguel, where you at, man? Miguel. All right.
We still got in here. Doggo's still here. Doggo, I'm going to ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you think your government's ever lied to you?
Of course.
Do you think they lie about most things?
Yeah.
Interesting, isn't it? Why do you think people believe them when it comes to space? They say,
me personally, I don't believe a lot of things that they say about space.
Yeah.
I'm riding the line between flat and not flat. I'm trying to figure that out for myself, and I'm open to hear anybody out.
Always, if someone tells you something, just go and look at it for yourself, man.
Yeah.
Don't believe what they say. Just if it sounds correct or whatever, go and have a look and look at different sources as well. Yeah. Don't just bring up Google and then read Wikipedia and something like that. Go into Maybe even read scientific papers. Also read, alternatives of it as well. Never go from one source, and then work it out. Like if someone says, "Oh, look, this photo here is the curvature of the Earth." Okay, well, what's happening in the atmosphere, and why is the horizon where the curvature's starting or supposed to start? Why is it always in a different place? If they have a physical horizon, shouldn't it be in one spot? Shouldn't you be able to go to that place? But you can't, because it's always in a different spot. Because horizon means where.
We still here? Hello? 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 Is there anybody out there?
I'm here. I'm just really fucking mad that Ruhif is back.
Don't get mad. It's not worth it.
What a
Flaccid.
fuck.
Right.
Man, the things that
Not worth
he.
it.
Well, yeah, you're right. Fuck that shit.
Don't get mad. Don't get
He loves
emotional.
it in here. He just enjoys hearing all us flat earthers. He loves us.
No, he likes to be a little fuckwit, is what he likes.
Don't buy it. Don't buy that shit, man. Step aside, man. Don't play that shit, man. Do not play that shit. We're down to the basic physiological proofs that we can prove right here on, guess what, on Earth. And without a doubt, man, you cannot, nobody's ever going to produce gas pressure without a container, man. Nobody. I don't give a fuck. If you got it, great. I'm here. We're all here. However, it's not going to happen. Ever. It's just not going to happen because it's impossible. It's an impossible physiological thing. You can't do it. It would be great if you could demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Would be bitching, man. It'd be so cool. But dude, even the guy that came in here today was trying to defend gas pressure without a container because of Mount Everest. Well, there's not as, it's a vacuum between like sea level and Mount Everest. That actually is the vacuum that produces perfect harmony within our atmosphere. Yeah, that's cool. That's a good one, man, bro. So we're at an impasse of reality versus not reality. Some mathematics or some crazy. Hey man, can you demonstrate in my shop right now? What do you need? Plastic, paper, gas, whatever you need, man. Let me know. Show me gas pressure without a container, man. That would be great. It's never going to happen. Nobody's ever going to defend it. You cannot reproduce it. It's not going to happen. Show me. I got a vacuum chamber right here on my bench. I'm going to take the lid off. show me the gas pressure without a container. That would be great. Game over, man. Game over. You're done.
Game over.
You're done. You're done, Mongos. Nice
Crack
try.
pipe proves you wrong, mate.
Nice try, man. You gave it a go, man. I get it. It was a hell of a story you guys sold for a long time, man. You guys sold that shit for a long time, but your time's up. You don't get to sell that shit no more. Sorry. It's not happening. It's never gonna happen. You guys got that, right? That'd be cool, man, if you guys, would just say, hey, man, I cannot, without a doubt, 100% produce gas pressure without a container. That would be cool, man, if one of you guys would just come in here and go, oh, you're right, but there's no way.
It's just rare, He was posting bullshit at the live stream, but he couldn't answer.
If there was a way to prove it, you guys would have done it by now, man. I mean, fuck's sake, man. We're out here a hell of a long time, man, pushing that narrative, man. Say, man, if you got it, that'd be great. But you got to have a force. You got to have a gravity. You got to have a this, that. You got to have a giant system. No. I want to see it on a small scale, man. Let me see it on the small scale. And that's how things work in this world. I don't know if you guys know this, but pretty sure you guys do, because everything starts out as a small scale. You don't ramp things up to full scale until you know that it works on the small scale. And it happens in all of engineering, patents.
About the Cavendish, I did found the information. Actually, the road was never at rest.
There you go. Well, I'm a big, a lot of Globers coming here going, Cavendish engineer students, they come in here and go, Cavendish, I did it in school, man, guaranteed. It works. It's perfect. You got the thing with the balance beam in the barn. Hey, it works every time. No shit, Sherlock. Yeah. Gravity proves gravity. Torsion bars and things. Mathematics. Yeah, we got it.
He's a weasel, He came here. Sometimes he has something prepared, just to post. He's waiting for his moment.
Yeah.
The other day, I was at work, but he did post a flight path. And so we don't assume we have a flat Earth map, but this guy came here, in our face, claiming that there is a flat Earth map, But this guy, I did debunk him about flight paths a long time ago. There are different airplanes. As long as the flight, more speed they can reach, thrust speed, there's a graphic to explain this, and I did debunk him, and he's still posting bullshit again. So he just came here just to, he doesn't even look into the information we post to him, debunk him, and he goes away. Always run from the live stream when he has nothing.
Interesting. Yeah.
Always running with his tail between his legs. He was talking about Cavendish, and after I did post that, what he did said, nothing. Silence. About that, he did post in the last thing, yeah. Let me see. You can have, okay, so he was saying, why not, you said he said you can have gas pressure next to one, okay, and he said why not? There is no physical barrier between between 0.515 inch and 0.00. How did he get that 0.00? And how he is gonna measure gas pressure without something
It's gravity. It's gravity.
without a container? No, he has to use a barometer, right? So it's a
Gravity.
container.
A thing that gravity produces, you guys all know. Pulling factor, gravitational pull.
So I did say, how do you measure the volume of gas without a container? And how you get a pressure gradient when it needs to press up on something. So, and they never answer that.
Well, guess what, man? They can never answer it because it's an impossibility. Just like bendy water, man. It's an impossibility, man. I mean, if you can show it to me, that'd be great. But good luck. With your bendy ocean, a bendy ocean of water. Yeah, well, the only reason you guys can't understand it is because it's so big. The earth is so big. You guys don't get it. You flat earthers, you're stupid. You guys don't get it. I mean, of course, it's because it's so big. There's no way to really reproduce the evidence is that, well, it's because it's so small. Oh my God, 2020. It's so small, you guys can't detect it because only we can detect it, And that you guys got to stick something up all the way up in your fucking nose to your cornea somewhere to produce evidences of something that you can't see, just like, outer space. You can't see that either, man. You don't get to go. You don't get to go outer space and see the fucking Earth and the moon and nah. Those things are restricted for the bazillionaires.
The problem with curvy water is that if you froze a frozen lake, you don't see any curve there. So where is that curve at that water?
Well,
yeah, it's flat. If you watch a frozen lake, it's flat.
Yeah, man. We saw some frozen lake stuff, man, years ago. 2016, man. The guy was out there 10 miles away, man. There were lasers hitting him in the foot. I was like, what? What do you mean the lasers hitting him in the foot? Hit him in the foot? Yeah.
Just by that, they can say bye-bye to their refraction fairy tale story.
My love. Yeah. Bye-bye, man. Bye-bye happiness. Bye-bye love. Bye-bye globe. I hate to break it to you guys, but the globe is so destroyed, man, that good luck.
The globe is a mind problem.
Yep. Yeah, it's a mind problem. Yeah, you're right. Most things in this world are mind problems. Who's going to be your president? We're going to the moon. Hey, we're going to the moon, bitches. Hey, fuck sending astronauts to the moon. We're only going to send a rover to the moon. That's all we're going to do. What? Wait a minute, man. They had dudes like playing golf on the moon. Fuck off. What do you mean you're only sending a rover to the moon? That's okay. That makes sense. Why endanger human life. Yeah, I get it, man. I'm a humanitarian, for fuck's sake. I am. Well, I live on Earth. That makes me a humanitarian automatically. Now, why I'm here makes me a human or an evil cuck bitch. Make your choice. Human or evil cuck bitch. Yeah, that's your choices, man. You only get two. And there's some evil cuck bitches out there. You guys know who I'm talking about. I don't have to tell you. If I have to tell you guys, we're gonna have a problem. But the reality of the situation is we got lied to about all kinds of shit. Besides, the shape of the earth, man. Yeah, there's a whole list of cuckery. I call it cuckery. That's going on that produced us to the point where we have a Discord that's dedicated to 24/7 Earth. That's it, man. We might as well call it 24/7 Earth Discord, because that's where we live. And anybody wants to come in here and deny the physics of Earth is going to have a hard time, man. They're going to have a hard time demonstrating gas pressure without a container, man. You're going to have a hard time, man. It's going to be a bitch. Dude, I would not want to be the guy that has to prove that one. Fuck. You guys win. Fuck. I'm done, man. Gas pressure without a container? Yeah. Well, it has, we got to have mass and gravity and the potential, maybe sometimes, the pressure differentials are perfectly aligned. And you guys wouldn't understand it because it's complicated math. I mean, we got to break out the math to prove this. I mean, come on. I can only prove it with math. How dare you ask me like hard questions about physics and reality? I mean, come on. I mean, fire's hot. I understand, but it can be cold too, because fire can be cold. Did you guys not know that? Fire can be cold because a magical force happens that produces the most amazing cooling mechanism that produces that fire's cold. Yeah. And I worked it out mathematically, and it's perfect. And it makes sense. Prove me wrong. You guys, you flat earthers. Prove me wrong. Because I worked out the math. And we made some predictions of things that totally worked out. Our predictions were right. And if it wasn't for like a globe, it would definitely, the predictions would have been wrong, because the whole time we made all of our mathematical calculations was based on a mathematical equation that, without a doubt,
you just forget 95% of dark matter and dark energy. I mean, when you are not capable to represent that we need 95% of made-up things to make the heliocentric model work, you can't defend correctly this model. So the first thing, in my opinion, is people to realize this theory is not backed up by data. Don't know if I am clear.
let me get this straight, man. So that a lot of the data that's been collected is not is or is not.
Yeah, you need to distort the data by 95% of dark matters and dark energy in order to put the heliocentric system works in the universe. So it's like you have a factor like that of error, you need to dismiss your theory.
Yes, you need to dismiss your data.
Heliocentric theory. Yeah.
Yes, it's basically unprovable or not real, right? And I'm trying to speak to our wonderful East European friend here, man. You German? Are you German?
French.
French, sorry. Yeah, I know it's hard. I am training. I am here for train my English too.
You're
Well,
good.
I imagine you were.
Do you speak German? Yeah.
No, not at all. No, just French.
Just French.
I'm sure he was reading my message. That's why I answered for him.
Okay, we'll get it, man. I'm a little slow, man. Hey, man, I'm here for late night kind of. Let's have some fun with objective reality, man. I mean, that is the bottom line. Objective reality. If anybody here thinks they're shooting around the Milky Way right now at 1,000,000 miles an hour, fuck's sake, that would be cool, man. What evidence do you got for that, man? I mean, that would be my first question, and then we'll take it from there. How's that? Is that good?
It's a yeah, but it's a question for me. I did not understand.
It's not a question for you exactly, but it's
okay.
It's a general question. It's if you feel like you're spinning on a ball in outer space, expanding into a big nothing at 1,000,000 miles an hour, 1,000,000 kilometers an hour. Is that better? 1,000,000 kilometers an hour. That's crazy.
Kilometers is 2,000,000.
I mean, think about it. Right? 1,000,000 kilometers an hour. I mean, that's crazy. It's crazy.
It's a good point because me at school, I remember I was when they touched me about the globe Earth. I remember clearly one of the first things we tell me is don't trust your senses. Don't trust your intuition. Because
Don't do it. How dare you? How dare you trust your sense? Hey, fire's hot. Oh shit, that shit's hot. Get away. Run. Yeah, fire's hot. Come on.
It's exactly that. You don't feel the move, but you are moving, and so on and so on. So yeah, you see it's flat, but it's curved, and so on. It's totally that.
It makes total sense that once you see the flat Earth, that you definitely know that it's curving because it's flat. That's why it's curved, you dumbasses. Come on. Everybody knows. Shit. That's where we're at, boys and girls, man. We are at the pinnacle of, hey, do not trust your senses. Anything. Do not. Don't trust.
No, there is a smart people that figured out we are on the globe. So don't trust your senses. You are not on an inertial plan of references. Not at all. This is what we experiment, but don't trust the experiment either.
Yeah, if you go out and look at the earth for what it is, I mean, trees and rivers and beautiful, man. Oceans. My goodness, man. Just make sure you guys know that you're spinning and shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, man. Just want you guys to remember that you guys are flying. You guys are ripping through an ever expanding space of time, and
it's in a sense, it's a beautiful way to make a lie, the globe model. When I mean beautiful, it's a metaphorical lie, because, like you said, you are lost on that spinning ball. You are literally lost because of the physics of the spinning ball, but you are also morally lost in this universe.
Yep.
Maybe it was not clear. I am sorry. I train myself.
You're good, man. You're good. The reality of the situation is, we all like to keep it simple around here and say, hey, man, do you feel like you are spinning and shooting through outer space at whatever speed they tell us? It's astronomically speeds, man. And
an important point to make is that you are turning because it's a constant acceleration. This is something every glober tend to forget.
Of course, it's constant, and you wouldn't feel it because
No, I mean it's a constant acceleration. It has nothing to do with a straight line. Like you are spinning, so the spin will create an acceleration. You are spinning over the sun, so the same thing happened. You have an inertia of a straight line that is that you curve with the so-called force of gravity. So you need to have some effect that will be filled. You know.
Hey Kenny, let me fill you in on Model Builder here. I met him last night. He's a really cool guy.
No doubt, man. We've been hanging out, man.
Have you? Okay. So did he tell you about his program that he made and all that?
No, not that far yet.
Okay.
Hey, how you doing, bro? How you doing,
Good, bro?
man?
How are you? Good, man.
Yeah, I'm you know me, man. Pounding it.
Oh yeah, good. Well, I came at the right time then.
Hey, yeah, you did, man. You're gonna save my ass once again.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we're just talking about
this guy here that we're talking about. Let me tell you what he told me last night. I'll fill Kenny in on a bit of your story. He used to be the guy that people would go to prove the ball to the flat earthers for like 5 years. Yeah, he was like the baller, right? And then he realized about a year ago, he realized he was wrong.
Okay.
So he was like, he's feeling a little bad because of he was the guy that used to debunk the flat Earth, readily, and now he's got colleagues he can't admit that he's on this side now. He also came up with some really cool programming where he's tracked the plane flights everywhere, and he's shown like the southern plane flights and their times, and I don't know if you could explain it better than I can, Model Builder, but also there's some curvature graphs that he posted last night that were really cool, where you would see the curvature and how long you would how much the difference would be between the straight line and the curve, and it's pretty good work, man.
Yeah, I can go further, but I don't want to annoy people that was here yesterday and have already seen that. You know what I mean? So if I don't want to annoy people with this soft again if they already have seen them.
I don't think anyone was annoyed with that. I think the only thing that people were cautioning against was the interferometry stuff, because that's a contentious thing, I guess, right now, and the issues between Witsit and a couple other people on the whether it's a valid instrument and whether it actually shows us anything, or whether it includes the scientific method and all these drama that goes with it. That was the only thing I think anyone was cautioning against. But your graphs were great. I think that long distance stuff that you were showing was great. Nobody was contending with that.
I can go. I can go. You want me to start on what, the curve calculator, the fly path? Which is better?
Yeah, whatever you want. If you want to post it again,
Yeah, okay.
if anyone's not familiar with it.
Yeah, okay. I can
That's
start
cool
with
stuff.
Sorry.
It was a custom program that you made. Yeah, custom program.
Yeah, I have made 3 major software related to the flat Earth. The first one was a curve calculator that give every point and that do a slice of Earth. You just give the latitude, longitude, and the height, the altitude of the point of view of the target, and it will draw the perfect on-scale representation of the geometry of a curved Earth. I am finding the pic right now to share. Okay. It's the first software I have done. I have done it because I was like, I trust no one, so I will do all the computation by myself from scratch. To be sure, I am not being fooled by a psyop flat earther, stupid flat earther. And I was like, okay, they're right. Whatever. Right. So I'm feeling sorry. I have a lot of files. Start to have too much data. I need to do a little cleaning. But anyway,
I was trying to get you to talk to one or people.
Sorry.
I was trying to get you in a conversation earlier, but I think you must have not been around. I sent you some DMs because there were some people interested in some of your stuff that I was talking about.
I did not see them. Sorry.
Another day. That's fine. No, another day. I sent you an invite to another server too.
Yeah, I will take it. I am afraid to disconnect if I click, so I will do it
whatever.
until I have a bad connection. Internet. It's loading.
You did these kind of to scale, right? So that you would see the exact difference.
Yeah, it's loading. Here is it. So you see on the bottom of the pic, there is a software that will do every calculation. So you can find, you need to download the pic because there is a huge resolution. It will not be displayed correctly on Discord, but there is every computation, so direct line of sight and so on. And what I wanted to is to have a visual representation of this curvature. And here it's on scale, so yeah, it can be a trigger for some people, because for me it was a trigger. as long as it was my software. So I trusted. I have double checked every data out from my software. So
Wait, so
it
was it a trigger? This is how you figured out that you were not on a ball? Like you thought you would show
yeah,
that it worked?
it was my best trigger was the gyroscope. You know, gyroscope and plane. But I need some backup, so it was one of my best second trigger. Yeah, just putting the latitude, longitude, putting the altitude, is seeing by myself that the Earth is not so big. In fact, you know,
Right.
like you speak about plane simulation. It was another software I just have done recently. I have done a software that get every planned flight path from Flight Radar 24. And I have let run this software 2 weeks. So I have 2 weeks of flight path, like 2 million and so on. And I have built some analysis on this data. What I can say is first, there is only up to 6 different planes that go to South Pole. I know 4 of them. It's the LAN 800, LAN 801, and the LQFA 27, LQFA 28. It's 4 of the 6 planes that go on south, and it's every time the same plane. Every time 787 Dreamliner Boeing. And like there is a lot of error between the harvested speed that give me Flight Radar 24 and the computed speed that I do with the GPS ping. Just computation of time and GPS ping. So I can share with you on sympathetic things. I have simulated a plan over globe. So what is mind-blowing here is that in fact nobody has done it, and what we see is that at 30k feet, so 10 kilometer high, we should see a huge drop of horizon between the virtual perfect horizon. So I drop the pic right now. You can literally see that the eye is capable to see the curvature of Earth, and there is a huge drop from the middle of the screen, which is the zeroing of virtual horizon, and the physical horizon of Earth. This is not what we observe in reality. So I guess it may be a little trigger for some people. Another thing. Sorry?
I said, yeah. I imagine if they don't want to see that you're showing what it can't be. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a personal matter, but it's something nobody has done, so I have done it. And the funny thing is, I use the true flight path to do the test. It's not a fake flight path. It's a true flight path. You can maybe refound it in Flight Radar 24. There is every data information of the registration number. One of the last things I have done is an heat map.
You said they cut off your access as soon as it seemed like they might have picked up that you were.
They cut off my access, and they cut off access for everybody of every data of the long south flight path. So now you only have the registration number and the GPS ping. You no longer have the altitude. You no longer have the speed.
Right. Why would they need to do that? Just the fact that they did that makes no sense.
Even
The fact
from
that it
the
was
paid.
there, it was available, whether it was you or not. It's just the
Yeah,
fact that they had to take it away makes them seem like they're hiding something. Yeah.
exactly. And even with the paid subscription, you don't have access to this data. Even with the paid one. So it's a little strange. Yeah. That make you go.
Yeah.
So
And you said you saved like 200 flights or something. The data from 200 flights at least before they cut you off.
2 million. 2
A
million.
million.
2
2
million.
million flights.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There is like 150K plane a day.
Wow.
Not plane. Fly pass. It's multiple times the same plane flying, but there is on fly pass 150K average. Some days it's 200K fly pass.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Wow.
So I have done a heat map. Everybody know what is a heat map? It's a representation data on a map where when we have huge data, it will become red, and when we are maybe you can explain more what is a heat map perspective.
I could explain what.
Heat map, what I showed you yesterday with like my profile picture, you know.
Oh, you want me to post it and explain it? I didn't look at it, and I wouldn't be able to.
Yes,
I wouldn't be able to break it down quite yet of what you showed me. But you mean just so people could understand better?
I will just post the US because it will be a better resolution. I will post two pic. The first, I need to find it. Sorry.
That's fine.
The first is a low resolution on to see how it appear on the United States, and the second is a close up to show the pattern effect of every GPS data point. You remember this heat map?
Oh yeah.
It was every GPS point dropped on the heat map. It's loading.
Yeah.
It's a huge.
Yeah, I was explaining what I was saying about that was that you wouldn't have straight flight paths back and forth east west. If it was actually spinning, you would take advantage of the spin, and your flight paths would look completely different than straight back and forth. Like just like look at the U.S. There's an east west straight flight path back and forth. If you got a spinning ball, your flight path is going to be affected by that completely, and you would just dip down to meet the city where it's going to come. Because you're in a separate reference frame. That's the problem. They want to have it both ways. They can't have the same reference frame and separate reference frame when they're talking about flight paths. Yeah, it's amazing. That's really cool that you did that.
There is a lot of explanation we can do. You are speaking about this part, so I will just give you the example better than we can do. This is fly pass over water. It's one of the best I get because over other water it's loading. Over other water it's we have really bad GPS coverage data over water. This is one of the things I have seen by analyzing data. We have only a good reliable GPS data over land, not over water. And there is like zero plane that does not go on that interpretation. I don't know if I am clear. Sorry, I'm
No, that's
trying
fine.
to find my. So you are speaking about this part of the heat map. It's between to situate. It's between France, United Kingdom, and Canada, I guess. Yes, maybe. Yeah. So another thing that is really strange is the pattern that the GPS points are drawing. We can. It's hard to take a good pic because it's a huge resolution file. Sorry, I'm trying to have a good view. Maybe like that. I don't have a better pick for now. I will try to do a better out of this map because someone downloaded the full map yesterday and it crashed the computer. So
That's
it's
fine.
not obvious. So here we can see a pattern like a grid drawn. I don't know if everybody can see it. It's over the United States. So the south is at the left because it's the AE map, and everybody is aware that the United States is like to the left of the map, middle left. So the south is on the left on the last peak, and we see a sort of grid with some convergence points that go through west-south and east-south. And this can lead to the interpretation that is a ground tower based GPS. I don't know if it's clear, but here I am. I think I have explained a lot of my work. There is more to say, but I don't want to annoy people with some technical detail. So
No, that's fine. That's great that you did that. I put a little graph that I made to try to explain why it doesn't make sense with the great circle routes that they're showing. Like if you look at what I posted, if you see that the blue dot is where you're starting, that's where you're taking off from, and the red dot at the bottom there would be if you went straight to your destination, right? And let's say it took 4 hours to get to your destination. Well, you have to account for the fact that 4 hours later, that destination is going to be way over on the other side there because the Earth would have rotated, right? So therefore, if you started at 4 hours, your flight path would have to be catching up and following the target, the way that the darker blue line shows rather than the green line.
exactly.
Yeah.
We need constantly to compensate the drift. Yeah.
Right. Because the city's moving 1,000 miles an hour that you're flying towards, but you're only starting at 200 miles an hour or wherever it is that you start from. You know.
Yeah.
Conservation of momentum only gets you so far. You can't just say that it's going to be in the same reference frame because it starts at 15 degrees an hour, and that 15 degrees an hour is totally different than 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, I only have put a pic of the simulation, the plane simulation in 3D. But when you see it in live, it's obvious that moment your inertia will make you drop the nose down, will make you compensate for the spin. It's when you see the simulation, it's like how the plane could fly on a globe. It's literally it shows you how it's impossible. It shows you, and it shows you how every airplane simulation is on a flat plane.
Yeah, exactly. There'd be a rude awakening for somebody that just trained their whole pilot training was based on a simulation of a stationary level Earth, and then they get in the plane and they're like, okay, well, this is going to be a little different now. You're in a separate reference frame, and the Earth's spinning below you, and you're going to have to try to land this thing on a moving runway. You know, right? Because it would be moving separately according to the globe model. They can't get away from that. Even according to their own model, that the land is moving separately. Otherwise, there's no Coriolis effect. And there has to be a Coriolis effect because you're on a ball and you're in a separate reference frame. And they can't get away from that. It debunks the globe right there. Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you, I have built that software in order to prove that plane cannot be on a flat plane. I mean, I have literally done this software to prove the globe.
Yeah,
And
very nice.
it's totally the invert that is happening. So
Right.
it's
Hard to believe.
mind blowing for me. But here I
I don't
am.
know how pilots continue to fly. The ones that don't know already. I mean, I think most of them must know at least
There is
somehow
a
in the back of their mind they realize it, but they're taught to treat it as stationary. You can't be taught to treat it as stationary unless it's stationary.
I don't know if all pilots know. Someone in the chat says that because there is a well-known video of a female pilot that is telling, "Oh, it take me 13 or 20 years to figure it out. I have every answer at every flight I have done." And it was the gyroscope that triggered her. Sorry, and she was like, "Oh my god!" And when I realized we are on a flat plane, the flight following, I was like, "Ah, it's flat as fuck," you know. But I think
She's a pilot friend of yours. You're saying?
it's a German pilot, I guess, but it's a well-known video. I don't know if someone can drop it. I don't have it or no. I don't know how to find it. It's a German pilot that speak about gyroscope and plane, and she's presenting to an audience in live.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. The one she's got a whiteboard. She's got a whiteboard and she's in the classroom kind of.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
exactly.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. It's hilarious that that there's pilots out there that we've got one that supposedly thinks he's on a spinning ball, and his attitude is just like, well, I just they say that the atmosphere takes me with it. The atmosphere helps me. So I don't have to worry about it. Like somehow the atmosphere, because my point that I always make is that if they were flying west southwest, like say Chicago to LA.
Exactly.
Well, you got to be going backwards faster than you're going forwards. If you went from like 500 mile per hour latitude to 1,000 at the in a west southwest direction, because you're going to lose your momentum just by going west to begin with. If that is even let them beg the question that okay, you got the 500 miles per eastward momentum. Well, you need 1,000 miles directly eastward momentum by the time you get to the equator. And if you're flying the opposite direction, you're going to eventually lose your original conserved momentum, and then you're going to need more. So you're going to have to be flying backwards faster than you're flying forwards by the time you get to the equator to land. Right? Because you're going to have to pick up the 500 that you didn't have 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity at the equator. You can't do that.
Yeah.
There's no way. So it shouldn't go past the conversation should end there for anyone that realizes that pilots, planes just can't fly and they definitely can't land on a spinning ball, especially headed south in any direction, or southwest, even worse.
Yeah. It seems impossible. Once you see it, it seems impossible, and you cannot represent how it can be possible by spinning. It's counterintuitive because there is the second law. It's a Newton law that will block you from. You will drift by the when you drop down. You will drift.
Yep. And that's an interesting thing too. They have to calibrate their gyros when they get up there for the drift, right? Don't they have to do a whole thing where they check the drift and then or use a mechanical gyro or whatever, so they don't get off course, right? Yeah. They would have to have you would have to have a gauge in the cockpit. Not that it would even work anyway, but like if it was actually happening the way they say, you'd have to have a gauge that shows you how fast the Earth is spinning, so that you could be in the same lockstep, reference frame when you're landing. But that would be impossible. They want to mix it in with winds. They'll say the Coriolis is lost in the winds. It's just so much less than the effects would be so much less than the winds that you don't have to worry about it.
let me get it straight. We have a curvature, but we cannot see it. We have a Coriolis, but we cannot feel it. We have it's only things that we cannot see.
Right. Yep. It's the biggest gaslighting operation ever. It's an intelligence test. I think somebody was saying last night after I left. I was listening, and it is like an intelligence test, and they want to keep everybody dumbed down. And I think they figured if they could convince everybody that their reality is the opposite of what it seems, that's the perfect population of people that are just going to follow whatever you tell them, because they don't even know where they are or what the reality is telling them is totally. You're dependent on the authorities to let you know everything about your very basic principles. Your base axioms. You can't even rely on your senses for that. Just because you can't always rely on your senses doesn't mean you can't ever rely on your senses. So they also have that saying, rocket scientist, like I'm no rocket scientist. Well, I think that's the kind of a joke, an inside joke in a way, because if the rocket scientists are smart enough to build the rocket, they're just not intelligent enough to realize it never goes to space.
Yeah, I mean, I am the perfect example of that. I have built some software that hypothetically run on a satellite, but now I am aware that it runs on Satelloon.
Okay, so you were working on satellite projects.
Yeah. I was not how to tell. I was in a private company that worked for a space company.
Aha. And so, what do you think that? That's interesting.
Yeah.
So
it's highly
you just assumed it was all in the up and up because you were programming it, and it seemed like it was.
I did not understand you. Sorry. Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
My audio. Okay. Yeah. So you were building stuff for the satellites. That's interesting. And you thought that was going up on a regular satellite, but now did you get any kind of idea of how they were spoofing it so that they could make it seem like it's going around, like it's a geostationary satellite and it's actually a balloon? Did you figure the details out?
I did not work on the how to tell. I worked only on imagery part, so I have no idea at all of how they managed to position satellite. I don't know that at all. I was only on data analysis part,
Okay.
So
what was your job basically, to figure out the positioning or what the readings were and the relays and all that?
My job was to, how this man is called, the famous Blue Marble.
Oh yeah.
I was building the software for this guy to work.
Okay. to put the stuff in. Okay, I gotcha.
It's a summary. It's not totally exactly that, but I was doing majoritarily vectorization stuff.
Oh, okay. So you were looking at the terrain and figuring out how that could piece together to show the ball.
Exactly. It was the
Gotcha.
goal of my soft. Yeah.
Interesting. And now that you think back on it, was there a little bit of like an aha moment afterwards? Like, oh, well, maybe that's
Yeah,
okay.
a lot. One
I
of
bet.
the best well-known secret in the space, how to tell, space industry, I may tell, is that 99% of good photo from space, quote unquote, is only from airplane. Like it's on the metadata of the pic. You can retrieve the plane by the metadata of the pic. So so a lot. What is funny is even Google back in the day it was written it was avionic picture. So it's one of the things. Maybe other things. There is this famous. I was. I don't know if you was here yesterday when I speak about it, but this famous satellite that go on a comet, you know. There is. I have download every raw data from this satellite, and this satellite is supposed to navigate using the star. So there is some camera on the satellite to see the star. Well, man, even me as a data analyst, I can't even differentiate the pixel from the star.
Okay.
You know, the pic is shitty as fuck. I was like, but how they navigate with that? And back in the day, I was like, there was some filtering, there was some. I made up excuses, you know.
Okay. So you made up the excuses, not even knowing why you were making up the excuses at the time.
Yeah, exactly. Just because we are on the globe and some shitty satellite go on a comet, you know.
So you're saying that these were taken these shots you were using were from airplanes because the altitude seemed to fit that rather than something like a
it's like
satellite.
let me take a picture of you, but I will go to 3 kilometers behind. You see that pixel? It's you. You know, it's a nonsense. It's obvious. It's better to use airplane to take picture of a local zone of Earth. I mean, yeah, you should use satellite to take a global picture of Earth. But if you want to do a mapping, you need to have a precise photography. You know.
Right. I gotcha. That's funny.
There is maybe more I don't have in my head. I stopped work from this since 5 years. 5 years now. I am in embedding stuff in general stuff. So I stay on Earth now.
Yeah. What do you think of the ISS stuff? Like, what do you think of what's going on there?
What is funny is even back in the day, I know it was fake.
Even then.
Even then, because I am I have the habit to see CGI. I am a image analyst, so I know stuff. And when I see the ISS, I can't not see the obvious CGI.
Okay, right.
So I was like, my made-up excuse is satellites are real, but they are stuck by winning the Cold War, and they have put in mind of people that they sent human to space, but maybe it's just impossible. Maybe just this part is impossible. So I have made the excuse for myself that we have orbiting satellite, but we cannot put people up there because everything that is with people is fake.
So you knew you knew there weren't people up there, even though you were still a baller. You knew there weren't people up there.
Yeah.
And you made an excuse that they were just faking it because they needed to what? Like why would they be why would they have to fake it? Like if you knew that.
I don't know, Van Allen, who maybe the zero G on long term is bad for people. You made up.
Right, like
Easy to make up
they had to
excuse.
do that because they need to fund it, and people can't handle zero G that long, and so it's okay that they're doing that, and you're kind of justifying it in your mind.
Exactly. It was perfectly exactly.
What about the moon landing? Did you know that was fake before you realized we're not on a ball?
Yeah, because it's people on. First of all, the peak is shitty as fuck. So I was on of the first before YouTube. I was on of the first by taking photography from NASA and putting it in GIMP. You know, the free Photoshop, and playing with saturation and so on. And I have seen before everybody everybody, I mean mainstreamly. So I was again. I was in that excuse of we cannot send people through space.
Right.
And I was like, oh, maybe. Maybe they was going on the moon, but there is something on the moon. I don't know. Fucking made it excuses.
Right. Your cog disc was just letting you believe that there was still a ball, but they had to do that to win the space race or whatever it was, right?
Exactly. The space race was my best one. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a couple of friends of mine that are like that. Like they'll doubt some of the stuff, like the Tesla car in space, but they won't go into flat Earth. They won't realize it's flat. So it's good for you that you actually, ended up realizing that you were. What was the moment? It was you said it was the plane, the drift, the gyroscope drift that got you. Finally,
Yeah.
Okay.
I was. I thanks a friend of mine who get me on the flat Earth subject, and I was like, okay, I will use a scientific method to prove him the globe, without using authority argument. So first of all, I guess, it's simple. 1 week work and it's done. 2 years later, I am here with 3 soft. But what I mean is, in my research, at the moment, I just dropped down on the gyroscope things, and I was trying to emulate the gyroscope on a globe. And I just hit the gyroscope need to keep the reference frame, and the fact the globe is curving, and I was like, oh my god, the gyroscope should be forced every inch to keep the virtual horizon. There is a problem. I was not with the plane simulation at the moment. I was only with the gyroscope. So I asked. I was like, something is odd, and I was a flat earther at the moment, but I didn't know it. You know what I mean? Like, it was my tipping point. It was my tipping point at this moment.
Like you knew it, but you didn't want to know it. Still, you didn't want to know, but you knew, right?
This again, yeah.
Right. That's interesting. That's cool. Yeah, you're a great person to keep a recording of this for. Maybe you should do an interview with somebody that would. I bet that actually Witsit would probably love to interview you for his. He has a I don't know. I think I heard you say you watch his show, but he has he's moving to Florida, and you should probably try to get on. I'll contact him for you if you want, because he does maybe you didn't want the press or whatever. You don't want to be known who you are. You said you were kind of.
I would love to talk to him because I think it's. I don't know. I don't know if personally it's a good person, but he is a Wikipedia of the globe. So I would love to speak with him. And yeah. But I don't know if he will. How to say? He will be interested. But yeah. I am.
Well,
I am.
I talk with him. We have a small group that we have talks with that would love to talk to you about the interferometry stuff. I sent you an invite to that server. For sure, come over and talk to us about that because
Yeah,
I
I
sent
can.
you some videos and stuff. Yeah.
I will come. I
He
forgot.
put out a statement called "In the Field," and so just the fact that you've had professional experience with some of these instruments that you've now realized were not, what the deal is it's not what you thought. But that's a really valuable voice to hear for people that are, assuming that it all must be the way that people think, and the fact that you could be in the field and people think everybody has to be in on it, but it doesn't have to be that way, and most people believe it, even if it seems like it's smacking them right in their face, like you were saying.
Yeah, but on a certain topic, I was not experiencing like interferometry. I know a lot of theory. I have studied how to build it, but it does not make me an authority argument on the subject. You know what I mean? You understand what I mean?
Yep.
I don't want to be an authority person on some subject. There is some subject I can tell, okay, no. You need to back up your claim because I have a fucking huge backup claim. But on Sagnac, on light, and so on, maybe I am not a good person because I can be wrong on a lot of sub-subjects. You understand? And I don't want to mislead people on that.
Well, you were saying something about you wanted to buy the instrument to do the Sagnac test or something like that. You were talking about doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd
I
be cool.
know how to build it. I know how to build it. I have the tools to build it. Things to buy is just 1 kilometer fiber cable and some little stuff. Some component.
Right.
Okay,
Oh,
we
cool.
can do this there.
Yeah, be careful. I mean, even though you're anonymous, you never know if you're someone that's getting down to the doing the test and showing it the way it should be shown. You never know that there's going to be somebody knocking on your door. Just make sure you're okay, that you're safe with because you're a dangerous person to have on our side. That's for good. I'm glad that you're presenting some of this stuff with us. That's cool.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to hear that because it's a huge work, and I don't know where it can lead, but I am pretty confident with the result for now. So.
Right. Well, what do you think will happen? Like, like let's say everybody figured it out, right? What do you think's going to happen?
Oh man, what a question! I don't know at all.
Right.
I don't know how it can be handled by. I don't know. I don't know if we are near the tipping point of person switching. Maybe more in your country than in mine, because in mine there is no lot flat earth. In France, we are the more global country ever. So.
Right. What about some of the stuff that goes on over there with the protests and stuff? Is some of that not? Is that a lot of that staged? Do you think more so than we might assume?
It's yeah. I think it's touched, but maybe it's not a good topic to about.
Right. But as far as like just I would imagine that in another country that they don't watch TV as much as people in America do, right? They're not as consumed with TV, or are they just as they're watching TV just as much?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I would think that you'd use the internet. You'd use the internet in a less consumer-based society. You would use the internet more and maybe be more informed. You would think.
Yeah, you're right. We use less TV than US, but there is a lot of TV, and there is a lot. The generation before was before internet. We was TV feed. We only choice but TV back in the day. So the propaganda is effective anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe less than you, but there is an TV we have the fact checker and so on. We have those people that say, "Oh, we fact checked." Okay, they fact checked. So
Right.
it must
Right.
be
Right.
true. Yeah.
Yeah. People are too busy. They're trying to survive, and they don't have time to fact check the fact checkers. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
It's kind of by design, isn't it? I got to get off, but I enjoyed talking with you. I'm glad I got to get some more information out of you. Definitely look at your DMs. I'm sure there's some other people here. Is there anybody else here who wants to ask some questions or talk to Model Builder about his information that he's got about the planes or any of that? Some other people in the room pick up the conversation here. Flatsy, anybody? Miguel?
I will go. Bye.
All right, take care. You too.
You there flying, or are you just not there?
Me?
How are you?
I'm doing well, man. Who am I speaking to?
This is AJ.
Oh, hi, AJ.
How did you go with the Bible study the other day with Righteous?
Yeah, that was interesting. I was like, I came in there, I'm gonna listen, and then I was like, I'm actually reading now. So I'm paying attention to something I didn't find inspiration for earlier. I was actually finding inspiration for during the act. So that was refreshing, I guess.
Yeah, cool. He's very well versed in his scriptures.
Yeah, really helped me that I get the explanation aside alongside with the reading. Because for me, like, if I have to do it myself, of course I'll have to do it from scratch. But if he's already read it, then I get some guidance in that way. So that's cool.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna read it maybe for next time or some other time. I'm gonna bring up things that I've read myself that have what's the word? Piqued my interest. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good to see you there anyway.
Yeah. Very interesting topic, I guess, if you can call it that, for me.
Yeah. So what led you down that path? Was it the flat Earth?
I can always think in terms of God in my life, and I just want to explore that kind of what does the Bible say? Because I mean, I always kind of sometimes try to make bets in my head, like, well, let's make a prayer. Let's talk to Jesus. Like, does this work? Like, just for myself, I'm like, okay, does this work if I talk to Jesus? Will this do something? And I don't know, never really does something, but I kind of have that voice in the back of my head. It's like if I'm talking to God, then God will tell me, don't ask me for anything because I gave you everything. I gave you the capability to accomplish whatever you want, so you don't have to pray for it. You already have the tools, so just do it. So
I
I
was
always
saying
felt
that
like
when
there's
we
no
pray,
point
it's
for me to ask for anything. Sorry.
I
Yeah,
was saying
continue.
second to that, when we do pray, it's according to God's will, not ours. So if it's not in God's will, then then something like that may not be answered at this time.
Yeah. And the other man that was there, he spoke of his vision being cured or something like that. Was very interesting to me, and I kind of was hoping that it would go for longer because I wanted to ask him about that. I guess next time I can ask him about that.
Yeah.
But there was an interesting coincidence that happened. There was some media I was I turned on after like half an hour or something, and I had like a message, something about reading scripture, like completely unrelated, but like just as if something was speaking to me. It felt like, I don't know, it's like maybe I'm looking for things, but that usually doesn't happen. So I don't know, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, and I've experienced those things as well, even when I'm discussing something with someone on a certain topic, and then all of a sudden we're hearing the same topic on something we're listening to, or, usually on a biblical topic. But yes, that does seem to occur.
Yeah. And also I was thinking in terms of like, okay, if this is something that's actually real, or like if this is the word of God and all that, like just show me. That's what I'm always asking, like show me, prove it to me. Like just like do something that's like I can't deny it, so it like removes all doubt in my head.
Yeah, that's
But
not
I
the
guess
right
that
way
would be
to
too
approach
easy.
it.
But I guess that would be too easy. I don't know, like I have to come there myself and have faith in it, and that would like remove that step, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I think you asked the question, how is someone saved? Yeah, that was the question you asked?
Yeah. It's like something to that effect, yes.
So I would say there that would be in 1 Corinthians 15:1. If you actually want a verse. I
Yeah, I'm
don't
gonna
think a verse
get it
came
up.
up.
Say it again, please.
I don't think a verse came up when you asked that question. I think it just went into a bit of a discussion. It didn't sort
Yeah,
of
but
go.
you just said the verse, and I want to look it up.
1 Corinthians 15:1 to 4.
Yeah.
Which is, moreover, brethren, I declare unto you the gospel, which I preach unto you, which also you have received, and wherein you stand. So we know that we can stand on this gospel, by which also you are saved. So we can stand in this gospel and know that we are saved. If you keep in memory what I preached unto you, unless ye believed in vain. For I delivered unto you first all that which I also received, how Jesus Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures, and that he was buried and rose again on the third day according to the Scriptures, and was seen of Cephas and then of the 12. So our gospel is the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, and the belief in that.
Yeah, I had a clue about it already, so that's something I kind of figured already to be the case.
Yeah, and Romans supports that as well, where it says if you confess with your mouth and believe.
Yeah, you have to really believe it in your heart. Yeah, so that's why kind of I was asking, like make me believe or something, and then I will be able
Well,
to confess. It's not like
it
otherwise
also says
difficult.
that it's folly to those who are perishing. So, first of all, you need to believe that this is the case, this death, burial, and resurrection. And then it says that you are sealed by the Spirit of promise.
Interesting. I'm just amazed at how captivating it becomes as soon as I start reading it. It's like I become engrossed in it immediately, which is cool.
Yeah, especially if you have some understanding. It's good.
Yeah, I have a lot of doubts still about it, but yeah, it is interesting to try to digest it.
So what would some of those doubts be?
The biggest doubt for me is like, how do I know that this is God's word? Because obviously somebody could have just edited that. Of course, I know that it says within the gospel that it wouldn't happen. Like people wouldn't do it. Like it's forbidden or something. It wouldn't actually happen. But if somebody is trying to deceive you, they could just write that inside the book. They could just write it down.
So have you looked into the time period that the Bible was written over and where some of these books of the Bible were found?
I think it's the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? And there's a lot of overlap. So a lot of different areas of the world that overlap, I guess, supposedly.
Yeah, and the time period, do you know?
Exactly, no. I do not. Are you going to tell me?
Yeah. I'm just going to make sure I give you the right information because I haven't done this for a while, but I'm going to tell you. Give me 2 seconds.
All right.
Flying, do you mind if I send you some DMs? Because I don't know if I'm allowed to send it on the server.
You can send me whatever you like, Flatsy.
Oh, well, I feel like I don't need to send it to you, AJ. You're already there, but I got some very...
Yeah, I'm flying too, if you forgot.
Oh, sorry, it's wrong flying. There's 2 flyings.
You can send me.
Yeah, I'll DM you. But I mean, I can send it to you too, AJ, if you want me to. You don't seem to need any affirmation, but whichever, I can still do it if you need to show other people.
Well, whatever you felt like sending, just send the thing that you felt like sending, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. I'll do it.
I don't know if we're derailing the topic too much, or I don't know.
I feel like I don't know, it's not the same time of day for everybody, so it's funny because anybody in here is probably either up as late as I am if they're in America, or there are a few guys, and I don't know where you are, so never mind.
Yeah, I am in Europe, but yeah, usually around this time the rooms become more empty.
Yeah, I'm in Australia, so this is it's 20 to 7 at night. It's dinner time. I'm just about to start cooking dinner. But so it's believed that there were 40 authors across 1,500 years, and 2 Timothy 3:16 says that the Bible supports itself. Yeah, it was written inspired by the Holy Spirit. So when we actually look at Scripture, the Bible itself tells us that Scripture is of no private interpretation and that it's the Scriptures supporting the Scriptures as per the interpretation. So for someone to add to this or to change this in a book written over 1,500 years that completely supports itself from back to front, from prophecy right through to the fulfillment of prophecy, that would have to be a pretty amazing book, especially that it was written by different periods, different authors, different languages, different locations, yet it all supports itself over that time period. And if you work that out in generations, that's a lot of generations.
Yeah, I mean, that does sound like it would be that way. However, I've only lived for 30 years, and things that have happened 1,500 years before me, like, it's kind of very hazy, and it could be not really the case. So, like, yeah, I just had to take it on belief in that sense.
Well, we also know that it says that it's the inspired word of God. So these people were inspired to write down what God wanted them to write. But at the end of the day, what we have is a book, yeah? And that book is where we're going to get our instructions from God for us and, you know, his will for us, or how he wants us to live, or what he wants us to do. And so we would have to believe that that book is correct. Otherwise, everybody's got everything wrong, and that's not a fair God.
Yeah, but like, if it was written by men, then it wouldn't be a fair God. Like, it wouldn't be his thing. Like, it would be still fair of him to allow men to do what they will to do. You know?
Yes, but the scripture itself tells us that that's not the case. It says that all scripture is inspired by God.
Okay, but the scripture itself is in dispute in my mind, so like I can't take the thing that's in dispute as the evidence of itself, you know. But I guess I have to. But unless that's why I'm kind of asking of God
Well,
or Jesus, like just show me that it's His actual word, so I can actually like just take it as what it is, Yeah.
I'll say this before I send you all this stuff because I'm gonna have to go find it. Or I can send you the link so you can go look through all the crazy shit that I'm reading. And if I give you the name of the person that is arguing against all of these evotards and crap, you're gonna know who it is. So it's not gonna even be an issue of trying to figure out what.
Against what?
Against evotards, the evolution and pseudoscience.
Oh,
So using science, scripture, and logic, also cross-examination. So here's the overwhelming evidence and collaborating stories throughout history have been combined, and outside of the scripture, also collaborate as hostile witnesses. So that's what I like to look at, because I like to look at it like a court of law, and the evidence, the collaborating stories, the witnesses, and the hostile witnesses. And on the whole account of Jesus Christ, there are over 2,000 witnesses and hostile witnesses alone. And that's more than all the prophets before, which are already able to be cross-examined because of everything that they had said in history has come to pass, or now we're dealing with a prophecy, or some that have prophesied before, that their prophecies have already come to pass, and they prophesied other things that haven't. So the fact that some things have come to pass, you can pretty much guarantee that they were prophesying things that will come to pass. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's all about, like, think of it like from a logical view, because you don't have to believe. And I can guarantee you that word has been tossed around in the Bible. And if you want to read the Septuagint, that's a really good Old Testament that doesn't have a lot of bias. You can still find it against women a lot, but that's just because that's just always been a point of contention. It's fine. You can kind of filter through that. And that's only through translation, not from the actual writing. So let me at least put that in there, because there was a point where they were throwing vowels in there, and it was making it to where it could be one thing or the other. So they weren't technically changing it, so they were able to justify doing it. And since then, it has been changed because of the vowels that they threw in. I wanna at least lead you to the Septuagint for the Old Testament, and
that's the translation, right?
yeah. Well, the Septuagint is actually what the exact Old Testament that they used. You still have to. I read through it. It makes a lot of things that are in the other translations more palatable, because it seems like they've been translating it to be less and less palatable. Just saying. There's some crazy things in there that people like to quote, like the atheists like to be like, why does your God let this happen? And yeah, of course, with the filter that we have of man, there's some crazy stuff that's happened throughout history, but the way that it's depicted is like it's trying to be depicted in a certain light that's unpalatable, when it really wasn't like that. So just want to at least throw some nuance in there.
Yeah, ideally, I would read the translation that's as raw as possible, something that's as close to Hebrew or whatever is the original.
Well, I would say
Oh.
don't use one. I would use a bunch, but a good start would be the Septuagint for the Old Testament, and there's like do not the ortho or what's the Wilson something translation, like it's like two names like Wilk something, and I don't know. I'm gonna have to go look it up. I'll send it to you. But those translations, you can just rip the pages out of those books and throw it into the furnace, for all I care. But there are very bad translations on purpose, and you gotta ask yourself, why is there's so much contention with this book? Why are there so many people trying to change it, add to it? It's kind of funny because I've been falling down a lot of wrong paths and had to like kind of stop myself and get back, but I'm nowhere near there. But I don't need any more verification in my mind due to our Messiah, Jesus Christ. He definitely lived, died, and rose, but I can prove it differently than it was proven to me through actual like cross-examination witnesses and hostile witnesses, because we've got the Talmud actually his existence, but they hate him, and these are the same ones that were going after the traditions that couldn't recognize him and killed him. And they say that he's boiling in excrement in hell, which doesn't even make sense, because if you read the Bible, it doesn't say anything about I mean, it does actually. Just let's just go ahead and say how much they loathe him and hate him, that they say that he's boiling in excrement, which is awful, by the way. And then we've got the Muslims who claim that he is a prophet and sent by God the way that the scriptures collaborate with, but that he wasn't he's not the Messiah, the revelation isn't true because their prophet Muhammad defined a different revelation. But you can go cross-examine Muhammad if you want to and see how many witnesses of miracles and validation of him being a prophet, because in the Bible it tells you that miracles and prophet like the prophesying has to be scrutinized brutally. So if it doesn't fall within those parameters, it doesn't pass the crossing. The Bible goes out of its way. I'm monologuing. The Bible goes out of its way to supply you with more than enough witnesses, like a ton of witnesses for each prophet, even more for Jesus. And it's crazy. It really is. You can go check it out if you want to look at it from that approach. I think that you have the mind. With that kind of mentality, you have more of that kind of mind. And I would much rather you see it from all different angles if you can. All right, I'll shut up.
Yeah, of course, I'll try to look at it that way, of course, because I was told about the testimonies and the different approaches that the prophets would try to tell their side, and you have to like kind of take them at their own value or whatever, however you see it. So I'm going to examine that. But like one thing that I'm kind of going to really try to understand is the origins of all this stuff. Like, where does it come from and all that? Like just behind the scenes, not even what's inside.
No, and that's where I started, because I was never a Christian. It was my wife that I met eventually who was, and where I started was looking into the Bible and could this Bible actually be real? You know, it's how was it written? Where was it written? The time periods, the gap between certain books. And if that is all correct, what we are told, then that Bible has to be a real book. That's quite an amazing book for that to be able to support itself the way that it does over that period. So I first came to the realization that I believed that the Bible was a legitimate book. And that was just due to how it was written, not what was actually written, or looking at the scriptures about it being inspired by God. So, and then I started looking into history, looking into, archaeology and artifacts and things found in these areas where these people existed. And that was where I came to the realization that there was enough, like Flatzy had said, there was eyewitness accounts, there is artifacts that are found that show these people existed. And I suppose the only difference is that we're told that they're not who we're told they are in the Bible, but there's evidence that they were around in that time.
Yeah, that's the kind of approach I want to take as well. Kind of look at that sort of thing. One thing that will definitely not convince me is prophecies, because, like, if I do think that it's a fabricated piece of just collectible knowledge, then the people that wrote that could also have kind of engineered what will happen, and they just kind of wrote in the events that they planned to happen, and they just happened because that's the plan.
That's really one of the bigger points that you can add that in if you wanted to, like, at least go into proving the existence of Jesus Christ first. That's what I want you to do. Honestly, that alone will be enough for me. But if you wanted to learn more about upcoming events because of prophecy, that is, I mean, it's all in the Bible. It's all there. Everything that's happening now, everything that it seems to be coagulating, it says that it's there. It's so easy because you can find it all there because nothing new under the sun is ever, like, it's so funny that you say about prophecies because there's if you're describing an event 500 years before it happened in excruciating detail, the exact day something will happen kind of rules out chance, so it somewhat leans towards seeing controlling it, so it's that, I mean, that doesn't need a lot of backing up. If it happens the way that it said that it would in excruciating detail, and it does, I don't need any more convincing that it's a prophecy other than that. But we're talking
But
about.
for me, it's the distinction I make with that is, like, is it a prophecy or is it a revealing of a plan that was already concocted previously? And now it's just only coming to fruition because it was concocted previously.
Oh yeah. So that'll be some. There's collaborating stories that you can, or well, the books and history records and stuff that collaborate with the time frame. It's been okay. Yeah, I'll have to just send you a bunch of stuff. I got you. No worries. I got you.
All right.
Probably not going to be able to do it tonight because as I'm looking through it right now, like, I see one, but I know that there's so many more. So I'm going to have to compile them for you if you're willing. They're like,
No worries. I'm not going to be able to really read it right now anyway, or even probably not this week, but eventually I'll get to it. Because I got that eSword app, and I'm going to look through that as well. Because that one has a lot of translations. I'm just going to have to choose which ones I'm going to read.
Well, yeah, this kind of lays out more in like a, like if you're like a presentation type deal. So that's something. It's less, and you can go and validate it for yourself, especially if there's like, yeah, it always can be backed up with. You can do whatever you need to do. That's fine with me. But I can kind of help you if you want me to. I'd love to.
Yeah, I mean,
generally in eSword, I try and read the King James, and the reason why I do is because I can use the King James dictionary. I can see where the etymology of the word comes from, all that. We discussed that on the weekend, but I can, see all those things. And secondly, that my wife is actually Greek, and my wife's parents all speak fluent Greek and read Greek Bibles. And I've sat there and compared my scriptures from the King James with their Greek New Testament, and I haven't found one that's different as to date. So it's easy to study with when you've got that app. And for example, if you want to study on baptism, all you've got to do is type in the word for a word search of baptize or baptism, and you will get every verse on baptism come up that you can actually read. And then you can read them in their context. You can see what was occurring at the time, whether something changed, and it gives you a full outline of everything based on baptism, or it could be on grace, or it could be on prophecy, all these things. So it allows you to go in and find those verses really simply to study the topic that you're trying to study at that time.
So what's it called, like King James Dictionary, or?
No, so what I'd normally do is read in the King James, and then if I want to use the dictionary, you go to the King James Plus. So then when you go to the King James Plus, it comes up with all the Strong's numbers next to the words, and you're able to go and click on that Strong's number, and it comes up with the Strong's dictionary meaning at the bottom.
All right, cool.
But again, you can do a word search on a certain topic. So again, it could be baptism, it could be grace, it could be prophecy, whatever the case may be. And when you do that search, it'll bring up every verse in relation to that topic. So you can then go and to those verses, read in front, like before and after, gauge the context of what's occurring, and you can do a full study on, say, baptism, yeah? That's an easy way of studying and using that app to study.
All right, that sounds really good.
I can't share my screen in here, otherwise I'd show you.
Well, I guess you can screenshot or something.
Yeah, you've just got to pin the right. Let me see what I can do here.
I mean, if it's in the app, I'll probably figure it out.
Yeah, so what you've got to do is pin your Bible books. There's little pins on the side. So you pin your Bible books to one side, you pin your Bibles to the next section, and then you can have also at the bottom, you can pin your dictionaries. So then you've got those three screens up all the time, and you can then choose between Bible versions, and you can choose between dictionaries as well.
All right, that should be simple enough, yeah.
But Flatsy, keep talking. I've got to go and cook some dinner. Keep the party going.